Mike Johnson about the state of the race less than 4 months from Election Day. Plus, interviews with Independent Senator Joe Manchin and Democratic Representative Ro Khanna about what's next for President Biden. This week starts right now.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos starts right now.
Digging in.
We are built for the close election that we're in, and we see the path forward.
President Biden vows to stay in the race as he isolates with COVID and faces dozens of calls to step aside.
I am concerned that Mr. Biden will fall short.
The president is not capable of delivering the message in an effective way.
The clock ticking on Biden's candidacy. Can he survive the mounting pressure?
Pass the torch, Joe, pass the torch.
This morning, reaction from Independent Senator Joe Manchin and Biden ally Congressman Ro Khanna. Trump's moment.
I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States.
The former president accepts his third Republican presidential nomination with an emotional speech days after an attempt on his life.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
But quickly returning to familiar attacks back on the campaign trail.
The Democrat Party is not the party of democracy. They're really the enemies of democracy.
So can Trump attract the independent voters he needs? We'll ask Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. Terry Moran talks to swing state voters, plus analysis from our Powerhouse Roundtable.
From ABC News, it's This Week. Here now, Martha Raddatz.
Good morning and welcome to This Week. Just 1 week after surviving an assassination attempt, Donald Trump is officially the Republican nominee for president, with new running mate J.D. Vance now by his side. But if you thought the former president is now a changed man after that assassination attempt, think again. After promising a message of unity, he slammed President Biden and the Democrats last night with his typical fiery and demeaning language. Yet our brand new ABC News Ipsos poll shows the Trump campaign may have some wind at its back, with Trump's favorability rating at 40%. That's up 9 points since June, and now at the highest level in nearly 4 years of ABC News Ipsos polling. This as President Biden is hunkered down with COVID and facing a swell of calls from Democrats to get out of the race. More than 35 members of Congress publicly calling for him to abandon his campaign. And our latest poll shows 61% of Americans believe Biden should leave the race, including 60% of Democrats. Vice President Kamala Harris fares slightly better overall in our poll, with 46% saying they'd be dissatisfied with her as the nominee, compared to 55% for Biden. But the president...
This is an ABC News special report.
Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Scott at ABC headquarters here in New York. We are coming on the air at this hour with breaking news. President Biden has just announced that he is ending his re-election bid. Just moments ago, the president tweeted out, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision." There are still so many questions yet to be decided and so little time before those questions need to be figured out. So I want to go right away to our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl. John, we are just 100 days out from the November election. Pressure was building on the president to step aside. Now he is announcing that he has.
Rachel, it's an extraordinary moment in American history. This is the first time we have seen a sitting president bow out of re-election since Lyndon Baines Johnson in 1968. And it comes, unlike Johnson's move, which happened in January of that year, it comes after he has already gone through a primary process, after he has already effectively won the Democratic nomination, which now raises the huge questions, as you allude to, of what happens next. In his letter announcing this extraordinary decision, he mentions his vice president, Kamala Harris. He says, I want to thank my vice president, Kamala Harris, for being an extraordinary partner. But he makes no reference about what he will do in terms of an endorsement. Will he endorse? Will he not endorse? Will there be an open process? What happens next? He says he will talk to the nation in the coming days more about his decision. But now the Democrats have to figure out what happens. Who replaces Joe Biden as the Democratic candidate for president?
And John, you've been reporting on this for weeks now. And just a few days ago, we were live at the Republican National Convention. You broke the news about the growing pressure on President Biden to step aside, even as high as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. You had top Democrats that really insisted that it was time for the president to go. What was behind this growing pressure, and how was the president receiving these calls?
And Rachel, this morning we reported that a large group of Democratic elected officials who have not yet come out publicly calling on Biden to step out were preparing to go public with their feeling that he needs to step out, get out of the race. This included, I am told, a significant group of U.S. senators who were making the case to Biden, making it through Schumer, in some cases making it directly, that if Biden stayed in the race, not only would he lose to Donald Trump, but he would hurt Senate candidates in competitive races. These senators did not want to publicly pressure Biden. They wanted him to make the decision for himself. But if he didn't make this decision soon, they were prepared to go public with their calls. So this is, at the root of all of this, is a concern that Biden had become so damaged following that debate some 3 weeks ago that he was going to lose to Donald Trump, which for Democrats is an extraordinary, would be an extraordinary failure. But more than that, that Republicans would win up and down the ballot. So you would have Donald Trump winning and potentially Republicans winning back the Senate and expanding their majority in the House. That's why you saw so much pressure. But the pressure was extraordinary. It was the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries. It was the Democratic leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, and it was perhaps the conscience of the party, maybe the most influential member of Congress who's not in leadership, Nancy Pelosi, all making the case privately, directly to Biden, that this was the only viable decision for him to make.
Jonathan Karl, stay with us as we continue to following these breaking news developments. I want to go right now to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, who is joining us on the phone. Mary, 40 Democrats as of today were calling on the president to step aside. You have made this point over and over again. This was the president's decision alone to make, Mary.
It absolutely was. And look, he was under tremendous pressure, and it is clear that that pressure ultimately was just too much for him to bear. We have seen over the last 3 weeks since that disastrous debate performance a really remarkable evolution in this public really, hemming and hawing over whether or not he could stay in this race. The president initially adamant that this was just a one-off, just a bad night, that debate, and that he could convince the American people that he could still do this, that he was still up to the task of taking on Donald Trump and governing for another 4 years. He went out on the campaign trail hard. As you know, he was out there crisscrossing the country, doing those unscripted events that so many of his doubters were demanding. He did interviews. He did that big press conference. He did huge rallies trying to show his own party that he could still handle this. But it simply wasn't enough, and the pressure just continued to grow. It started off as that sort of trickle that became a steady stream as we saw more and more House members coming out. Then we, as you well know, we saw, the first senator coming out. Now we have several senators coming out, that number growing. But ultimately it was leadership, I think, that really likely tipped the scale here. The fact that you had Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the House and the Senate, coming to him and explaining that if he stayed at the top of this ticket, he was going to drag down Democrats. And then, of course, Nancy Pelosi, the powerful former Speaker of the House, someone who does not do anything without great intention and purpose, making that argument as well. The president, we know, I keep thinking about this, Rachel, he has been spending this weekend sick with COVID, trying to recover at home, but we also know that he has been taking that time to listen, to hear out these concerns, to look over the polling. This is a president who even, on the daily decisions that he has to make as president, wants all the information. We know this. He is a man who thinks through everything carefully. I can only imagine what this process has been like. He said that he would only drop out if he saw the polling showed that there was no way that he could be successful in this race. And clearly he has come to that recognition. He also initially, sort of brushed off the fact that the leadership would ultimately come to him and say, this isn't going to work. And of course, we have, seen that is what happened. It is near impossible to run for president if you do not have your party united behind you. And this was likely a very, very difficult decision for Joe Biden. He has been in public service for more than 50 years, spent many decades trying to reach the White House. When he launched his second campaign, he argued it was because he had to finish the job. Even though when he first ran, he ran as a transitional candidate. He said he would be a bridge to the next generation. Then when he came out and announced he was running for a second term, it was because he felt he simply wasn't done yet. He needed more time to finish the job. That was the campaign slogan. Clearly now he has decided what he cannot beat is what none of us can beat, which is the inevitable march of time. And he is now going to be passing the torch to that next generation, Rachel.
And Mary, let me just ask you a follow-up here, because after that debate, the president was adamant that he was going to stay in the race. He was telling lawmakers, give me a week. Let me prove you wrong. Let me do some of these off-scripted events. Let me do a sit-down interview, including with our own George Stephanopoulos. And then it sort of turned into this listening tour where the president was sitting down. He was hearing from Democrats. For the American people that are watching this right now, they're going to be wondering what exactly tipped the scales for President Biden. Do we have any sense yet of how the president ultimately reached this decision?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Look, we don't have that full insight just yet into what exactly it was that tipped the scale, but we do know that he was asking for the polling. He was asking for the data. And I think when you look at the numbers, and especially when you have the leaders of the party coming to you and saying, if you stay at the top, it's going to hurt Democrats in the House and the Senate, that's a lot to overcome. Also, when it is clear that you have so many in your own party who are urging you to back out, that is very hard to put back in the box. And once voters know that so many in your party don't think this is the right move, don't think this is the right decision, it's really hard to get people united again behind you. You simply cannot do that. And, part of this is sort of, something that's bigger than numbers, something that is bigger than all the data and the polling. And that is the question about Joe Biden's legacy, which also is something that we heard from so many of those who are urging Joe Biden to drop out. He is beloved in this party. And I think so many, when we look at all of those statements, urging him to step aside and out of this race, they mentioned that. That was a steady sort of, through line through all of this, which is that they were grateful for the work that the president had done. They wanted his legacy to be intact. They wanted him, to go out with the same common cause and common purpose, which was that they want to beat Donald Trump. And they feel, though, that the best way to do that is for Joe Biden to exit the race, something that he clearly now agrees with.
Yeah, we heard those calls even from Congressman Jamie Raskin, who was saying it's time for the pitcher to get off the mound, to hear the applause from the crowd in the stands. Mary Bruce, thank you. We're going to come back to you. I want to turn now to our political director and Washington bureau chief, Rick Klein. Rick, we hear Mary talking so much about the polling and about the president's team really showing him polling on whether or not he can win in this race. How much does that influence his decision, and what more have we learned about some of the polling that has come out just in the last few hours?
The polling just in the last few hours has been devastating for President Biden, not so much in the horse race, the head-to-head, because it's going to be a close election in a closely divided country. But the battleground state polling has been particularly bad. There's been new polling out of the state of Michigan in particular that's made the rounds. And beyond that, our new ABC Ipsos poll out just today had Donald Trump's approval rating up 9 points from a month ago and its highest rating in 4 years. It appears that he got a significant bounce out of his convention and after the assassination attempt last weekend. And that's part of the hill that Biden would have had to climb while he's losing the support of party leaders, while the polls are flipped against him. He would have had to turn all of that around and more. That appears to have played a major piece of the equation into making that final decision for him as he recovered from COVID and as he coped with the massive defections inside his own party.
Rick, stay with us here. I want to go now to Selena Wang, who's in Rehoboth, Delaware, with the president. She's traveling with the president. Selena, this is coming, as Rick just mentioned, as the president's recovering from COVID-19. What more are you learning?
Yeah, this is an extraordinary turn of events. The president has been holed up here in Rehoboth, Delaware, isolating with time to reflect as he's been recovering from COVID, and his doctor saying today that his symptoms have improved significantly. But Rachel, I cannot underscore this turn of events. As late as last night, I was talking to my sources, these Biden aides who are close to the president, saying that the president was still angry and upset, that he felt betrayed by some of his closest allies who had turned against him, and that he was still digging his heels in. Now today on Sunday, as the president is still isolating, we're learning that he's withdrawing from the race, and a senior administration official telling us that the president's senior campaign team and senior White House team did not learn of this news until shortly before the president decided to make this public. Now, Rachel, as we've been discussing, this pressure has just been building and mounting on the president. Of course, it's not just the crumbling support from top Democratic leadership, but it's also the money. Money was drying up. I was speaking to donors just this morning who said there is no path forward. Donors are just not putting their money in, and you cannot have a campaign without the money.
Selena, thank you. I want to go right back to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. And Mary, we are following these rapidly moving developments. First, we had the letter from the president of the United States saying that he was going to step aside in this race. Now we are seeing yet another post on social media from President Biden, because the big question after the president announced that he was going to step aside in this race was who exactly was going to step in. Mary Bruce, it seems like the president has an answer to that question on who he's endorsing here.
Rachel, the president, in a tweet just announcing that he is offering his full support and endorsement for Kamala Harris to be the nominee of the party. I want to read this full message from him. He says, "My fellow Democrats, I've decided not to accept the nomination, to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term." He says, "My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision I've made." He says, "Today I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats," he says, "it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this." The president has always made clear, Rachel, that he believes that Kamala Harris has what it takes to be president. He wouldn't have chosen her to be vice president if he didn't. But we have seen sort of an interesting change in the way he's talked about Kamala Harris, even in the last 2 weeks. It was just 5 days ago, I think, he was out in Las Vegas doing a big event before the NAACP, and he took on Trump, especially in the way that Trump has been reaching out to black voters. And he took on the way that Trump had once used the phrase, black jobs. And the president made this quip, this joke, not joke. He was fired back at Trump saying, "I know what a black job is. It is vice president." And he said, point blank, Kamala Harris could be president. And he said it in a way that made all of our ears go up and made everyone listen closely, because it is clear that he likely was thinking about what would happen if we got to this point where he had finally decided, Joe Biden decided, that he needed to step aside and step out of this race. And now he is throwing his full weight and support behind Kamala Harris. It sends a huge message, especially to this party, about where we are going now, especially with such little time left in this race.
Yes, and Mary, it's not just what the president has been saying, it's also what Vice President Kamala Harris has been doing. We saw her in the days after that event really start to concentrate on rallying black voters. We know they are the bedrock of the Democratic base. What have you seen in the days following that debate, as well as the vice president really trying to concentrate in on the core of the Democratic base?
Rachel, she has been out there working the trail hard. She has been crisscrossing this country, and she has been, especially as you noted, really trying to rally those key constituencies where so much of this election is going to come down to. The Biden-Harris ticket has been very well aware that, especially among black voters, especially young black men, they are seeing signs in the polls that support is slipping. She has been out there, trying to get their message across to the voters who will really decide this race in November. But this entire time, Rachel, she has been a very loyal soldier. She has been adamant that they were still in this to win it. She has shown zero daylight between her and the president, as the president has been, clearly taking all of this in and trying to make this decision. Vice President Harris now catapulted to the top of the ticket. It is a remarkable, historic turn of events in the political history of this country.
Historic turn of events coming just about 100 days before the November election. If you're just joining us right now, President Biden has announced that he is stepping aside as the Democratic nominee with just over 100 days to go until the election. The president also just a short time ago endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris. I want to bring in now former North Dakota Senator Heidi Heitkamp. Senator Heitkamp, I want to ask you this question because the president stepping aside, we saw this growing amount of Democrats coming out and calling on him to make this decision. Now we have the president endorsing his own vice president, Kamala Harris, in this race. The big question now, are Democrats going to rally behind her?
I think Democrats are going to rally behind the president if he decided to stay in this race because the stakes are so high. Democrats are going to rally around whoever is the nominee. Remains to be seen what the DNC does. Obviously, the DNC in any incumbent president situation is controlled by the president, and so we'll have to see what the decision will be on terms of how they finish or how they replace the president at the top of the ticket. But clearly, naming Kamala Harris with his endorsement is a huge boost for her, even if it would be contested. I think she would make it through a contested convention. These are Biden delegates who are going to listen to Biden. And so, you know, as I've said, I think that an open process is the best process for the Democratic Party. But it's not up to me to make that decision. And I think even if you had that, if you had a competition coming out of that competition, not a coronation would be really good for the vice president as she carries the banner forward at the top of the ticket.
Senator Heitkamp, this is a major curveball for the Democratic Party with just months to go into the election. How consequential is this? And we know the president was also under so much pressure to make this decision and to make it quickly because of that timing.
Well, I think, you know, obviously this is unprecedented, this close to a primary. However, it's energizing. And I think people have been afraid of kind of chaos or disruption. But I think when you look at it and you have a chance to put someone like Kamala Harris right next to the former president, the choice couldn't be more stark. Now, she's going to have to, if she's the party nominee, make the case for why she should be given 4 years. But it totally changes the tenor and the kind of look of this election. Having someone younger, I think, will be incredibly important to energizing youth vote, energizing traditional Democratic interest groups that are in that column. And I think this is, I mean, as much as I love President Biden, I think this is a good day for the Democratic Party.
You call it a good day for the Democratic Party. One more question to you, Senator Heitkamp. We heard the president saying that he was firm in this decision, and this decision was his alone to make at this point. You've been in politics for a while. You know President Biden well. What do you think went behind this decision that ultimately got him to this point?
I think he said all along that if, you know, he believed there was a path forward for him to win. I think that the assassination attempt, and as you heard Rick talk about the bounce that the former president is getting out of this campaign or out of their convention, I think it seemed clear to this president, President Biden, that it was very, very difficult to see a path forward. And he has great friends down ballot, whether it's Sherrod Brown or Bob Casey. And he didn't want to be the person who would in any way stand in their way of getting reelected. And so I think this is a sacrifice that he is making for his former colleagues in the Senate. I think it's a sacrifice he's making for the country. He has served this country so ably and for so long. It can't have been easy, but I think for him and for the party, it's the right decision.
Senator Heitkamp, stay with us. I want to go back to our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl. And John, on the Sunday shows, on the cables this morning, we heard from a number of Republicans who were saying that they would challenge in court the change of a Democratic nominee. What more are you learning about that?
Well, you have two things that you're going to have now in terms of blowback from the Republicans. First, the Republicans, I mean, and you heard this even at the Republican convention. You heard this from Chris LaCivita, who obviously is helping to run the Trump campaign, saying that this would be anti-democratic. This would be in defiance of democracy. You know, the idea he's won the primary, he's won 14 million votes, and now the Democrats are going to, you know, if they try to switch him out, we will challenge that. Those voters had a right. So, you know, whether those legal challenges will succeed, highly uncertain. But they will go and they will try to do this in state after state to try to keep the new Democratic nominee, whether it's Kamala Harris or whoever it is, off the ballot, saying that it was Joe Biden's name that should be on the ballot because it was Joe Biden that won those primaries. But the other thing you're going to see happening, and you're already seeing happening, is Republicans are going to come out and they're going to say Joe Biden is saying that he is unable to campaign, to go forward with a presidential campaign. How can he go forward with being president of the United States? And you are seeing the demands already from Republicans that he resign as president, because how can you continue as the commander-in-chief if you are, this is the argument, how can you continue as commander-in-chief if you can't continue as a candidate? Now, Biden has made it very clear in his letter announcing he wasn't going to be running again that he fully intends to complete his term and concentrate on all the work that he has to do as president. He's simply getting out as the candidate, but this is going to be something that is absolutely going to be used by Republicans. And by the way, I'll add one other, Rachel, and you've heard this as well. If Kamala Harris is the nominee, and with Biden's endorsement, it sure seems like she will be the nominee for president, you will hear the argument that is made, well, why didn't you tell us how much the president had declined? They will portray her as part of essentially a cover-up of the president's declining mental acuity and how age had taken its toll. So we've entered an entirely new phase of this campaign. I would say it feels like an entirely new phase of American politics. It's a whole new game, and things are going to be happening very quickly over the next few days.
Yeah, they have to happen very quickly because there's just only so much time until the election. The nation was preparing for this rematch between President Biden and former President Donald Trump. We're now learning today that is not going to happen. John Carl, stay with us. We will come back to you. I want to go now to ABC's Martha Raddatz. Martha, you've been working the phones. You've been on the phones with senior administration officials. What more are you learning about how the president came to this decision?
Rachel, I am told by a senior administration official that the last couple of days had really taken a toll on President Biden. They said he feels less and less energy, that he still does not feel that he has intellectually diminished, but is much more tired, and came to the conclusion the campaign that he would have to run would tax him enormously. I am told he told Kamala Harris just before making that announcement, and that in spite of the fact he endorsed Kamala Harris, there were people around him thinking that Kamala Harris would be stronger coming out of kind of a mini convention. But they believe this now will help with enthusiasm in the party, put the news back on the Democrats instead of Joe Biden's health. Of course, I interviewed this morning on This Week Joe Manchin, the senator from West Virginia. He is now an independent but caucuses with the Democrats. I put that very question to him because he said it's time to pass the torch right off the bat in the program, saying that he thought President Biden should drop out. But I did ask him if he had seen a personal mental decline. He said, oh, I think he still has the ability. I said, but you don't want him to be the candidate, but you think he's fine being president. And he said, I think basically he can finish this job that he started and finish the way he wants to lead. So he felt strongly that the president should continue in office, but still felt he had declined enough that he should not run for president again.
Martha, you mentioned that you were on This Week just hours ago with Senator Joe Manchin, an independent, a former Democrat. He called on the president to step aside, one of 40 Democratic lawmakers that have since called on President Biden to step aside, calls that he's obviously heeding now. Did you get the sense from any of the Democrats that you have been talking to that they want to see Vice President Kamala Harris step into this position, or are we going to start to see more friction in the Democratic Party?
I think you'll see some friction, but on the other hand, this is a party that wants to unite, and at the same time, as the senior official said to me, have enthusiasm in any sort of way they possibly can. So I think they'll still, I mean, this isn't decided, this just happened. I think the timing surprised people that it came so quickly. I think most people thought they wanted him back on the trail, and then maybe he decides, or at least come out of the COVID isolation.
Martha, thank you. I want to move now to ABC's editorial producer, John Santucci. John, on the other end of this, you have former President Donald Trump's campaign. The former president is just after surviving this attempted assassination on his been back out on the campaign trail. And the Trump campaign has been notably a little bit more quiet on President Biden following this debate, a sign that maybe they really wanted to see him stay on the ballot in November. What more are we learning from the Trump campaign about how they're responding to this and also how they're preparing to now face off against Vice President Kamala Harris?
Rachel, literally, as you were just introducing me, we just got a statement from former President Donald Trump. I'm going to read the entire thing, Rachel. It's posted to his Truth Social account. It reads, quote, "Crooked Joe Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve and never was. He only attained the position of president by lies, fake news, and not leaving his basement. All those around him, including the doctors and the media, knew that he wasn't capable of being president, and he wasn't. And now look what he's done to our country with millions of people coming across our border, totally unchecked, unvetted, many from prisons, mental institutions, and a number of terrorists." He goes on to say, "We will suffer greatly because of his presidency, but we will remedy the damage he has done very quickly." Trump goes on to end the statement, "Make America Great Again." Of course, the signature line, Rachel, as you know all too well. Listen, the Trump team in recent days, Rachel, you and I have been reporting this together, have actually backed off attacking President Biden because they see an easier path to beat Joe Biden. Now, all of which to say, as again, because you and I do this together, Rachel, we reported earlier today, our understanding at ABC News is that the Trump team had been building basically a just-in-case book to beat Kamala Harris. They've been doing research, some polling, and we know from our reporting, Rachel, that they've already looked at how they would, take some of the past statements of the vice president, now that, of course, Joe Biden's endorsed her, and start to build attack ads against her. The reality is that this is going to be a bit of uncharted waters for the Trump team because, again, for much of the last 3 years, they've been gearing up for Joe Biden. So it is going to have to be a quick pivot. They are going to have to start to spend more money, especially on ads, which, as you well know, Rachel, a big bulk of Donald Trump's campaign cash has been used really for his legal bills over the last year as he fended off the cases in New York, the federal cases by special counsel Jack Smith, and the investigations brought by Fulton County District Attorney Bonnie Willis in the effort to turn the election there. I do think the other thing that I'm hearing from my sources, and I know my colleague Catherine Folders and you were hearing it as well, Rachel, is that one of the things they're going to do is attack Kamala Harris on immigration. But seriously, though, this is a big shock to them as well.
John Santucci, thank you. I want to go right to Rick Klein now because the Democratic National Convention is also now just weeks away. We're just coming off with a Republican National Convention. Rick, break this down for us. What exactly does this mean? What process happens going forward? What does this mean for the Democratic National Convention?
We haven't had a convention that went to more than one ballot since 1952. A truly open convention does not appear likely at this moment because no one has announced his or her candidacy, including, I should say, Vice President Harris. But if more than one candidate announces, keep in mind, all that matters now are the delegates that have already been chosen. There are some 4,700 delegates to the Democratic Convention, individuals, men and women across the country that have been selected. Almost all of them were bound to Joe Biden. They are now free to do whatever they want when they get to Chicago. It looks the likeliest thing at this hour would be that they follow what Biden is telling them to do in supporting Vice President Harris. But all bets are truly off. We haven't had anything like this, and nothing like this happened this close to a convention. This is truly uncharted territory. Even the rules around this are incredibly vague. In fact, the Democratic National Committee was having a meeting to talk about how to conduct its roll call vote. While this was going on, members were actually blindsided by this news. Nobody knew this was happening, including the top leaders, I'm told, of the Democratic National Committee, who were trying to figure out exactly how to conduct the rules to get Joe Biden the nomination. So this scrambles everything. The spotlight will be on a number of other other prominent Democrats to find out if they're interested in launching a candidacy and what that would look like. But right now, we're some 28 days or so away from gathering in Chicago, and it looks like there's a lot of uncertainty ahead for the Democratic Party as they find a new path forward without President Biden atop the ticket.
Yeah, Rick, I want to ask a follow-up to you, but if you're just joining us right now, we do have this breaking news that has just come in. President Biden has decided to step aside from being the Democratic nominee in this race. It was done by a letter that was posted on his social media account and to his X account, formerly known as Twitter. The president then following up saying that he does endorse his own Vice President, Kamala Harris, a senior official telling our own Martha Raddatz that Biden informed his Vice President, Kamala Harris, about his decision just before the announcement. You know, Rick, as we look back at the last couple of weeks and as history looks back on this moment, so much is going to be said about that debate. It was a debate that was held earlier than it has been in previous election cycles. And ultimately, it was this debate that ultimately fed into this sort of domino effect of what we're seeing now, where you ultimately had 40 Democrats calling on the president to step aside.
Yeah, it may go down as a pivot point in American political history because what it did was expose to members of Congress, Democratic elected officials, and ultimately voters across the country what Joe Biden was experiencing in real time, what he was like on a live stage. And whether it's a sign of something more serious or just, as he said, a bad night, it had so many people that are just watching at home up through members of Congress, including people like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, just simply uncomfortable with what that represented. And many, if not most, gave Joe Biden a chance to recover. They gave him an opportunity to do interviews. They gave him an opportunity to do campaign events. They gave him an opportunity to lobby members of Congress individually to make the case that he was ready for this. But ultimately, at age 81, he was not able to convince that group of individuals. And because we're past the primaries, because we're past the point where voters have a say in who the Democratic nominee is, it goes to elected officials. It goes to party leaders. It goes to delegates. So they had, at this moment, an outsized importance. And remember, Rachel, Joe Biden is a creature of the very institutions that then mobilized against him. He was a senator for almost half a century before he became vice president. This is a long, long history that he had. He knows the men and women that were calling for him to step aside, either publicly or privately. And that had to hurt. That had to be taken seriously. And then add to all of that the COVID diagnosis that kept him out of public view for the last couple of days. Almost no one outside the very inner circle and members of his family had direct contact with Joe Biden in the last few days as he watched this develop. I'm told he was watching the news, but taking inputs, including polling inputs, and ultimately leading to this decision that shocked and surprised even people very close to him, members of the White House staff, people that work for President Biden and Vice President Harris. Some of them were among those who found out when he posted it on X. It happened all that quickly this afternoon, and all that quickly in the 3.5 weeks since that debate.
Rick, thank you. And we do have reaction coming in from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who says that Biden, again, put his country, his party, and our future first. We heard and we talked about with ABC's John Carl about the extraordinary pressure that President Biden was under to step aside, even hearing it from someone as high up as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. I want to move now to ABC's Selena Wang, who is traveling with President Biden in Rehoboth, Delaware. Selena, tell us what more you're learning and how this all came together. I'm hearing you may have word from Ron Klain.
Yeah, Rachel, I mean, you can only imagine how all of this is playing out for President Biden. He had to get off the campaign trail. He is isolated here in COVID. He had been trying before that point to do everything he could to prove to the American people, to prove to these Democratic lawmakers in Congress that he has the stamina to stay in this race. Then all of that came to a halt. And right when that came to a halt, you had mounting concerns. You had mounting data showing that things were not moving in the right direction. Now, President Biden is a stubborn person. I've spoken to many of his aides who say that for any regular decision, he wants a lot of data, he wants a lot of information. So you can only imagine how much thinking and rumination it took for him to get to this point. And I want to read something that's very telling. This is a tweet from Ron Klain. He's a former White House chief of staff. He's also a close Biden advisor. And this gives you a window into the thinking of his inner circle. Quote, now that the donors and electeds have pushed out the only candidate who has ever beaten Trump, it's time to end the political fantasy games and unite behind the only veteran of a national campaign, our outstanding VP Kamala Harris. Let's get real and win in November. Now, what I really want to point out there is the quote, pushed out. And that is something That sentiment is something I've been hearing from a lot of my sources in recent days, which is they feel this is a coordinated campaign from donors, the Democratic elite, who believe that President Biden does not have what it takes. But as of last night, top campaign officials were telling me they still believe there was a path forward because they thought there was a divide between what the Democratic elite believed, what this donor class believed, and what they felt people on the ground believed. But of course, that data, that polling only mounting, so President Biden obviously came to this decision after seeing a lot of data. But I do want to point out one more thing, which is how this is going to resonate with voters. I've been talking to a lot of them in battleground states as I've been traveling with the president. And for some of them who have turned away from President Biden because of some of their policies, they tell me that a Harris at the top of the ticket wouldn't change their mind because they see them as part of the same administration. In particular, that is their view when it comes to those who are frustrated over the president's policy towards Israel and the war in Gaza. They hold Harris to the exact same account as President Biden.
Selena, thank you. I want to go back to our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl. And John, we were doing some reporting earlier today, and I was told by sources in the Trump campaign that they were preparing for all sorts of scenarios, including for a scenario that President Biden would step aside, that next step would be Vice President Kamala Harris. And they were already starting to build these opposition research books about who her potential running mate could be. Do we have any idea at this point? There are definitely a lot of Democrats with presidential ambitions on who could possibly be on that short list.
As you can imagine, Rachel, I've been talking for, now a couple of weeks about, to Democrats about this very scenario, including, who would likely be Kamala Harris's running mate. And a few names came up over and over again. One name I would put right near the top of the list to write down is Roy Cooper. He is the Democratic governor of North Carolina. He is a Democrat who has managed to get elected in a state that is a battleground state that leans Republican, and a state that Democrats think they have a real chance of winning this year. They did not win last time. They did not win the last two times. North Carolina's been pretty reliably Republican in presidential races, but they believe they came within just over 1% of winning it last time. They think that they have a chance this time. So Roy Cooper is a name I would put right near the top of your list. Another Democratic governor, Andy Beshear of Kentucky, once again, a moderate, a Democrat who has managed to win in a state that is, in the case of Kentucky, really dominated by Republicans. Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, I would put high on that list. And some of the names that you've seen as potential replacements for Biden would now fit into this category as well. Gretchen Whitmer, Wes Moore of governor of Maryland. These are some of the names that have been circulating, and I think will all be seriously considered by Kamala Harris as she makes, in very short order, will need to make a decision about her running mate.
Yeah, and John, let's just talk about the timing here, because this is not a decision that she's going to have weeks or months potentially to make. She's going to have to make this decision fairly quickly because we are so close to the election and so close to the convention.
Yeah, and the convention is in the middle of August. The Democrats have established a virtual roll call. Now they can always change this, but they were to formalize their nominees on August 1st. But remember, Rachel, you know this because you've tracked this before. In the last cycle, the process of picking a vice president isn't just, who should I pick? That's a good person. It's an intensive vetting. There are, potential running mates go through the ringer as a law firm is hired. They go and they basically investigate themselves to find out what could be used, if there's anything in a potential running mate's background that could come out over the course of the campaign that could be detrimental. So there's very little time to do vetting here. And there's very little time to decide anyway, but to do the decision plus the vetting, Kamala Harris has to be thinking about this right now. And my hunch is, even though she didn't get that call from President Biden until just a short while ago that he was opting out of the race. My hunch is she's already been thinking about this.
John Carl, thank you. I want to go back to our ABC's Martha Raddatz. Martha, you have known President Biden for a very long time. You did that debate with him back in 2012. There's been so many Democrats that have come out and said that he is not essentially the same person. We even heard from Congressman Seth Moulton, who said that President Biden didn't even recognize him when he saw him just a few weeks ago. And so much of the conversation will be on that point. Is this the same Joe Biden that was here a year ago, 2 years ago?
I would have to say no. I mean, based on what we have seen and seeing him on the campaign trail in 2012 during that debate with Paul Ryan, when it was vice presidential debate, obviously, he was sharp and funny and knew the issues inside and out and really dominated the debate. Over the years, things have really, really changed. And in this last year, you can see it. Everyone has. Joe Biden says, "Look at me, look at me. I will prove this." But he really isn't the same person. Now, everybody ages differently. There's no question about that. But he has clearly struggled. And Rachel, I think one of the moments truly that really was shocking after the debate is when the COVID announcement was made. We watched him go up those stairs to Air Force One. He had a great deal of trouble, very slowly, very timidly going up those stairs. And that was after he had been out on the campaign trail. They really wanted to get him back on the campaign trail. He wanted to go on the campaign trail. But every appearance he made since that debate, people were watching, people were judging every word, every hesitation. And again, when he walked up those stairs that night, there was almost a look of defeat. And then when he landed and went to Rehoboth and walking down those stairs of Air Force One and clearly having trouble doing that as well, and certainly COVID had something to do with that, I imagine, and he was exhausted. That's all I had been told again and again, that the president was exhausted. But when they walked down those stairs, again, hesitating, and then had trouble getting into that SUV inside, it looked like he had trouble just maneuvering himself in there, took a big, deep breath. It was not the same person. I actually watched that debate recently before he debated Donald Trump last month, just to see the difference. And it was pretty stark indeed. I think I first met Joe Biden in 1988, in fact, in Massachusetts on a campaign stop. This was his dream, his entire life, to be president. And that is one of the things those who wanted him to leave kept pushing, that Mr. President, you want to leave with your legacy intact. You want to leave with going out on a high note. And that was stressed to him again and again. And I think it's something he clearly realized.
Absolutely, Martha, and even Democrats that I've been talking to kept stressing that. They said they kept stressing that to the president, to the president's team. Think about your legacy here, sir. It's not just this time in office. It's also what you did before as a senator. Martha, stay with us, and we want to come back to you. I want to go now to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, who, of course, is at the White House. She has been reporting on this for weeks now. Mary, these are extremely fast-moving developments. The president now saying that he's going to step aside. He's officially endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. We're learning that the DNC expected to hold a call later this afternoon. This has to move extremely quickly. And we're also learning that even some of the president's aides and advisors were caught off guard by this announcement.
Yeah, Rachel, just a couple hours ago, some of the president's closest allies were out on the Sunday morning talk show saying that he was all in, that he wasn't going anywhere. They were digging in. That was the message coming out of the campaign over the weekend. You know, we were told the president was looking forward to getting back out on the campaign trail later this week. So this was very much a surprise. The timing of it, especially since the president, you know, he is right now recovering from COVID. He's at home in his Delaware beach house. So we thought that this would be something that if he did make, certainly would be, you know, a couple days down the road once he was recovered. The president has said, of course, that he will be speaking about this once he is well enough to. And now all eyes are really on Kamala Harris. We still have not heard any reaction from her. She is not out on the trail today. She is here in Washington. She hasn't even announced her candidacy yet. And everyone is turning to her to see, you know, where this goes next. To imagine in just a matter of within an hour, she went from learning of this to now everyone talking about her, discussions about who will be her running mate. It is enough to make your head spin, to say the very least. I'm sure this is something, though, that Kamala Harris has thought about, especially as we have seen these conversations over the last several weeks and that growing chorus, growing louder and louder of Democrats calling for the president to step aside. But this is going to move real fast. If you think it's head spinning already, we are, just weeks away from the Democratic convention. The election is right around the corner. We just saw over the last week Republicans really uniting behind Donald Trump. So this is going to be really an amazing, historic sprint here to the finish. And there are just so many unanswered questions. I keep thinking in that discussion that you were just having with Martha, one of the things over the last several weeks that you saw a lot of people questioning wasn't just whether Joe Biden was up for the job, it was whether he could win. And that was really the big concern that we kept hearing over and over again in our conversations with Democrats, was whether the president could successfully take the fight to Donald Trump. And I think in many ways that was what most alarmed so many in the party when they saw that debate performance was from the president, was that he wasn't able, in their minds, to successfully articulate the argument, to successfully litigate the case against Donald Trump. That is something, of course, that Kamala Harris is very familiar with. She has been out on the campaign trail doing just that, especially on the issue of abortion, which this campaign feels will be at the center of this election, that they believe will drive and motivate so many voters to the poll. Kamala Harris has been front and center on that issue. And as you mentioned earlier, she has also, of course, been doing a lot of outreach to critical voting groups, including black voters, who will determine this race in many ways, Rachel.
Yeah, Mary, and let's stay with you for a second here, because as we're talking about the president stepping aside in this race, we talk about President Biden endorsing his own Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's sort of peel back what she has been focused on during this administration. You mentioned she's been the leading voice on the issue of abortion rights, but also on handling the migrant crisis as well, Mary.
Yeah, and we saw that last week, right? Republicans really, in many ways, trying to argue that a vote for Joe Biden was a vote for Kamala Harris, and putting her front and center in the debate over immigration. So let's be clear here. Kamala Harris was tasked by President Biden to tackle the root causes of immigration. She was never put in charge of border security, despite the argument that you may hear from Republicans, and I suspect you're going to continue to hear from Republicans. They see that as a real political opportunity for them to try and take some hits at Kamala Harris. But she certainly has been very involved in the issue of immigration and the root causes of that. Abortion, though, is the issue that she has owned and dominated over the last year. In fact, I spent a whole day out on the trail with her several months ago, where she was out just hammering this point. She has argued that Donald Trump is to blame for Roe versus Wade. They often cite how Donald Trump has bragged about appointing 3 of the Supreme Court justices who overturned that decision. And they have argued that all of these restrictions that we are seeing put in place across the country are Donald Trump's fault. That is an argument you are going to continue to hear Vice President Harris, perhaps nominee Harris, make in the future. But there are just a lot of questions here still to unpack before you can even imagine, how all of this, these changes will change the actual campaign's argument. The good thing is she has been out on the trail. Look, she has been out. She's been making the case. That case will not change. But there's certainly a lot of questions about what this ticket will look like in the coming days and weeks, Rachel.
Definitely, Mary. Thank you. I want to bring back in our political director and our Washington bureau chief, Rick Klein, because Mary does make a really good point here. We've heard from President Biden, but we have yet to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris, Rick.
Technically, she hasn't even announced that she is a candidate for president, and that is a glaring omission from the discourse at this very fluid moment, Rachel. Keep in mind that up until about an hour ago, everyone in the Democratic Party was making plans to have a convention in Chicago that would do what conventions always do, which is to nominate the person who won the most delegates. Joe Biden won almost all of the delegates, something like 97% of the delegates were Biden delegates. In fact, the Democratic National Committee was doing a Zoom call to iron out the details of what would have been a virtual roll call to lock down the nomination for him as early as the first week of August. While that call was going on, they got the news of President Biden's statement. So at that time, just getting some new reporting on this, they actually said that they'd be adjusting their guidance and trying to provide as much flexibility as possible for the delegates. You can read that in one way and say, wow, open convention, it is going to be an absolute free-for-all in Chicago. However, the fact that President Biden has already endorsed Vice President Harris speaks very very loudly. Again, these are all delegates that are loyal to Biden, at least on paper. As of now, no one else has come forward and said that they're willing to challenge her. We've asked many of the offices of the people that are rumored to be thinking about running for president, people like Governor Whitmer, people like Governor Pritzker, people like Governor Beshear, Secretary Buttigieg, and none of them have indicated in any way that they would challenge, but none of them either have endorsed Kamala Harris. So at this hour, there's actually no one technically running, although I'd expect something from the Harris team in the coming minutes or hours from now. Then the question is what it looks like, because the party wants to make this look like it's not just an automatic, that it's not just a coronation, because Kamala Harris technically wasn't running for anything during the primary process. Joe Biden was. Those delegates are Biden delegates and not Harris delegates. So they're going to want to create at least the impression of an open process, all while trying to make it as clean with little messiness as possible. It is quite a balancing act. And again, Rachel, unbelievably fluid at this hour.
Rick Klein, thank you. I want to bring in our ABC political contributor, Donna Brazil now. Donna, what is your reaction to this news? You have been talking to Democrats within the party as they have urged President Biden to step aside. What is your reaction to the president finally making this decision?
Of course, I'm saddened because I respect Joe Biden, and I was prepared, as I did in 2020, to support the Biden-Harris ticket. Joe Biden is an honorable man, as he's done throughout his entire career. He made a decision that is best for our country. So I know the Democratic Party will come together at the convention, and our ticket, which will be led by Kamala Harris, will win in November.
Don, I want to ask you, because perhaps no one knows the rules better than you when it comes to the convention. How can this all play out? There are questions about whether or not this is going to be an open convention. How messy could this process be? What will it look like?
Well, I've always said my shorthand was Part A was Biden-Harris. Part B was Harris and her running mate. Part C would be an open convention where Harris would likely have to go and get the delegates that she has earned. Remember, these are Biden-Harris delegates, and she will have to ensure that she has the requisite number to secure the nomination. I know the vice president. I know that she would be and is the strongest candidate. She's been battle-tested, battle-scarred. She knows the job and knows the pressures of a national campaign, and that you cannot teach to anyone on the spot. She knows how to make a case and is ready to take on former President Donald Trump. And, you know, I think she can really lean into this thing about vision, the vision for the country, making sure the people who work hard can get ahead, that our basic rights are secure, and everyone, including the President of the United States, plays by the rules. So I'm looking forward to this campaign. Again, my heart is heavy for Joe Biden, who I've known for over 37 years. He has been an amazing president. He's a phenomenal man, a good man. And I'm sure after the president, you know, said his prayers, because he's a man of deep faith. And throughout this past weekend, I've just been praying that he feels better, get through COVID, as we prayed when President Trump got COVID several years ago. So I know the president is a good man, and I'm looking forward to helping in any way I can secure the nomination for Kamala Harris.
How confident are you that this would be a smooth process that plays out, though, at the convention, Donna?
Well, look, I cannot speak. I just got off a call. We just certified over 4,000 Americans to come to our convention. Yes, I'm a member of the DNC, but I'm also on the Credentials Committee, so it was my great honor today to certify. This was my first opportunity in my political career to serve on the Credentials Committee. And it comes 60 years after Fannie Lou Hamer came to Atlantic City and was begging for a seat at the table. Today, we are going to make sure that no American is turned around, that everybody who has been involved in this process, all 14 million Americans plus, will have a seat at the table in 29 days in Chicago.
Donna, let me ask you, because obviously the party was very divided on calling on the president to step aside. As of just before the president made this announcement, we heard from 40 Democrats calling on the president to step aside and drop out of this race. Do you believe that this is a party that would rally behind Vice President Kamala Harris, the vice president that the president himself has now endorsed in this race? And what is your message to those who may not think that she is the best fit?
Well, first of all, anybody who would like to step up today, tomorrow, maybe next week, I hope not too long, Kamala Harris is ready. I say that because she has been out there all throughout this year, campaigning from Michigan to Florida, just the other day to North Carolina. She was out on the West Coast. She's ready. She is ready. As I mentioned, she is battle-scarred, but she's also battle-tested. She knows the job, and she knows the pressures of a national campaign. You can't teach that. So she's going to make a case to the delegates. She's going to make the case to the American people. And she is going to ensure that the Democratic Party is ready to take on the party of Donald Trump. She can lean into the fight that we've been discussing, whether it's on making sure that America is safe and secure, to creating the kind of 21st century infrastructure that the president and Vice President Harris have been working on. This is a great opportunity for the American people to see how democracy works. The President of the United States said basically in his letter, I'm ready to pass the torch. I'm ready to see a new generation. And he did that. And I'm proud of Joe Biden for his courage and his tenacity.
Donna Brazile, thank you so much. I want to get back to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. You know, Mary, so much of the concern from Democrats up on Capitol Hill was not just about President Biden's chances of winning in November. There was also a lot of concern about the impact that the president would have staying in the race, also on the House and the Senate, their ability to hang on to majority in the Senate and also possibly win the majority in the House.
Yeah, and that, we think, was likely one of the driving arguments that may have pushed him to make this decision. We know that was an argument that was made in person by Democratic leaders Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, the powerful former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, coming armed with data and making that argument that if he stayed at the top of the ticket, he could be a drag on Democrats. I do think it's interesting when we talk, to pick up on what you were discussing there with Donna, the next generation, right? The president is passing the torch, but who is that next generation? And Rachel, we are now hearing from several of those governors that have really been in the spotlight, many wondering if they would jump into this race if the president were to drop out, as he is now announcing. What's interesting is that they all bear something in common, all of these statements. We have heard from Gavin Newsom in California, from Gretchen Whitmer, from Governor Shapiro in Pennsylvania, all of them praising President Biden. Let me read you some of this. Josh Shapiro saying the president is a patriot who served our country honorably in the Senate and as vice president, and is one of the most consequential presidents in modern history. He's gotten an incredible amount done to move our country forward, defend our democracy, and protect real freedom, saying he's proud to work by his side and grateful for his leadership. Gavin Newsom saying something, very similar, describing President Biden as a leader who's fought hard for working people and delivered astonishing results for all Americans. What they aren't talking about here, and guaranteed it is very early in this discussion, is Kamala Harris and whether they would then support the vice president if she were to run for the top of the ticket. Because, of course, there's been a lot of question about whether these other governors would be interested in jumping into the race or possibly would like to be a vice presidential pick were Kamala Harris to be at the top, Rachel.
Mary, good point that you're making here, that there's a lot of mention of President Biden and praising President Biden. Not a lot of mention right now of Vice President Kamala Harris. So let's take that to our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl. John, talk about some of the challenges that Vice President Kamala Harris faces.
Yeah, I mean, look, she is the absolute prohibitive frontrunner to replace Biden on top of the ticket. The fact that she's the vice president, the fact that Joe Biden has endorsed her, absolutely. But there are doubts within the Democratic Party about how strong a candidate Harris would be, a general election candidate. So this is not a done deal. And Donna Brazile knows the party as well as anybody. She's on the rules committee for the convention. She understands how this is going to play out. But I do think it's important to point out that in those primaries, and Joe Biden got 14 million votes in those Democratic primaries, those ballots listed a single name, and that name was Joe Biden. Kamala Harris's name was not on the ballot in any of those primaries. So she goes into a convention without a single pledged delegate. Now, neither do any of the names that Mary Bruce just mentioned, these governors that are mentioned as possible candidates. But this is going to have to play out. Kamala Harris is the prohibitive favorite, with some people in the party, influential voices in the party, who believe that a competitive process would actually make her a stronger candidate, and some who have a doubt about how strong she would be against President Trump. Now, the interesting dance that a lot of these governors have to play as they consider whether or not they would try to come in and challenge Kamala Harris for the nomination, many of those people are both potential candidates for president and for vice president. So you make a move to challenge Kamala Harris, that probably moves you considerably down the list of potential running mates for her. So it's going to be a very interesting dance to play out. But it is not a done deal. She's the prohibitive favorite in this, but it is not a done deal. And I think Mary raised a very important point, which is all of these statements from these big-name Democrats who could potentially be on a ticket, none of them, at least to this moment, that I've seen or that Mary's seen, has mentioned Kamala Harris.
John, let me ask you, because I've been talking to Democratic sources as we've been on the air, and there's a little bit of a mix of relief from some of them that wanted to see President Biden step aside, but also some anxiety that I'm hearing from some Democrats over on Capitol Hill about what comes next. Exactly what you're talking about here. Is the party going to unify behind one person? Is this going to be a messy process? What have you been hearing from your sources in the party?
Well, there's undoubtedly anxiety, but I think there is overwhelmingly a sense of relief. And I think that the desire for Democrats to, first of all, beat Donald Trump. I mean, they speak about Donald Trump like he's an existential threat to the country. So the desire to beat Donald Trump is first and foremost, and the desire to make sure that the party can maintain control of the Senate and win back control of the House. Those are the factors that unite Democrats. They may be divided and deeply divided on the means, but there was also an overwhelming sense that Joe Biden was going to threaten all three of those goals if he had stayed in. So there's a sense of relief. And I think that you will see an energized Democratic Party as they come around. It may be messy for the next few weeks, but as they come around, as they come around the process of getting behind their nominee, you are going to see a rejuvenated Democratic Party, an energized Democratic Party. You're going to see the money flowing in a big way, the money that had dried up because there were such strong doubts about Joe Biden. So yes, it's going to be unconventional. This is going to be a heck of a story to cover, Rachel. I know you're going to be in the middle of it. But this is a Democratic Party that's going to come back in a major rejuvenated way to fight what right now looks like an uphill battle against Donald Trump.
John, thank you. And we were just talking about the lack of Vice President Kamala Harris's name being mentioned in some of these Democratic statements. So I want to go back to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, because we were just getting reaction and now from the Congressional Black Caucus, a group that has stood firmly behind President Biden. What are they saying now?
Well, based on this statement, they are now firmly going to be standing behind Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm just reading through this, so bear with me. But the Congressional Black Caucus chairman releasing the following statement, praising Joe Biden as the ultimate statesman, saying he's dedicated his entire career amid great personal sacrifice and service to the values of democracy, civility, freedom, and opportunity. He is undoubtedly one of the most accomplished presidents in American history. And he goes on to say the Congressional Black Caucus joins President Biden in fully supporting Kamala Harris as our party's nominee. She has been instrumental in delivering the accomplishments of the last 3.5 years and has led on lowering maternal mortality rates, protecting reproductive freedoms, and ensuring economic opportunities for all. Rachel, we have been discussing this. Kamala Harris has been out there on the trail, really reaching out and trying to up the campaign's outreach to those critical black voters whose support they will need if they want to win in November. Having the endorsement of the Congressional Black Caucus is a very big deal and sends a powerful message, of course, to others on the Hill to get in line.
Absolutely, Mary. We know it was black voters that propelled President Biden to the White House 4 years ago. As the attention turns now to Vice President Kamala Harris, Mary, thank you. I want to move over to our Zareen Shaw. She was one of the campaign reporters that followed Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign when she was running for president, has since been following her very closely. Zareen, as the American people are now focused in on Vice President Kamala Harris, with President Biden giving this firm endorsement to his own vice president, talk a little bit about her history, what she's been focused on, and her background.
Yeah, Rachel, I want to talk about actually the historic nature of this moment, the potential historic nature, I should say. I mean, you heard John Carl say it's not a done deal. Rick Klein said technically she's not the nominee, but it appears to be heading in that direction. She would be the first black female nominee, the first Indian American ever if she were to become the nominee. And I want to point out her book, right? I'm sure you have read her book. Page 1 starts 8 years ago with Hillary Clinton, the day that she was up against Donald Trump and the day she lost. I mean, we are going back potentially to that moment where she is taking that very spot potentially. And we know that that moment is actually what inspired her to run for president years later. You and I both covered that 2019 campaign. And the last 2 days, I've been speaking a lot to about 20 of her loyalists from that campaign, those donors, those people who committed their money, their energy, their emotional energy to that moment. They also saw her lose in that moment. But every one of the people who I spoke to the last few days feel like they would support her, of course, if she were to be the nominee. In fact, one person told me there would be a deluge of money coming in, 8 to 9 figures, he suspects. He says there's a lot of pent-up frustration, anger, and confusion, but he believes she could energize this particular moment. Another person said he's been to 10 conventions in his life. He was not planning on going to this one, but he says if Kamala Harris is the nominee, he would drop everything. He says it is all hands on deck. You are starting over. You have 4 months to get elected. So a lot of excitement from those former donors and also from her former staff. I've been speaking to them also the last few days. Look, that campaign ended in a very, very almost emotional way for them. It ended abruptly 2 months before Iowa even started. A lot of them feel like they can pick up where that campaign potentially left off and see the history that they might have wanted to see at that moment.
Yeah, undoubtedly a historic moment. Zareen, thank you. I want to go right now to our Martha Raddatz. Martha, as we're talking more about Vice President Kamala Harris and really taking a closer look at her and what she's been in charge of in this administration, we know that she's been the leading voice on abortion rights as well as handling the migrant crisis at the border. How has the administration at the White House internally and privately felt about her handling on some of these key issues?
Well, I think they were, in the beginning, wanted her out there a bit more, and especially down on the border. But I'll tell you, Rachel, in the last week, what I have been told by a senior administration official is that all of this pressure on Biden and post-debate, that they thought Kamala Harris was pitch perfect. Pitch perfect. They thought she was a supporter President Biden, never wavered from that, and yet went out there and gave the message of the Democratic Party, supported him, and yet was ready to go in if needed. I'm also, Rachel, kind of looking back on this morning and our show on This Week, and I'm looking at Congressman Ro Khanna, who I asked right after Senator Joe Manchin said, it was with a heavy heart, but he wanted to see the president step aside. Ro Khanna said he still stood by the president's decision to stay in. I talked to him about the polling, saying 61% of the voters in our national poll thought he should step aside. And he said, I've seen that polling. Here's the challenge. That polling was almost the same a year and a half ago. There's no question that voters don't like the fact that Joe Biden is 81, but he said, what I have not seen is a poll showing that another candidate, other than perhaps Michelle Obama, would clearly be the choice of the Democratic electorate. I also played for him from our George Stephanopoulos' interview post-debate, the first interview with President Biden post-debate, and he said, if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, we're worried that if you stay in the race, we're going to lose the House and the Senate, how How will you respond? And basically the president said they're not going to do that. But Ro Khanna, the congressman from California and a huge supporter of President Biden, went on to say this is the president's decision. You know, I've read all these journalists saying Biden world is saying this or he's reconsidering. There are 3 or 4 people who actually have this decision: the president, his wife, a couple of close friends, and it's his decision about what he wants to do. And I trust him. I trust his patriotism to make the right decision. So as I reread these transcripts, Rachel, I'm kind of reading between the lines of what he was thinking this morning. Surely he did not know, was not aware of the decision that would be made today because, as you know, so many people were taken by surprise.
Absolutely. So many of us are going back and reading things that President Biden said. I remember in that interview with our George Stephanopoulos, he also said that he wouldn't step aside unless the Lord God Almighty came down and told him to do it. So you've got to think, Martha, that some of this polling, this pressure, 40 Democrats urging him to step aside had something to do with him making this decision.
Exactly. And again, I'll just repeat here that the senior administration official said to me that the last couple of days had truly taken a toll on him, not only on his health and his decision-making, but they believe he does not, even now, think he has been intellectually diminished, but his health and his energy, he could tell that the campaign would take even more of that out of him and that it was not a campaign he could run.
Martha, stay with us. I want to go right back to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, you've been tracking the reaction that has been coming in, and now we are hearing from the Clintons.
Yeah, the party heavyweights, it seems, are some of them falling in line behind this idea of endorsing Kamala Harris. We have a statement now from former President Clinton and Secretary Clinton praising President Biden. No surprise there. But the Clintons go on to say that they, excuse me 1 minute, let me get this up. They praise. Hold on, I'm challenged with my phone like so many. Here we go. They say that President Biden has capped the extraordinary career of service with a presidency that has lifted America out of an unprecedented pandemic, created millions of new jobs, rebuilt a battered economy, and he goes on and on and on. And then the Clintons say we are honored to join the president in endorsing Vice President Harris and will do whatever we can to support her, saying now is the time to support Kamala Harris and fight with everything we've got to elect her, concluding by saying America's future depends on it. And Rachel, we are also now learning that the president reached out and spoke with Democratic leader Chuck Schumer earlier today. We are also now hearing from former Speaker Nancy Pelosi for the first time in a statement praising President Biden, saying he's a patriotic American who has always put our country first. His legacy of vision, values, and leadership makes him one of the most consequential presidents in American history. She says, with love and gratitude to President Biden for always believing in the promise of America and giving people the opportunity to reach their fulfillment. Excuse me. Nancy Pelosi, though, not mentioning Kamala Harris at all in her statement. We will have to wait and see if that changes in the coming hours, Rachel.
Mary, thank you. And I want to bring in our political director and our Washington bureau chief, Rick Klein. Rick, so much to be said about former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, because leading into this, as these discussions were playing out privately behind closed doors among Democrats, Democrats fully acknowledged that there were really only a few people that they thought could break through to President Biden. And one of those people was former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, someone who notably herself had passed the torch to the next wave of Democratic leadership, passing it on to now Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. What do you make of this statement from the former House Speaker now, and also her comments in recent days where she's been very measured?
Rachel, when the history of this fateful 24 days is told, Nancy Pelosi, I think, is going to be seen as having an even bigger effect than we even knew on Joe Biden's thinking and decision-making. At almost every step along the way since that disastrous debate happened a couple weeks ago, we saw Pelosi doing what he could to try to get Joe Biden to what she viewed as the right position. And keep in mind who Nancy Pelosi is. Nancy Pelosi is actually a couple years older than Joe Biden, been in politics not quite as long, but knows him very well from his days as a United States Senator. They worked closely when she was House Speaker, doing more than anyone else probably to enact the Obama-Biden agenda. She wasn't saying it from the perspective of some upstart that wants to get Biden out for political advantage. She was saying this from the perspective of an elder statesman who knows what it's like to be elder and knows what it's like to be going through the signs of aging and trying to urge along Joe Biden through her surrogates, through people very close to her, through very carefully crafted leaks and very carefully crafted statements along the way. she was trying to get Joe Biden to the right place because she knew that this was a decision that could only be made by one man at this stage of the cycle. And I would say there was probably only one woman who could get him there other than the family members, and that is Nancy Pelosi. And the last line of the statement, really striking to me, Rachel: God blessed America with Joe Biden's greatness and goodness. I think there's a lot in that statement, in the appeal to Biden to do this for his legacy, to do this for the country, to give Democrats the absolute best shot they have of defeating Donald Trump.
Rick, thank you. And if you're just joining us now, we've had an extraordinary amount of developments over the last hour. President Biden has announced that he is stepping aside as the Democratic nominee in this race. He did it posting a letter to social media saying that he will no longer be in this race, but that he'll continue to fulfill out his term. He also then, just moments after that, in a separate social media post, said that he would be endorsing his own Vice President Kamala Harris. We have been tracking the reaction that has been coming in on both sides of the aisle, and I do want to go back to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, we've been following these statements. You've been tracking them yourself, and now you're learning more about whether or not the president and the vice president have actually spoken.
Rachel, a source familiar tells us that, yes, in fact, the president and the vice president, Kamala Harris, have now spoken. Just imagine what this day has been like. You know, over the weekend, the message coming out of the campaign was that they were all in. Their foot was on the gas. The president adamant that he was not stepping out of this race. You even had some of his surrogates out on the Sunday talk shows this morning making that same argument. They were full steam ahead. And then I am told that this was all extremely closely held. The president, you know, only alerting campaign officials shortly before that letter went public. We don't believe the vice president got much of a heads up either. We have not heard from her, though. We still have not heard any kind of reaction from her, any reaction just to the announcement that the president is exiting this race, or to the fact that he is throwing his support behind her. The fact that you are seeing other big party heavyweights coming out and backing Kamala Harris as well. She hasn't announced she's running for the top of the Democratic ticket, but certainly the party and the president and many party leaders are pushing her in that direction. So we await her response. We know she is here in Washington, D.C. She wasn't expected to be out on the trail again until Tuesday in Milwaukee. I suspect a lot of things on her schedule are now up in the air, Rachel.
Mary Bruce, following this reaction and getting that word just moments ago that Vice President Kamala Harris has in fact spoken with President Biden, also tracking the latest reaction coming in from Democrats. Mary, stay with us. Thank you. I want to bring now in Terry Moran. Terry, we heard from Republicans even on the Sunday shows earlier this morning warning that they could file these legal challenges if there was some sort of switch up on the ticket for Democrats. What do you make of that? And could there be challenges going forward?
Well, there certainly will be challenges going forward, Rachel. The Heritage Foundation, which is the parent of the Project 2025 memo that has gone out describing what a future Trump administration would look like. The Heritage Foundation has already threatened lawsuits in 3 states, swing states, Wisconsin, Georgia, and Nevada. And they point to the laws in those states, which says that the nominee shall not be replaced unless there is a death, and there are those kinds of restrictions. The problem with them, election lawyers almost unanimously say, because anybody can bring a lawsuit, but people who work in this area say, obviously, Joe Biden is not the nominee until he's officially nominated. And so withdrawing after the primaries, because what is basically a health reason, he doesn't feel he has the capacity, the physical capacity anymore to go forward, would not, these election lawyers say, qualify as a violation of state laws. Now, those state laws do have timing issues. Obviously, getting on those state ballots is going to be crucial. So Democrats, who have already prepared to do that by having this virtual roll call in early August, they prepared for that. But if Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, is not essentially unanimously acclaimed as the nominee, if someone does step in or prepares to step in to challenge her, that might be a problem. Because if they have to go to their convention, which begins August 19th, they will miss the deadline for ballot access in at least Ohio. And so that could be a problem. But the basic challenge that you're hearing from Republicans, that it's too late for Biden to get out of the race because state ballot access is a problem. Election lawyers say, no, he's not the nominee. No one's the nominee until the convention says so.
Terry, a follow-up to you. How much does this have to do with the fact, I mean, I've heard from my sources within the Republican Party, even with the Trump campaign, that they wanted President Biden to stay on the ticket, that they wanted the former president to run against former President Donald Trump. How much does this have to do with the legality of all of this versus who they ultimately want to face off with in November?
Well, obviously, they looked at the polls. They liked what they saw in the polls, especially in recent days against President Biden. And yet, what they're really trying to do is just muck up as much as possible the works for Democrats as they go forward in this unprecedented situation. Look at the convention, right? The rules of the convention are pretty simple at this point. If President Biden releases his delegates, they don't have to support Kamala Harris. The only thing they have to do under Rule 13J, which you're going to hear a lot about probably, is vote their conscience. In good conscience, they must vote to support a candidate. So if there's anyone who wants to challenge Kamala Harris, there'll be these test votes on accepting those rules, and then you'd head to the floor. But as for the Republican efforts to sue their way to keep Harris off of state ballots, that's probably just an effort, to make the Democrats look disorganized. There's also been talk of impeaching President Biden on the grounds that he is now incompetent to serve if he's incompetent to run. Again, almost certainly wouldn't happen, and yet would muck up the works. So expect to see the Republicans take as much advantage of the chaos here, even though they are concerned about the redefinition of this race. Look how fast politics moves. Kamala Harris now center stage, others perhaps circling, testing the waters, calling people up. Joe Biden, after 50 years in politics, in which he reached the highest level, is now yesterday's man. And take a moment to think of how this proud man is feeling at the end of this career.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary moment, no doubt about that. Terry Moran, please stay with us. Thank you. I want to bring in now the former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, who joins us now on the phone. Mr. Christie, this news just coming in. What is your response to some of these Republicans who are saying that they want to challenge this in court, some even calling for the president to step down immediately from office?
Well, look, I think the first thing is when you look at the legal challenges, I've looked at this across the country over a number of years. And what you find that courts will generally do is if they believe that voters would be left with no choice in a particular election, they always err on the side of giving the voters a choice and allowing the voters to make the decision. And I've seen that in statewide races. And this is essentially the decision, a decision by a court in any state about whether or not all the people of their state are going to have a choice for president of the United States. So while I will not be at all surprised to see the Republican infrastructure of the Trump campaign file these lawsuits, I'm skeptical that any of them will have any success in precluding whoever the Democratic nominee is from the ballot. Remember, too, Rachel, that no one's been nominated yet by the Democrats. It's not like the nominee has withdrawn. He's not been nominated, and he wouldn't be officially nominated until the convention votes a majority of the delegates to him. So I think that's something that will help whoever winds up replacing Joe Biden in terms of any of these state challenges.
Mr. Christie, this has been an unprecedented election cycle, to say the least. You have on one end the former president of the United States who had been indicted, who is now running as a convicted felon. On the other end of this, you have Democrats now dealing with the president of the United States withdrawing from the race. We are just about 100 days out until the November election. President Biden making it clear that he endorses his own vice president, Kamala Harris. As much as we can focus on the challenges also for Democrats, Republicans also now are going to have a new challenger that they're going to be facing off with in just about 100 days. How much of a big of a challenge is that for them as well?
Yeah, Rachel, look, it fundamentally changes the race. Now, what none of us yet know is how. But clearly it fundamentally changes the race. The focus of this race right now was going to be two things. Donald Trump's legal challenges and problems, and what does that mean potentially for a second Trump term, and Joe Biden's age and declining capability. Well, point two is now out. People in the media, people in the Republican Party will attempt to continue to make Joe Biden's declining capability an issue, but he's not the candidate anymore. And so, it fundamentally changes the race. But here's the thing. We need to know who the candidate's going to be, and then we have to see how they're going to perform. And that's what's going to happen here is a reset. Folks will get a chance to look at the new candidate, if it's Vice President Harris or whoever it is, And that person is going to have to make a very, very good first impression. Because if they make a bad first impression, this race could well be over. So people are going to be watching. It's going to make the race very different and fundamentally change it. But we don't know in what direction.
Governor Christie, thank you. I want to bring in now Senator Heidi Heitkamp. Senator Heitkamp, we were talking earlier just about how unprecedented this all is, dealing with these fast-moving developments as well for your party. Some of the challenges going forward, and let me ask you just a follow-up to what I was just talking about Governor Christie about when we talk about the debate that just happened just a matter of weeks ago, that really set off the sort of chain reaction with Democrats calling on the president to step aside. There is one more debate, and Vice President Kamala Harris does commit to that should she be the Democratic nominee or whoever is in that position. That could come at a very pivotal point in this race, too.
Yeah, absolutely. But she's a good debater, and she is a very, very sharp, intelligent woman. But, you know, when you look at moving forward, and what Chris was just saying is you don't win any points by trying to stop someone from getting ballot access. I don't care what the Heritage Society said. I saw polling when Maine and Colorado and Minnesota tried to keep President Trump from being on the ballot, former President Trump. And the independents and undecideds reacted very negatively to that. Plus, why would you turn your attention right now on Joe Biden? The competition is going to be someone else. The other point that I want to make, Rachel, is, and you'll hear more about this as time goes on, the FEC has rules. This money that the Biden campaign has raised was raised for this ticket. If Kamala Harris is not the nominee or on this ticket, that will change the dynamics of how the money can and should be spent. And so that's going to be another factor in the determination that the Democrats will have to make on who their candidate is.
A follow-up for you there. Explain that a little bit more. So this could have an impact even on how the money is spent going forward in this campaign for whoever the Democratic nominee is.
Yeah, the FEC has rules. If you raise money for a candidate and then the candidate is no longer the candidate, in this case, they raise money for a ticket, then something has to happen with that money, and it doesn't automatically translate to the next person who might be nominated. It would have to go to state parties, as I understand it. It could be spent other ways. But remember this, rates have been locked in for this candidate. By that, I mean ad rates. And so all of that gets upset if Kamala Harris is not the nominee. And so these are the things that will seep out in the next couple days in terms of making this decision. It's not just the DNC rules. You have to look at the rules of the FEC.
Not just the DNC rules, the rules of the FEC, also the Democratic Party as a whole, whether or not they're going to rally behind Vice President Kamala Harris as President Biden is endorsing him. There's so much to digest here on this very extraordinary day in American politics, a historic moment in this nation. I want to turn now to our executive editorial producer, John Santucci. John, for months now, you have had this rematch between President Biden and former President Donald Trump. All that now changing. How is the Trump campaign responding to this?
So the Trump campaign, we've already seen those initial statements, Rachel, of course, Donald Trump attacking Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We know from our sources that the Trump team has been building a book to take on Kamala Harris, attack her for some of her past statements, and do everything they can to tie her to Joe Biden. Now, look, the Trump team is going to have to very quickly, Rachel, take the money and pivot to attack Kamala Harris. I can tell you from my sources, MAGA Inc., that's Make America Great Again Inc., that is a super PAC aligned with Donald Trump. They've already taken, Rachel, a $5 million ad buy for next week, and they are now turning that on Kamala Harris, an ad that they have already put across social media. And that buy, Rachel, going to target states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. Now, one source high up in the super PAC told me that they're not only going to take that buy, they're going to keep expanding it to other states and telling me, quote, there's going to be tremendous chaos within the Democratic Party, and our job now is to seize on that. The source goes on to tell me, Rachel, that the whole goal of their efforts is going to say that Kamala Harris was in on the cover-up of Joe Biden's health and start attacking her and her record, adding that our job now is to start prosecuting the case against her, Rachel.
notable because she obviously is a former prosecutor, something that Senator Heidi Heitkamp says she'll definitely use if she ends up facing off against former President Donald Trump on the debate stage, should she actually become the Democratic nominee. John Santucci, stay with us. Thank you, John Santucci, with that reaction just coming in from the Trump campaign and how they're already preparing for the possibility that it could be Vice President Kamala Harris that former President Donald Trump faces off against in November. I want to bring now in our ABC White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks. Mary Alice, you have been keeping your ear to the ground, talking to sources within the Democratic Party, but also hearing from delegates who have a lot of questions about how this plays out going forward.
Yeah, Rachel, I just got off the phone with one Democratic state party chair who told me that he was not given a heads up to this news, which is obviously a big deal considering the fact everything we've been talking about for the last hour. But interesting, he did say that he was given a call from the Biden universe the minute after the news broke. The Biden team wanting to make sure that he was aware of the news, but also that he was checking in with the delegates from his state. Obviously, the conversation, the mechanics of this nomination turned to those delegates like we've been talking about. This state party chair said that in the conversation he's been having with his delegates from his state, I should say it's a large Democratic state, so far, all the Biden delegates telling me that they will cede to these marching orders from the president, that they will back Harris. That is their intention. Like we've been talking about on the air, like you've been talking about with all of your guests, this is a fluid situation. Anything could happen. If all of a sudden we get another name from a governor, a popular member of the Senate, actually challenging Harris, we will have to, of course, go back to these delegates. But in our initial reporting, I can tell you that so far we're hearing these Biden delegates saying that it is in their best interest to stick with the president, or to stick with Harris, because that's the president asked them to do. I also talked to one longtime DNC leader who told me that when it comes to vetting, he really believes the party has to stick with Harris because she is the only one that has truly been vetted. You know, I asked about governors, senators, and people that are high-profile figures. Surely they have been vetted. But he insisted to me it's just not the same, that a vice president who has been on a national ticket has been vetted across the board, and that right now the Democratic Party just cannot risk a mistake here, and that even a governor, this one DNC leader sort of opined to me, even a governor could, in theory, have some skeleton in the closet that he said the party just should not take that kind of risk. One interesting thing, though, will be not only, of course, who she picks as a running mate once she announces her candidacy, but this question of superdelegates. I mean, this is getting in the weeds, but we don't know exactly if superdelegates, those elected party officials, will be able to vote on the first ballot or not. They have not formalized the rules around that virtual roll call, around any roll call. We know that those rules were set to be put in place this week. So at this stage, Rachel, we are going to be tracking every meeting that the convention staff has, that the DNC party staff has, as they have to rewrite these rules or vote on these rules with such a different sense of urgency, with such a different political landscape, Rachel.
Yeah, Mary Allison, I know you personally will be tracking that for us as well. I want to go back to our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. Jonathan, I've been thinking about some of the conversations that I was having on Capitol Hill with many senators, and there were some senators who didn't want to come out publicly and call on the president to step aside until there was sort of this plan in place on who potentially would step up and become the Democratic nominee. We've been following these movements in real time, this breaking news, the president announcing he's going to step aside. Then we saw that post on social media, the president then endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. And then it was sort of this silence from some of these statements where they were commending President Biden, but not necessarily jumping to the defense or endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris for the job. Has that changed in the span of the last few minutes?
It's starting to change, Rachel. We're starting to see statements from some key senators that are not only commending Joe Biden for taking the decision, the sacrificing his campaign to get out of a race that they believed he was going to lose, but also endorsing Kamala Harris. Let me just mention a few key ones. Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic senator from the ever so important state of Wisconsin, put out just blanket endorsement today. I'm proud to endorse Vice President Kamala Harris for President of the United States. And then we have the two senators from Virginia, another key state Democrats must hold if they're going to win in November. Tim Kaine, of course, who had been Hillary Clinton's running mate, saying in his statement, I'm looking forward to working with my friend Kamala Harris and a great ticket mate to keep Virginia blue. And the senior senator from the state of Virginia, Mark Warner, putting out his statement, again, praising Joe Biden, saying the nation owes Joe Biden a debt of gratitude. But when he's done with all that, he ends his statement by saying, I believe Vice President Harris has the experience, energy, and resolve to lead our nation. This November, we must defeat Donald Trump and his backwards agenda. Now, in his statement, Warner says that the decision is ultimately up to the DNC delegates, which is just a fact. But all three of those very key senators saying it's Kamala Harris. And I'll add a fourth, since you asked, Elizabeth Warren, of course, who ran herself against Joe Biden in 2020, saying that Vice President Harris is the person who was chosen by the voters to succeed Joe Biden if needed. She can unite our party, take on Donald Trump, and win in November. So you still have some notable individuals, leaders in the party, potential national figures who have not endorsed Kamala Harris or even mentioned her in their statements. But now you are starting to see a bit of a coalescing around the idea that Kamala Harris should be the one on top of the ticket now that Biden is out.
John, you were the very first one to report and break the news that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had urged President Biden to step aside. How critical will it be for these Democrats to hear from party leaders, as serious voices in this party, like the Clintons, like Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Jim Clyburn, even Nancy Pelosi?
Well, I think it's incredibly important. These are the leaders of the party, and I believe what you will see from them is an idea that this process, which is obviously has to be expedited, needs to be orderly. There still is a view among some of those leaders you just mentioned that it's actually best for Kamala Harris, if she is to be ultimately the nominee, or for whoever it is, to have some kind of a process and it not be seen simply as a coronation, a hand and you're the one, Kamala Harris, to have some kind of a process. I will be surprised if there is a serious challenge mounted to Kamala Harris, but they have to go through this. The delegates ultimately have to vote. As we talked about earlier, Rachel, Kamala Harris doesn't have a single delegate right now. I mean, those were Biden delegates. It was Joe Biden that ran in the primaries. It was Joe Biden that got 14 million votes in the Democratic primary. Now, the point that Elizabeth Warren mentioned in her statement is Kamala Harris obviously was chosen by the delegates in 2020, and she won and was elected vice president in November of 2020, voters saying, we're voting for Biden at the top, and we're voting for Kamala Harris to replace Biden if anything should happen to him as president. That's different than, this process, which is, picking your candidate for the next 4 years, but it's an indication of the strength that she has demonstrated in a national campaign, which none of the other potential candidates we've been talking about have.
John, thank you. Important points that you're making, that she does not have a single delegate. There's still so many questions and still a lot to play out in this process. And I want to take this now back to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, we were just talking to John about the importance of Democratic leaders weighing in. You reported just moments ago about the Clintons weighing in. Now you're getting word from the Obamas as well.
We are, Rachel, and this is a very lengthy statement from the office of Barack and Michelle Obama. I'm going to bear with me as I read through this in real time here. He praises his former vice president, saying Joe Biden has been one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me. Today, we've been reminded again that he's a patriot of the highest order. That lines up, of course, with so much of the praise that we have heard for Joe Biden and so much of the pressure that was put on him to step aside for the good of the country. The Obamas go on to mention that what they admire most about Joe Biden is his deep empathy and hard-earned resilience, his fundamental decency and belief that everyone counts. They tick through some of his many accomplishments while Biden has been in office during his first term. And they say more than that, President Biden pointed us away from the 4 years of chaos, falsehood, and division that had characterized Donald Trump's administration. Through his policies and his example, Joe has reminded us of who we are at our best, a country committed to old-fashioned values like trust and honesty, kindness and hard work, a country that believes in democracy, rule of law, and accountability. They praise his track record and everything that he has fought for throughout his life. He also says that he knows Joe Biden has never backed down from a fight, and for him to look at the political landscape and decide that he should pass the torch to a new nominee is surely one of the toughest in his life. The Obama saying, but I know he wouldn't make this decision unless he believed it was right for America. It's a testament to Joe Biden's love of country and a historic example of a genuine public servant, once again putting the interests of the American people ahead of his own, that future generations of leaders will do well to follow. Looking ahead, the Obamas mentioned we will be navigating uncharted waters in the days ahead, but I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges. I believe that Joe Biden's vision of a generous, prosperous, and united America that provides opportunity for everyone will be on full display at the Democratic Convention in August, and I expect that every single one of us are prepared to carry that message of hope and progress forward into November and beyond. The former president ending by saying, for now, Michelle and I just want to express our love and gratitude to Joe and Jill for leading us so ably during these perilous times. What you will notice most about that statement is what Barack Obama does not mention, which is Kamala Harris. For now, that was a very lengthy statement all about Joe Biden and looking ahead to the uncharted waters, as they said, that are now in front of this entire country. But the Obama not willing just now to name any names. For now, taking the moment to simply reflect on the tremendous political legacy of President Joe Biden.
And Mary Bruce reporting on that reaction in real time from former President of the United States, Barack Obama. Mary, thank you. I want to go now to our White House correspondent, Selena Wang, our senior White House correspondent, who is in Delaware traveling with the president. Selena, you are learning more just about how quickly the president made this decision.
Yeah, I mean, this was so closely held that I'm told that his senior staff and his senior campaign team did not know about his decision until a minute before that letter went out. They found out at about 1:45 p.m. today, and Biden's letter came out at 1:46 p.m. today. And this source, who is part of the administration, senior administration, tells me that the message last night from the president was that things were still full steam ahead. And that's what I was hearing when I was talking to aides and campaign staff last night. They were still digging their heels in. They were still defiant. They told me that the president was upset and angry over some of his closest allies turning against him. Their message to me was that they still believed there was a path forward, though they did couch that by saying the president was listening to more of those folks who were saying that it was time to step down and pass the torch. But I do want to mention that there is now this chaos, which is the split now about where to go next, right? We've been talking about Vice President Harris, that critical endorsement from President Biden, but I've been getting a lot of messages just in the last few moments that we've been on air from donors and delegates who are clearly divided on the best way forward. What is clear is that all the folks I've been talking to are relieved that President Biden has made this decision. Some of them are very excited that he is backing Harris. They believe that this will eliminate the dogfight leading up to the convention and will keep the party unified as they try to defeat Donald Trump. But others are telling me that they want to see some sort of mini primary. They don't want to see a coronation of Vice President Harris, and they want there to be other options. One donor who is very well connected telling me that every single donor that he's been talking to just in the last hour agrees with him on that point. So we're going to continue to see this play out. And just in the moment right before you came to me on air, I did get a message from Senator Klobuchar's office and from her herself. She's saying she is backing Vice President Harris, saying, quote, I worked with her in the Senate for years and we became closer friends even when we ran against each other. So we will all be tracking how all of this continues to play out among lawmakers.
Selena weighing with that reaction just coming in as well. If you are joining us now, we're on the air because there is breaking news. President Biden has officially dropped out of the 2024 race. He did so by posting on social media. You heard there from our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, talking about just how quickly the president of the United States made this decision. It caught many of his aides, some of his close advisors, many Democrats on Capitol Hill off guard. We've been walking through the latest developments of the president now exiting this race, just about 100 days to go until the November election. We also know at this hour that President Biden has now endorsed his own Vice President, Kamala Harris. We have yet to hear from the Vice President herself. John Carl has been making the point on our air that she doesn't even have a single delegate yet. There are so many questions about just how this process is going to play out. But we have heard from a number of Democratic senators who are throwing their weight behind Vice President Kamala Harris. As we know, we are just a few weeks out from the Democratic National Convention, and the election is coming very close. I want to turn now to a historian, Mark Updegrove, who joins us now. Mark, I want to talk to you just about the historical significance, the weight of this moment. We were already heading into this pivotal election year where you had this rematch between President Biden and former President Donald Trump. But now, with just over 100 days to go until the election, President Biden making this decision to exit the race.
Yeah, another reflection of the unprecedented events that we see rolling out this year, Rachel. And I think it reminds me of 1968, the last time we had an incumbent president who was eligible for re-election opt not to seek or accept his party's nomination. That was Lyndon Johnson in 1968. But there are so many other parallels there as well. Political violence. That year we saw the assassinations of Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy. We've seen, of course, this year the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. We saw divisions and discord and volatility in 1968. We're seeing that again this year, but truly another reflection of the unprecedented times in which we live, Rachel.
Mark, I want to ask you how history is going to look back on this debate. There was so much to be said about this debate happening so early in a presidential election cycle. Just as Americans were sort of kicking off their summers, they were tuning into this debate. Then this is when you had President Biden. He really struggled to answer critical questions, even on issues that were at the core, at the center of his campaign, including abortion rights. And then after that, we started to hear from the panic from Democrats almost immediately as the president got off of that debate stage. How will history look back on that moment in history as a turning point in American politics?
Well, I think you said it, Rachel. It was the turning point for Joe Biden. It was determinative. As much as he wouldn't want it to be, that is how voters looked at Joe Biden. And there were many questions before that debate about his acuity, about the old age affecting his performance as president. And really that debate performance reinforced it. But I think Joe Biden made the right decision for history, for his country, for his legacy. He has talked many times about the central cause of his presidency being the preservation and the strengthening of democracy. We saw that in his statement earlier today. The last of the accomplishments that he enumerated in his statement was, we've protected and preserved our democracy. That will be how we remember Joe Biden, partly because he staved off the challenge by President Trump in 2020. He jeopardized that pillar of his legacy by continuing to be in the race, Rachel. So in giving this off to another candidate, there's a better chance of a democracy in the eyes of Joe Biden being preserved and strengthened with another candidate going forward.
Mark, one more question I want to ask you, because when I talk to those who are close to the president, one word they mention is legacy. And so much of the push from Democrats on Capitol Hill to get him to step aside in this moment at this time was to preserve his legacy. Obviously, not just his time serving as president of the United States in the White House. President Biden also spent 36 years in the Senate. He obviously was also former President Barack Obama's vice president. I think there are two sides to this coin, of course, because now you have the president stepping aside. That does allow him to pass the torch in this way, but this is also happening so close to the election. What will the impact of this decision at this time be on his legacy?
It's so hard to say, but I think that history will reflect that Joe Biden has done the right thing for his country and for his party. He got into this race after Charlottesville, after I think President Trump refused to condemn the actions of those who were clearly racist and anti-Semitic. And he wanted to ensure that our democracy was preserved. He's done an admirable job of doing this, returning us to democratic norms and traditions, reviving NATO around the liberation of Ukraine from Russian invasion. Those are extraordinarily important aspects of Joe Biden's legacy. But again, Rachel, he would put that in jeopardy if he were to remain in the race, given the poll numbers right now and how voters and members of his party are seeing Joe Biden in this moment. The candidate he was is not the candidate he is in this moment. So I think history will reflect the fact that Joe Biden stepped in, staved off a challenge from Donald Trump in 2020, preserved us to democratic norms, but now the torch is being passed to someone else who's in a better chance, a better position, rather, to stave off another threat from Donald Trump to our democracy, Rachel.
Historian Mark Updegrove, thank you so much for your analysis and your time. I want to turn now to our senior national correspondent, Terry Moran, because, Terry, there's already this shadow campaign that has started for who could possibly be Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate.
Absolutely. And President Obama, the most popular Democrat of this century, just invited people to join it by ostentatiously not offering his and Michelle Obama's endorsement for Kamala Harris. He basically says that the game is on. Now, no Democrat wants to do anything that would contribute to the Democrats losing. Winning is everything in this election, and so any Democrat who wants a future in the party, as all these potential rivals do, don't want to be a spoiler. Nevertheless, Kamala Harris has, some potential weaknesses. She is the best known of all of them, having already run on a national ticket and having a national profile, but that can run against people too. And it may with her. The polls show she's slightly more favorably viewed by the public than the president, but she also has higher negatives than the others. They're less well known. And every move that she makes now is going to be watched. And if the polls come in as they will, showing either a tight race, or if they come in with her not performing as well as people might hope, that plus Obama's essential encouragement there could start a process that would lead to people stepping forward. I think it's very difficult. As I say, it's very difficult for any Democrat to do something that would lead to a defeat for the party. The game is on. And one thing about Joe Biden, the reporting from Selena Wang and Mary Bruce, that it was really just hours ago that President Biden decided to make the decision not to run for re-election. This is something, obviously, that would have taken a great deal of soul-searching. Unlike some other politicians who sort of parade their faith, Biden does not. And he said in the debate that the Lord God himself would have to come down and tell him not to run. And being a man of prayer, as I'm sure he would have prayed on this, it seems like that a decision of conscience is what brought him to this point. But now the game may well be on. Who's going to step forward? It depends, as you say, on that the shadow race that is happening now behind the scene, and everything depends on how Kamala Harris, as a presidential candidate, once again gets introduced to the public and what the public thinks about her.
Yeah, Terry, the president told our ABC's George Stephanopoulos that it would have to be the Lord Almighty to convince him, and then he was almost in disbelief. He somewhat said that he didn't believe that the Democratic leaders would come to him and ask him to step aside. Per our reporting, including that by our ABC's John Carl, that obviously changed, and the number right before the president stepped aside and dropped out of this race was 40 Democrats. Terry, thank you. I want to go now to our political director and our Washington bureau chief, Rick Klein. Rick, in the president's statement today, he makes this note that he's going to withdraw from the race. He says it's the best thing to do for the party and the country. He also said that he plans to address the nation later this week. Do we know any more about what that address will look like, what he will say? And also, have we even heard yet from Vice President Kamala Harris, the person he's endorsing?
We have not heard from Vice President Harris, and we haven't heard from President Biden about anything else he plans to say. And the silence is deafening when you think about how little we've heard from Biden at all since last Wednesday. When he was diagnosed with COVID on Wednesday night, he landed after coming back from a campaign trip in Las Vegas. We remember him walking down those steps, talking briefly to cameras. That's the last thing we've seen of any public statement of any sort from President Biden. He's been in Rehoboth at his beach house, recovering from COVID, obviously consuming the news, not talking to many people either. I've talked to a lot of associates who say they had no contact. It was really very close family members and a few aides that had any contact with him at all, even as he did the business of being president. And he only told his closest aides and advisors about this just literally a minute or so before the public statement was sent out. And obviously this caught them all so off guard that they had made no plans for this additional public address. It's not clear when, where, how it will happen. I'm told it won't be today because the letter says it will be later in the week. And as for Vice President Harris, nothing from her either at this stage. I think to divine a little bit of the strategy behind this, the thing that both President Biden and Vice President Harris are trying to do is to try to make this as organic as possible. They don't want this to seem like this is ordained from on high in the Democratic Party, even though functionally they are trying to get it there with the statement from President Biden and from the Clintons and many others supporting Harris. They want this to be a choice that the delegates come to. They believe that she is the right choice, but at least gives the option or the appearance of an openness to a process that they don't want to actually happen because they don't want a mess. And again, we've seen nothing from any major candidates or potential candidates saying that they would challenge Harris or seek the presidency themselves, but neither are they. We're talking about some governors, senators, even members of the cabinet that are widely rumored to be considering something if it's a spot on the ticket. None of them are coming out and supporting Harris either. So there's some really interesting, very careful statements that are being sent out, and often what's not being said is more important.
Yeah, absolutely, Rick. Very measured statements coming. We'll know you continue to track the statements coming in from Democratic leaders. And I want to turn to one of those Democratic leaders now, Congressman Joaquin Castro of Texas. Congressman, I want to ask you about this reaction that's coming in. We are seeing President Biden step out of this race. He has endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to become the next possible Democratic nominee. Do you believe that she is the best person fit to be the nominee in November?
I do, and I think she can beat Donald Trump in November. And I think you're going to see Democrats rally around her in the coming weeks ahead of the convention. And first, I want to say that Joe Biden has been a truly transformational president, and he can be so proud of the work that he did for 3.5 years, what will be 4 years of his term, on behalf of the American people. This country, it was on the brink of economic collapse. Hundreds of thousands of people had died of a pandemic, a once-in-a-century pandemic. He rescued the country from both of those things. He fought on climate change, for women's rights, appointed the first black woman to the Supreme Court. This president will be recorded as one of the most consequential presidents in American history.
Congressman, we are hearing you saying that you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is the best person to be on the ticket in November. Do you get the sense that there will be some division within the Democratic Party on this?
Well, this is a Democratic Party that is a party. This is not a cult. This is not the Republican Party that is all about MAGA and Donald Trump. And so, of course, there's discussion and debate. But I think at the end of the day, and the conversations that I've had with both colleagues and with people in San Antonio who have called to talk about what happens next, both people who are elected officials and then just everyday people living in the neighborhoods in Texas have expressed confidence in the vice president. And I think that's what you're going to see leading up to the convention.
Do you believe that this was the best decision for the president to make? And there are some that may raise in the party that these conversations should have been playing out a year ago. I mean, look at the fact that we are just about over 100 days until the election. Now you have all these questions about the delegates, how the convention's going to play out, if Vice President Harris will actually be, in fact, on the ticket, who her running mate will be. That's a lot to figure out for your party in such a short amount of time. Should these conversations have happened sooner?
Well, look, I mean, we can't go back and rewrite history and change how things went down and everything. The only thing that we can do is make sure that we have the strongest campaign going forward. And I believe that Vice President Harris is the person to lead it.
I think that she'll work to choose a great vice president. There are a lot of great choices out there. And then we're going to do what we've been doing for years, which is to go knock on every door we can, contribute if we can, make every phone call we can, talk to family and friends and spread the word and get them out to vote. And that's how we're going to win in November. And we're running against a guy who is a convicted felon, who lost a civil case because he sexually assaulted a woman, who is the worst demagogue and most divisive person we've seen on a presidential stage in generations. And so as between those two people, I think most Americans will agree that Kamala Harris is the better candidate.
You certainly have a number of Democrats that are sort of breathing this sigh of relief. They wanted to see President Biden step aside, even those that publicly were not saying it yet. What are you most concerned about in the weeks to come, Congressman?
I just want to make sure that as Democrats, we can now get unified and we can make sure that the person that we're focusing on our campaign, but also that we're focused on beating Donald Trump. And, you know, I think that most Americans in the end in November will agree with us.
Congressman Castro, we so appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us as we are following these breaking developments. Thank you so much, Congressman. It is now just after 4 p.m. here in the East. We are on the air now because President Biden has decided to exit this race. He has decided to drop out of the race for president. Sources tell us that this was a decision that the president made very quickly, posting it on social media. I want to get right to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, has been tracking the reaction coming in. Mary, what more are you learning at this hour?
We are now finally hearing, Rachel, from Vice President Kamala Harris. And I want to make sure that we get to this entire statement, but I'm going to read to you first the most important part here, which may be that she says, I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. She is very clearly in this race. As we have seen, the president, shortly after he announced that he was exiting this race, President Biden coming out and backing Kamala Harris. We have seen others within the party falling in line behind him. There has been, this delicate balance, as John Carl and others have been saying. They want to come out and make clear that the party has a plan, but they also don't want to make it look and appear to voters that this is somehow a coronation at all, because obviously this is up to the delegates. Now back to this statement. Kamala Harris saying, on behalf of the American people, I thank Joe Biden for his extraordinary leadership as president of the United States and for his decades of service to our country. His remarkable legacy of accomplishment is unmatched in modern American history, surpassing the legacy of many presidents who have served 2 terms in office. She goes on to say that it is a profound honor to serve as his vice president, saying she is deeply grateful to him, to Dr. Biden, and to the entire Biden family. She mentions, of course, how she was friends with Beau Biden, the president's late son. That is actually how she got to know Joe Biden, was through his son. She speaks about Joe Biden as the kind of father and the kind of man that he was. She speaks about the qualities that Beau revered in him, his honesty, his integrity, his big heart, and his commitment to his faith and his family. And she describes what the president is doing here. She says, with this selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the American people and our country above everything else. From there, she goes on to announce her intention to earn and win this nomination. She adds to that, saying, over the past year, I have traveled across the country talking with Americans about the clear choice in this momentous election. She says, and that is what I will continue to do in the days and weeks ahead. I will do everything, she says, in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump. She adds, we have 107 days until Election Day. Together we will fight, and together we will win. A very clear message from Kamala Harris that she is in this race and in it to win, Rachel.
Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, tracking the very first reaction from Vice President Kamala Harris. For those who are just joining us now, we are on the air because President Biden has decided to exit the race. There was this period of time where we were hearing from the president saying that he would step aside, and that we also heard from him saying that he was going to endorse his own Vice President Kamala Harris, but we had yet to hear from her. What Mary Bruce just reported there was the very first reaction from the Vice President of the United States, making her intentions absolutely clear that she is in this race, that she plans to run. We heard from our ABC Terry Moran about some of the shadow campaigning that's already happening when it comes to who will possibly be her running mate. I want to bring in now our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. Jonathan, your reaction to this news, Vice President Kamala Harris, no surprise here. She's making it very clear that she wants to be in this race.
And she was deliberate. She was deliberate about this. She took a beat, wrote that statement, which is, of course, not only reacting to the political earthquake of Joe Biden saying he's not running, but making it very clear, declaring she is running for president. It's probably the quickest declaration of a candidacy for president we've ever seen, but she is running. She has to erase all doubt about that. She has now significant endorsements of President Biden, former President Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, a number, small number, but a number of very key Democratic senators. And making it clear she expects that there will be a process. I mean, the delegates have to vote. Whether anybody stands up to run against her, that remains to be seen. But Kamala Harris is as close to being the presumptive Democratic nominee as you can be without actually having a single actual delegate in your column.
And John, let me ask you to that point, how likely is it that we will see someone try to challenge her for the Democratic nomination, given the tight period of time that we have until the actual election?
I think that some of the big names that we have been discussing, emerging national leaders in the party who would have been likely if this had happened a year ago to take on a full primary challenge against Kamala Harris are less likely, unlikely to make that move because they see that she's the prohibitive favorite. You know, people like Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan or Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Andy Beshear of Kentucky. As we noted, they all put out statements thanking Joe Biden for making the decision he did, paying tribute to him, and not mentioning Kamala Harris. But for any one of them to take a step forward right now to run against Kamala Harris would be a very big move. It would be entering in as a real underdog and risking alienating the person that within a couple of weeks' time may well be and is likely to be the Democratic nominee. So I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody gets in, but I don't think that the major contenders that we had been thinking about, for a long time and looking at the possibility that Biden would get out, we'll get into this. I think this is really Harris's nomination to lose and unlikely to face any significant opposition.
John, thank you. I want to bring in now our White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks. Mary Alice, you've been doing a lot of reporting on the convention and also the virtual roll call. And there was so much back and forth in the days prior to the president dropping out of this race, where you had some Democrats that really wanted to push this back. They wanted to delay it. You had others that wanted to move forward with it. Bring us up to speed on where this stands now.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Rachel. Instead of a traditional plan where delegates all gathered together in a convention hall would go state by state in person and announce that their delegates were voting as was made clear from their primary results. That traditional roll call we can all picture, sort of that celebratory moment where delegates are all together. Democrats had planned and still today are planning, as far as we know, on a virtual roll call where basically ahead of the convention, the delegates would take this out of the way. They would formally nominate Biden through basically a big Zoom call where the state sort of party chairs and the delegates would cast their delegates and cast their votes so that the convention was just a rubber stamp, just a formality. This was controversial, to say the least. It was a plan put in place because of an original concern around a ballot access deadline in Ohio. People in Ohio said that was sort of overblown, that it had been fixed, but nonetheless, we know the party was going forward with this plan to basically get the nomination done before the convention. And then in the last few weeks, when we had so much concern in the Democratic Party, especially on Capitol Hill, so many members of Congress that were really hoping for what we saw today. They were hoping that the president would step aside and step out of this race. They began to really push back on this plan and definitely wanted to make sure that the virtual roll call would not happen any sooner than right before the convention. And so you're right, we saw these letters circulated on Capitol Hill where Democrats said to the party, you cannot move this up. We believe we still can push the president out of this race, essentially. And they did not want delegates casting any votes until the last possible moment. They wanted to see if, frankly, the president would come around to this decision that he made today. And what we know right now is that nothing is set in stone. I've been asking staff members at the party, at the convention, at multiple levels of the party, what the process will be going forward. And what I'm told is that, frankly, it is all still up in the air. We know that the Rules Committee with the party is set to meet this week to finalize the plan, and that most likely they will still hold this virtual roll call. At least that has been the assumption that all these staff members are working under. It will fall the first week of August in the days right up to the sort of in-person convention there in Chicago. But if there is a challenge to the vice president, if all of a sudden we do start to see a real primary, Rachel, I could see more pressure put on the DNC to scrap these plans altogether, to let this play out in person, again, to have more time for the party to debate any possible primary, to vet any possible options, to have delegates consider a real contested primary here. Because like you've been talking about with Mary Bruce and with John Carl, there are members in the party who do think it'll be a mistake if it looks like a coronation. There's so many, especially in the progressive wing of the party, that have deep skepticism of the DNC, of the Democratic Party, of people they think have too long sort of kept voters from being a part of the process. And so if it looks like there isn't any process now, will that actually hurt in unifying the party? But so far, we know that they are still planning on that virtual roll call, but we are tracking all of it, Rachel.
Mary Alice Sparks, we know that you'll continue to stay on top of it because there are just so many questions here, from the convention to what this means for the Democratic race for president. It has been whiplash for everyone, not only within the party, but also across the country. As Americans are turning on their televisions now, they're reading this news that President Biden has stepped aside in this race. I want to bring back in the former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie. Mr. Christie, I want to ask you about just how chaotic all of this could play out in the weeks and the days to come, especially as now you have the Trump campaign bracing to face off against possibly the vice president.
You know, Rachel, interestingly, I don't think it's going to be that chaotic at all. There are such practical concerns for the people who might be thinking about challenging the vice president. None of them have a national campaign organized. None of them have even one state director in any one of the 50 states. None of them have a national fundraising operation. None of them are going to be able to, in these 107 days left, really going to be able to use the financial might that they might have had if they had a year leading up to this. Kamala Harris, I think, will be able to inherit, by the law, the way I see it from the FEC, I think she'll be able to inherit the money that's in the Biden-Harris campaign right now. She's got an entire campaign structure that her team has been a part of already. Everyone else is going to have to be looking at this and saying, can I really get this nomination from the sitting vice president endorsed by the sitting president in the span of essentially 20 days? And if I do, I might be the dog who caught the garbage truck, because then with something like 80-some days to go, I have to mount a national campaign against Donald Trump. So I think most of the people who would be serious candidates, I think, quite frankly, they're going to look at this and say, I hope she picks me for number 2 and move on from there. There's too many practical problems to this that part are political, part are organizational, part are financial. So I don't think there's going to be any challenge to Kamala Harris. I think what we're going to spend most of our time speculating about, Rachel, is who she's going to pick to be her running mate.
Okay. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, thank you. I want to bring in now Congressman Richie Torres. Congressman Torres, you were on the air. We've been talking to you also on Capitol Hill. We've all been following these developments and these growing calls for the president to step aside. I remember talking to you on Capitol Hill in the days after the debate, and you said that essentially the president is the only one that can make this decision. And until then, you're faced with the scenario that many Democrats do not want to be in, with having the president stay and remain on the ticket. Right now, in this moment, hearing that the president has officially exited this race, do you feel relieved?
Well, look, I am deeply grateful to President Biden. I mean, he made a selfless decision to step aside for a new generation of leadership, particularly Vice President Kamala Harris. The president's decision for me is an act of Washingtonian statesmanship.
And President Biden leaves behind a legacy that's so transformative that he's on a par with FDR and LBJ. You know, he has set our country on a trajectory to transition to a clean energy economy and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40%. He's made the largest investments in infrastructure in more than a half a century. He's had the most productively bipartisan presidency in recent memory in areas ranging from gun safety and veteran health care. So President Biden is leaving behind a historic legacy that should be cause for pride and celebration.
Do you expect that Democrats on Capitol Hill will rally around Vice President Kamala Harris? One thing, as we've been reading through these statements, we have noticed there are definitely many members of Congress that are mentioning Vice President Kamala Harris and rallying around her, but there are certainly many notable names that are not mentioning her at all.
Look, I do expect that the Democratic Party will coalesce around Vice President Kamala Harris. You know, Vice President Kamala Harris has the support of President Joe Biden. She has the support of the Congressional Black Caucus. As far as I'm concerned, it's in the interest of continuity, stability, and unity for the Democratic Party to clearly coalesce around Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. We should unify around Vice President Harris so that we can finally shift the focus where it belongs on the critical mission of defeating Donald Trump.
And are you expecting the convention to play out, this process to be messy? Are you expecting others to challenge her? And let me ask you directly, Congressman, you're a leader in the Democratic Party. If she is the Democratic nominee, who would you want to see serve as her running mate?
Well, I will leave it to future Democratic nominee Kamala Harris to decide whom her running mate should be. I'm not going to prejudge the outcome, but there's no doubt in my mind that the Democratic Party will coalesce around Vice President Harris. She is well positioned to defeat Donald Trump. There is no issue on which Donald Trump is more vulnerable than abortion, because he gave us a Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade. And the elected official who's been the most powerful voice for reproductive freedom is Vice President Kamala Harris.
One last question to you, Congressman, because there will be many who say, why didn't the Democratic Party look at this sooner? If there were concerns about President Biden's age, about his mental fitness, why not have this conversation a year out, 18 months out? Why are we having this conversation now with just about 100 days to go, right after the heels of that very first debate? Should this conversation have happened sooner within your party?
Well, to be clear, most of us had no concerns about President Biden as a president. I mean, he's had one of the most transformative and productive presidencies in recent history. Ultimately, the decision about who should be the Democratic nominee belonged to President Biden. He had the votes of the people, and he chose out of his own volition to step aside for a new generation of leadership. And I not only respect, but I honor that decision. It is honorable when elected officials are passing the torch to a new generation.
Congressman Richie Torres of New York, thank you so much for joining us with your reaction and also the news that you are supporting Vice President Kamala Harris. I'll see you back up there on Capitol Hill. I want to turn now and bring in Senator Heidi Heitkamp once again. And Senator Heitkamp, I want to ask you, because the vice president's job in an administration is very reflective. It is the president, it's his administration. He is the one that is leading the charge on the issues. The vice president is simply there to reflect the president, to echo him, sort of getting out there and talking to the American people. Now all of that is going to change. How much of a challenge is that going to be for Harris?
I don't think it's going to be much of a challenge at all. I think her challenge is picking from so many exceptional candidates. One name that I haven't heard so far, and maybe I missed it, is Senator Mark Kelly, who I think puts Arizona in play. They have a weak Senate candidate in Arizona. Maybe Arizona comes back to a possibility of winning. I mean, I think this is exciting, and I think it's going to excite the Democratic base. Chris Christie's absolutely right. It's incredibly difficult to step in a presidential race at this point, and I think all the attention will go on that VP. But I also want to make this point, because everybody's kind of forgetting about President Biden. He loves campaigning. working. He loves helping people out. He is going to be traveling and probably keeping an incredibly aggressive campaign schedule. And he's going to be, embraced by the Democratic base as a hero, as somebody that we're so extraordinarily proud of. And so you're getting really three campaigners with this change. And so it's exciting times. And I think Chicago's going to be exciting. I think it's a way to get the message out. There could not be a bigger contrast when you think about Kamala Harris, if she's the eventual nominee, standing next to Donald Trump, who represents the future of this country. And campaigns for the presidency are about the future and not the past.
Well, Senator Heitkamp, let me also ask you, because the president said in his statement, he made it clear that he's going to be coming before the nation in a couple of days and making an address. What do you want to hear from President Biden now that he has exited the race? How critical and crucial will those words be from the president as he endorses his own vice president for the Democratic ticket?
I expect you're going to see a very statesman-like Joe Biden, somebody who's going to reflect on the work that he did, brag a little bit, and that's his right, but also talk about the challenges of the future and why he felt it was essential to stay in that fight and why he changed his mind and decided that it was time to pass the torch. But I think he's going to outline, particularly on foreign affairs, the very dire situation we are in this country and a movement, whether it is, think about Vance and opposing funding for Ukraine. He's going to talk, I think, a lot about foreign policy. It is his lane, and it's going to be very statesman-like, very almost Churchill-like, I think. And he's capable of delivering that kind of speech, and I look forward to hearing from him.
Senator Heitkamp, thank you. And if you were just joining us now, it has been an extraordinary moment in American history. The President of the United States, Joe Biden, has officially stepped aside. He is dropping out of the race for president. All of this comes with just about 100 days to go until the November election. It's hard to even put into words the level of unprecedented moments that we have had just in the last few weeks, from an attempted assassination on the former president of the United States to these growing calls for President Biden to step aside. I want to turn now and bring in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang. Selena, you have been working the phones, you've been making calls, and you're learning more about just how quickly this decision came from the president, also catching some of his aides and advisors off guard.
Yeah, it is absolutely remarkable how all of this played out. I'm told that senior campaign staff and aides did not find out about the president's decision until 1 minute before it went out public. I'm also told by several sources that a top Biden advisor held a call with all of the staff this afternoon and told them that they were not wrong to believe that President Biden was in this race. The message from the president as early as last night to his staff was that he is staying in. It is full speed ahead. She said that this is a decision that the president himself only came to very, very late before the actual announcement went public. She also told the staff that now they need to put their head down, they need to stay focused, and she said they need to protect Vice President Harris. And that is where all eyes are going to be in the coming days. I am told by a senior administration official that President Biden is expected to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu this coming week, and that Vice President Harris is as well. Every move that the vice president makes, her influence on the global stage as well, any campaign stop she makes, that's where the microscope is really going to be under. And another key point as all of this is playing out, since we last spoke, Rachel, there's been a pretty significant development when it comes to the donor class. So a donor I had spoken to earlier said that so many of them were in disagreement about the best way to move forward, that a lot of them did not want to see a coronation of Vice President Harris. They wanted to see some sort of mini primary play out in a very expedited fashion. Well, now since then, you've had powerful senators and Congress people. You've also had the Congressional Black Caucus. You have had major names, including the Clintons, come out and say they are all backing Vice President Harris. Since those developments, I'm told that donors are now quickly coalescing around Vice President Harris. And we're also learning that more donors are asking about how they can pitch in, how they can give more to Vice President Harris. So you are seeing a big shift just in the last several minutes and in the last hour.
Selena, I want to ask you, because President Biden has made it clear that he wanted to have that second debate with former President Donald Trump. It's an ABC News debate that was supposed to take place just weeks before the election, coming at a very critical time. What do we know about Vice President Kamala Harris? We know that when she had that phone call with Senator J.D. Vance, they both talked about facing off on the debate stage, meeting again on the debate stage. That reality now moving away potentially if she is the Democratic nominee. Do you believe that she'll want to get on a debate stage with former President Donald Trump?
There are just so many questions at this point, but she would be a strong debater. She's a former prosecutor. This is someone who can really go after and attack people. That is what she is known for doing very well on a public fashion. So she would be a strong contender, I'm told by multiple people, against former President Donald Trump. She will know exactly where to hit him and where his sore spots are. And when it comes to the vice presidential debate, of course, now all eyes are on who would be her vice presidential pick, right? But this is probably going to be full steam ahead. I've still got to work the sources, work the phones to figure out exactly what their plan is on that debate. But Vice President Harris, I'm told, would be very strong.
Thank you, Selena. And I want to bring in now our chief Washington correspondent, John Karl. John, you're getting word and hearing reaction from Donald Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance.
Yeah, it's a relatively short statement, Rachel, and it perfectly encapsulates how Republicans will deal with Kamala Harris on the assumption that she becomes the replacement at the top of the ticket. So this is J.D. Vance. I'll just give you part of it. He starts by saying that that President Biden has been the worst president of his lifetime, and Kamala Harris has been right by his side every step of the way. So that is what they'll say. Anything you could attack Joe Biden for, you can now attack Kamala Harris for. The statement goes on to accuse Kamala Harris of, quote, covering up Joe Biden's mental capacity, saddling the nation with a president who can't do the job. That's the statement. And the final line, and this is the reaction you're hearing from Republicans across the board, and now you are hearing from J.D. Vance. President Trump and I are ready to save America. Whoever's at the top of the Democratic ticket, bring it on. Make no mistake, Rachel, the Trump campaign had been preparing to run against Joe Biden. They were hoping to run against Joe Biden. They were trying to intimidate Democrats from pushing forward with this effort to replace Joe Biden by saying there would be legal challenges if there was an effort to make a change after the primaries. But they are now pivoting to a race that they expect that they will now have against Kamala Harris.
And, John, we know that former President Donald Trump out on the campaign trail, while he has focused much of his attacks on President Joe Biden, he's also attacked Vice President Kamala Harris as well. If she is, in fact, the Democratic nominee, how do we expect the Trump campaign to take on Harris?
Well, they're going to make much of the fact that she was given responsibility for dealing with the problem of undocumented immigrants coming over the border. Now, she wasn't the border czar. That's what Republicans labeled her. She was given the job of dealing with all the migration that was coming up from Central America. But they will portray her as the one that was in charge of the border, which, of course, is issue number one for Republicans. So that's the first thing. And then they are going to make an issue or try to make an issue of the fact that Harris had been at Joe Biden's side throughout all of this, and they'll accuse her of covering up the decline, they will say, in Joe Biden's mental capacity. And finally, they will portray her as somebody who is quite radical and on the far left. They'll basically portray her as a member of the so-called squad of the far left members of Congress. But it's not that simple. This will be an interesting campaign on this, because if you remember when Kamala Harris ran for president herself in the Democratic primary in 2020, she ran as somebody who had been the Attorney General of the state of California, the District Attorney of the city of San Francisco, somebody who had been tough on crime. And in fact, she was attacked quite viciously in some cases from the left as being somebody that took a pro-law enforcement, tough on crime approach, which was not in keeping with the progressive wing necessarily of the Democratic Party. So she's not quite the radical that they will try to make her out to be, but they will certainly do everything they can to portray her as part of what they will call the radical left of the Democratic Party.
John, thank you. I want to bring in now our senior national correspondent, Terry Moran. Terry, we were both there at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This feels a little bit like whiplash from what you and I were both experiencing on the floor, where you had a number of Republican speakers going up to the microphone, railing against President Joe Biden's agenda, also calling for sort of unity in the aftermath of that attempted assassination on former President Donald Trump. We know that the former president picking Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate sort of ushered in this sort of a new wave of Republicans. He's a lot younger. He's 39 years old. Now with President Biden endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris in this race, you also have the same sort of passing of the torch, a generation shift as well, Terry.
Absolutely, Rachel. With one big difference, Trump's not passing the torch. He is the oldest. He is now the oldest major party nominee for president in history, now that Biden has stepped out. And that is significant. Look, right after the convention, we went out on the road for a couple of days. We talked to voters in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, those three swing states. And one thing that won't surprise you or anyone who's paying attention is that the vast majority of people we talk to, confirmed Democrats, confirmed Republicans, independents, undecided, were not happy with Trump versus Biden. They weren't happy with a rerun. They weren't happy with the candidates and the choice that they had. And now they will have a different choice. And if it's Kamala Harris, it is that generational choice you're talking to, not in the number 2 spot, but in the number 1 spot. And Americans, they've been telling pollsters this for a while, they yearn for a new kind of politics. All of a sudden, Donald Trump looks like the man from yesterday. Trumpism and the MAGA movement seem very 20-teens in some ways, and Kamala Harris has an opportunity to say this is the way forward. And she represents it generationally. She's a generation younger than Donald Trump, and there's no question that people will pay attention to that. And I think that what you sense from voters is that this was the campaign that nobody wanted. It was a rehash of 2020 and in many ways of 2016. That all seems long ago now. We're entering a different chapter in American politics, and that could help Kamala Harris because people want a different chapter.
Terry Moran, thank you. I want to back in now ABC's Zohreen Shah. We mentioned on the air earlier, Zohreen Shah followed Harris's campaign when she was once running for president of the United States in that very crowded Democratic primary. She was actually running against President Joe Biden, and then he ultimately brought her on to serve as his running mate, later vice president of the United States. Zohreen, you noted earlier while we were on the air the historic nature of this, that Harris could become the first black woman to head a major party presidential ticket after President Biden has stepped aside in this race. Let's talk a little bit about the history and the gravity of this moment, but also on the same side of this, Zohreen, on the other side of this, rather, you covered Harris's campaign and you saw some of the attacks that she got when it comes to sexism, also racism attacks, with people questioning her ethnicity as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's so much to unpack there, Rachel. And you mentioned she could be the first black female nominee, also the first Indian American. I just got off the phone with an organizer for one of the really big Indian American political organizations in the country, and he said they raised $15 million for the Democratic Party in 2020. Their goal is to raise 50 this time around. They really feel like that community has organized and they could galvanize really behind Harris. But to your point, yeah, I mean, she was really attacked during that race. But one thing that a lot of her loyalists that I've been speaking to the last few days, a lot of her friends, a lot of her old donors who I've been speaking to point out is that the tides have really changed when it comes to one very big issue. Rachel, you remember in 2019 how often she was attacked for her previous stance when it comes to criminal justice, right? She was not seen as progressive enough, but that moment appears to have changed. The country appears to have changed when it comes to that issue, and that could potentially propel her. Democrats could potentially like that far more in this very moment. I've been speaking to a lot of her donors as well, and they say that they are incredibly motivated in this moment. They think they could raise 8 to 9 figures in 1 week. Another one says that he's been getting, his phone is blowing up. He's been getting a lot of calls from delegates and major donors in case Biden were to step down. This was yesterday. So just a lot of excitement with especially her donors, despite a lot of those attacks that you saw in 2019.
Zareen, thank you. You've been following Kamala Harris and her campaign and her efforts for years. Thank you so much. I want to bring back in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, you've been tracking all afternoon for us the Democratic reaction that has been pouring in following the president's announcement, and now we are hearing from another key Democrat.
Yep, powerful South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn. He had suggested that he would throw his support behind Kamala Harris, and he is now doing that. Of course, a reminder of the backstory here. It was, of course, Congressman Clyburn who saved Joe Biden's race in 2020. Biden was down after losing those early contests, and it was Jim Clyburn who came out very publicly supporting him, offering Joe Biden his endorsement, and that was the shot of life that it took to revive the Biden campaign and deliver him to the White House. We have been saying this all afternoon. It was black voters who delivered Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House, and they will need their support again in November if Kamala Harris hopes to win. And Clyburn in a statement saying that one of President Biden's first decisions as the nominee was to select a running mate that he believed possessed the values and vision necessary to continue this country's pursuit toward a more perfect union. I echo the good judgment he demonstrated in selecting Vice President Harris to lead this nation alongside him, and I am proud to follow his lead in support of her candidacy to succeed him as the Democratic Party's 2024 nominee for president. And Rachel, we know now that Kamala Harris has said she is all in on this. She is seeking the nomination. She has said she is in this to win this fight. And a sign of how quickly she is turning to this race, she is now on Twitter asking people to back her and asking for donations, well aware that fundraising, as we've been saying, is such a key part of this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mary. Mary reporting on the reaction coming in from Congressman Jim Clyburn, a very critical voice. You may remember he helped propel President Biden to the White House back in 2020. One of the key promises that President Biden made after getting that endorsement from Clyburn was to ultimately appoint a black woman to the United States Supreme Court. And that's how we have seen Ketanji Brown Jackson be confirmed to serve on the Supreme Court as well. A very critical part of the president's legacy as we continue to discuss that. You heard there from Mary this push to kind of get everyone to rally behind Vice President Kamala Harris. I want to bring back in now our political director, Rick Klein, who's also our Washington bureau chief. Rick, we are already hearing some efforts behind the scenes to get California delegates to endorse Harris.
Yeah, California is the largest state in the nation. It has the largest number of delegates. It's also Kamala Harris's home state. It's also home state to Governor Gavin Newsom, who's often talked about as someone that might run for president. And ABC News has obtained an email that was sent to all the delegates from the chairman of the state party in California, asking delegates to immediately endorse Vice President Harris. There's a feeling in the party right now that the more that they can make this happen from the delegate level, the better off they'll be. So the more delegates who come out, because they're the only voters that matter right now, they're the only constituency that truly matters in choosing the nominee. The more that are able to say affirmatively they're for Vice President Harris, it will appear to be and feel like and actually be kind of a grassroots effort to make sure that she locks it down. That statement that she put out earlier this afternoon, Rachel, making clear that she wants to earn the nomination. That means talking to these delegates. That means making that case, even though we don't know what, if anything, she's going to say publicly. She has nothing on her public schedule so far for tomorrow. She has a political event that's scheduled for Tuesday. We'll see if that stands. But they are working very fiercely behind the scenes to try to make sure that the support is there and essentially, they won't say it in as many words, but essentially, Rachel, to scare off any other comers, to make sure that there isn't another big-name Democrat who gets in this race, because that right now is the worst nightmare of many Democrats that I've been talking to. They don't want a messy convention. They don't want a messy run-up to the convention. They don't want people to feel like their voices aren't heard, though, either. And that means that they have to be careful and have a little bit of a delicate dance in trying to get delegates on board, but without making it seem like this is a top-down, you must vote for this person effort.
Rick, thank you. I want to bring in now the senator from Delaware, Chris Coons. Senator Coons, you are a very close ally to President Biden. You are one of his very, very close friends on Capitol Hill. What is your reaction to the president making this decision, and have you spoken to the president since he announced that he would be stepping aside in this race?
Rachel, it's great to be on with you, and thank you for the chance to speak to that. Yes, the president and I spoke, and I am so grateful for his decades of leadership for our nation. I hope today that folks will take a moment and just reflect on the fact that for 50 years, Joe Biden has served the people of the United States as senator, as vice president, as president, and that he made a very difficult decision to step aside in being the nominee for our party for president in order that we could be more certain that we'll defeat Donald Trump this fall, and in order that he can keep doing the hard work that President Biden's doing for us every day. This coming week, he'll be rolling up his sleeves and diving into finishing the work of negotiating the ceasefire and hostage release deal in Gaza between Israel and Hamas that he took to the UN Security Council, that he got the G7 to endorse. Looking back on these last 3 weeks, he has continued to be the strong and capable leader that he's been as president. When we had 31 heads of state from every NATO ally in Washington last week, he was engaged, he was leading, he was forceful, and he was also balancing that with campaigning all over the country. This was a very hard choice, but as has always been the case with our Joe Biden, he made a choice that was in the best interest of the American people. I'm more proud of him today than I ever have, but I am proud of what he has gotten done, what President Biden and Vice President Harris have gotten done these last 3 years.
Senator Coons, you are a very close confidant to President Biden. For the American people that are watching this all play out right now, this sudden announcement from the President of the United States to withdraw from this race, to drop out with just over 100 days to go until the election, they may be remembering what the president himself said just a matter of weeks ago, that he was determined to stay in this race, that only the Lord God Almighty would convince him to drop out of it. He even cast doubt that leaders on Capitol Hill would come to him and ask him to drop out of this race. So to the American people that are watching these developments unfold and they're wondering what exactly happened, what changed in the president's mind in order to make this decision?
Rachel, I think we should leave this to the president, who's going to speak to our nation later this week, and to history. Because what matters most is not exactly how he got to this decision, but that he made a decision in the best interest of the nation, and that over the last 3.5 years, he has signed into law the most important and consequential legislation of all the time that I've been in public service. You remember, I'm sure, his inaugural address. He had inherited 3 crises: a global pandemic that took ultimately 1 million American lives, an economic crisis caused by the mishandling of that pandemic, and a democracy crisis, because just 2 weeks before his inaugural was the January 6th assault on the Capitol. He gave an optimistic, hopeful, positive speech that day about how if we come together as a nation, there's nothing that can stop the American people. And he gave a call to the American people to work together, to see each other not as political enemies, but as fellow Americans. And then he got to work. And I got to be there as he signed into law some of the most important legislation of my lifetime: investing in manufacturing, investing in rebuilding our roads and our highways, our bridges and tunnels, caring for our veterans, addressing gun violence, investing in community mental health, tackling the climate crisis, reducing prescription drug prices. Rachel, he has an incredible record and legacy. And this latest decision is just one more part of that legacy of putting the American people first.
Another chapter in his legacy, and especially in the Senate, where he served 36 years. You said that you had spoken to the president after he made this decision. Can you give us a sense of how he was feeling after he announced this to the American people?
Well, I was fairly emotional, so I don't remember much more than my telling him that I'm proud of him. I love him. I intend to keep fighting for him and his legacy, and I look forward to finishing the work that's ahead, and to then working really hard to make sure that we elect the best possible candidate this fall for the American people, who I believe to be Vice President Harris. He did thank me for my loyalty, and I thanked him for his leadership. But at the end of the day, what matters is not that exchange, but that he also said, as he said in his letter to the American people released today, that he's more optimistic than he's ever been, that he thinks if we come together, there's nothing to stop America and the American people. And as someone who's been knocked down harder by life more times than anyone I know, I respect that he's always had a fighting spirit, that he's always wanted to go the next round and to do the next thing to help average Americans and to bring into the positive aspects of American life those who've been overlooked or counted out, who've been on the hard side of life. That's how he's always led, and that's how he'll continue to serve in the remainder of his time as president and as a leader of our party.
One final question to you, Senator Coons. As we now look ahead to the president endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to be the next Democratic nominee, are you expecting this to be a messy process? Are you expecting that those will be out there to challenge her to get on the ticket?
I don't. I don't think that more division in our party is what we need. And I think President Biden has made his views known and clear. And he knows better than anyone. He has spent 3.5 years working side by side with Vice President Harris day in and day out. And I deeply respect his choice. I served with the Vice President in the Senate. I've worked with her as Vice President. I deeply respect and support the President's choice. And it's my hope that our party will quickly come together.
Senator Chris Coons, we so appreciate your time. You spoke with the president after he made this decision. You are a very close confidant to President Biden. Thank you for joining us with your reaction, and look forward to seeing you back on Capitol Hill on Monday. Thank you, sir. I want to bring back in now our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang. Selena has been traveling with the president in Delaware. She's been following the reaction that has been coming in and also learning more about just how quickly this decision was made from the president. Selena, just give us an understanding on where the president is now, how quickly he plans to return to Washington, and what the next couple of days look like.
Yeah, Rachel, well, the president is still isolating here in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He has been recovering from COVID at his house by the beach. So you can imagine just how difficult this moment was for the president, trying to make one of the hardest decisions he's ever had to make in his very, very long political career while he was sick, isolating with COVID, and as the walls and pressure were closing in around him. But the president, he is expected to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this coming week. I've been told by national security official that that is still part of the plan, and Vice President Harris is expected to be there as well. The president still has a very busy schedule as president, and this lifts a big burden off his shoulders as everybody saw the unsustainable path that this was on. And now all eyes, of course, on the vice president, all of her movements as the role of vice president and as she is campaigning.
ABC's senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, thank you. If you are just joining us now, we are on the air because we have breaking news. This is an extraordinary moment in American history. The President of the United States, President Joe Biden, has decided to step aside and drop out of the 2024 race for president. This comes as we are just about 100 days until the November election. It comes right off of the heels of the Republican National Convention and after that attempted assassination on former President Donald Trump's life. This has been a remarkable set of few weeks in American history and American politics. And now a new chapter begins as President Biden says he is now endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. For the latest on everything that has happened today, here's our ABC's Mary Bruce.
Facing unsustainable pressure from his own party, President Joe Biden deciding to exit the race, announcing he will not seek a second term. Calls for him to step aside have been growing since his disastrous debate performance in late June. From the start, the president speaking with a raspy voice, at times stumbling and trailing off, unable to finish his thought.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Even on the issues at the heart of his campaign, like abortion rights.
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state.
The performance sparking panic within the party, raising questions about whether the 81-year-old had the stamina to beat Donald Trump and govern for another 4 years.
There was a big problem with Joe Biden's debate performance.
But the president and his team adamant this was just a one-off. In an interview with George Stephanopoulos a week later, Biden defending his performance.
You and your team have said you had a bad night, but your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It was a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
Many Democrats questioning if Biden had the stamina for a second term.
I have medical doctors traveling everywhere, every president does, as you know. Medical doctors, some of the best in the world, travel me everywhere I go. I have an ongoing assessment of what I'm doing. And they don't hesitate to tell me if they think there's something wrong.
I know you said you have an ongoing assessment. Have you had a full neurological and cognitive evaluation?
I get a full neurological test every day with me. And I've had a full physical. I had, I've been at Walter Reed for my physicals. Yes, the answer is.
I know your doctor said he consulted with a neurologist. I guess I'm asking a slightly different question. Have you had the specific cognitive tests, and have you had a neurologist, a specialist, do an examination?
No one said I had to. No one said, they said I'm good.
Biden saying only divine intervention could force him out.
You sure? Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, if the Lord Almighty came down and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'd get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down.
But it wasn't enough to quell concerns. The calls from Democrats for him to step aside growing to a steady stream.
I salute President Biden. I just feel that it's time for him to step aside if we were to be able to protect what he allowed us to gain in 2020, which was a victory for democracy, but he delivered us from Trump then, he could be delivering us to Trump this year.
But the president doubling down.
You made me the nominee, no one else, not the press, not the pundits, not the insiders, not donors. You, the voters, you decided, no one else, and I'm not going anywhere.
Determined to prove his doubters wrong, Biden hitting the trail hard and facing the press.
I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started.
But despite his best efforts, the pressure growing. Soon, top Democrats, even allies and close friends, pushing him to exit the race.
I do not think he is the best person to go into this election. I think if he is our nominee, I think we lose.
One by one, party leaders Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and even the powerful former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, privately and bluntly sharing their concerns directly with the president. If he stayed at the top of the ticket, he could drag down Democrats and hurt their chances come November. The president then forced off the trail by a COVID diagnosis, reckoning with his political reality. It's the job he'd spent a lifetime working toward, more than a half a century in Washington, earning a reputation as a lawmaker with friends on both sides of the aisle, a man who led with empathy after enduring so many personal tragedies, including the loss of his first wife and their young daughter, and later his beloved son, Beau. In 2020, Biden felt an obligation to run, spurred by Trump's response to white supremacists marching through Charlottesville, Virginia.
But if we give Donald Trump 8 years in the White House, he will forever and fundamentally alter the character of this nation, who we are. And I cannot stand by and watch that happen.
Biden running as a transitional president.
Look, I view myself as a bridge, not as anything else. There's an entire generation of leaders you saw stand behind me. They are the future of this country.
After a hard-fought campaign, Biden beating more than 24 Democrats to become his party's nominee and quashing Trump's re-election bid.
The people of this nation have spoken. They've delivered us a clear victory, a convincing victory, a victory for we the people.
Sworn in on that inauguration day, the weight of being commander-in-chief not lost on him.
The one thing that is real, that is different, I feel comfortable with it, but is you're the last guy in the room.
Yeah.
You decide, is the decision I'm about to make, will that cause war? Will that cause conflict? The decision I'm about to make, is that going to hurt people? Is it going to help people? That's the part that is different.
On Election Day, Biden returned to his childhood home in Scranton, Pennsylvania, leaving a note on the wall, "From this house to the White House, with the grace of God." His first term marked by historic challenges, the global pandemic, historic inflation, and the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. But Biden also accomplishing major legislative successes, the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act. Biden achieving record low unemployment while in office, and often touting his efforts to lower prescription drug costs and tackle student debt. In 2023, announcing he would run again, Biden asked voters for more time to get the job done.
We, you and I, together, we're turning things around, and we're doing it in a big way. It's time to finish the job. Finish the job.
But those concerns about his age persisting, the inevitable march of time, a challenge he could not overcome. The senator who came to Washington at just 29 years old, now choosing to walk away after just one term, the oldest president to ever serve, making the difficult decision to pass the torch to the next generation.
A remarkable decision, a remarkable legacy. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, the president making it absolutely clear he wants to pass this torch now to his own vice president.
He is, Rachel, the president offering his full support and endorsement for Vice President Kamala Harris to be the nominee. But the president making this remarkable, historic decision to put aside his own personal interest, saying he was doing this because he believes it is in the best interest of the country and the party. Now, we know the president has said he will speak to the American people later in the week. For now, Rachel, he is expressing his, quote, heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith and trust you have placed in me.
Mary
Rachel.
Bruce, thank you. Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl, not an easy decision for President Biden, one that he really struggled with. He wanted to stay in this race.
Rachel, it's an extraordinarily difficult decision when you think that Joe Biden, who ran for Senate at age 29, and not long after he became eligible to run for president, ran for president. This is somebody who much of his adult life has dreamed of being president of the United States. He finally reached it. He absolutely wanted to run again. That's why he declared his campaign. And to be forced to basically throw that all away, it was a tough decision that came at a time when he really had no choice. He held on as long as he could possibly hold on, but he had lost virtually the entire leadership of the Democratic Party. The donors who give the money to help the party run had all urged him, pleaded with him to get out of this race because they believe that concerns about his age had just simply made it impossible for him to win, and it become such a concern we're going to hurt Democrats up and down the ballot. They wanted him to sacrifice, make a personal sacrifice for the sake of the party and for the sake of the country. And Joe Biden finally agreed to do that and made this statement. And now you will hear tributes, but eventually you will hear questions raised about how long it took.
And I want to bring in now, John, thank you, our Chief Global Affairs Correspondent, Martha Raddatz. Martha, the final word here, an extraordinary moment in American history.
It truly is. And Joe Biden wanted so badly to stay in this race, to prove he could do it after the debate. But in the end, he knew this was a campaign that demanded energy and eloquence, and he struggled with both. Rachel?
Martha, thank you. And our coverage continues on ABC News Live and on abcnews.com. And we'll have the latest on World News Tonight with David Muir. We'll have a full wrap-up of the day's events with our special Biden Stands Down. The race for the White House at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, right here on ABC News. I want to thank you to our extraordinary team who has been out following these developments as they've been coming in. President Biden stepping down, exiting the race. As President Biden leaves this race, he also has now endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to become the next Democratic nominee. It's been an extraordinary day of developments. We are just coming off on the heels of the Republican National Convention and that attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. Of course, we were also just about 100 days out from the November election and also just a few weeks away from the Democratic National Convention. There are so many questions here about what happens next. Will Vice President Kamala Harris face a challenge on the Democratic side? How will the convention play out? She does not have a delegate just yet, but there are still just so much more to cover in this race as we continue to follow these extraordinary developments. Our team learned earlier today that this was a decision that was made very quickly by President Biden. His aides, his closest advisors, shocked by this decision as the president officially announces that he is stepping out of this race. As I mentioned earlier, our coverage continues on ABC News and abcnews.com. Again, we'll be right back here on World News Tonight with David Muir, a full wrap-up of the events later today with our special. Good night.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kana Whitworth. I'm here in Los Angeles, and we now resume breaking news coverage right here on ABC News Live on this important and unprecedented day in American politics and American history. President Joe Biden announcing at 1:46 p.m. Eastern Time that he is, in fact, dropping his bid for the White House and will not seek re-election. This, of course, comes after weeks of growing calls from members of his own party to step aside, many concerned about his mental acuity, and all of it coming after his debate performance on June 27th against former President Trump. That performance, 24 days ago now, viewed within the party as disastrous. Biden and his team, however, had remained defiant that the president would not leave the race and was, quote, in it to win it. But the calls echoed from Capitol Hill to the donor class in Hollywood for Biden to pass the torch to somebody else, believing it to be the best chance to keep Trump out of the White House and also maintain control of the Senate. Now, it seemed that Biden's confidence started to crumble after he was diagnosed with COVID on Wednesday while on the campaign trail. He has since been at his home in Delaware recovering, and then this afternoon making that historic announcement. It was in a post on X, Biden writing, "My fellow Democrats, I have decided not to accept the nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this." Then, Vice President Harris releasing her own statement, writing in part here, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination over the past year. I have traveled across this country talking with Americans about the clear choice in this momentous election, and that is why I will continue to do so in the days and the weeks ahead. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and also to unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme agenda 2025. Now, I want to bring in our ABC News senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang. She's in Delaware. She, of course, traveled there with him after being in Las Vegas with him when he was diagnosed with COVID. So, Selena, we're so glad to have you here with us. And first of all, I want to start with mentioning here, the president is not saying he's going to step down from his presidency. He is going to end his bid for the next election, but he is going to remain in the country's highest office here. And it sounds like already he's still planning to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu. Is that accurate?
Exactly. The president is still slated to meet with Israel's prime minister this week. That's what I'm told by a national security official. But look, this has been an incredibly tough stretch for the president. He is still isolating here with COVID in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He's been here for several days. He still has symptoms. So just imagine that he is alone, isolating, sick, and he has to make one of the toughest political decisions of his incredibly long career. And as the walls were closing in on him and as the pressure was building while he was still in isolation, that is when he decided to drop that historic announcement. And Kane, I can tell you, I've been working the phones with White House sources, administration officials, and they were caught by surprise. The president's senior staff were not made aware of his announcement, I'm told, until 1 minute before his announcement went public. And another administration official tells me that there was an all-staff call, and a top advisor to the president says that the president himself made this decision late, that he's been doing reflecting. This is obviously something that was incredibly difficult for the president to come to. Biden, of course, throughout this campaign has said that this is all about the stakes of this election. This is a choice. This is him versus Donald Trump, and that the stakes of this are just too high for the future of America and democracy. Clearly, the pressure and the polls and the data showed him that he would not be the best person to beat Donald Trump.
Well, and as you know, Selena, there has been a slow leak coming out of the Democratic Party here as those whispers were starting to go louder. These calls for him to step down were starting to grow louder. And it was almost as if those leaks were very purposeful. And so it is interesting to see how quickly and what a surprise his announcement was ultimately to his own party. But I also want to ask you, I know you've been speaking with Biden delegates. What are they saying to you right now in this moment?
Yeah, I've been speaking to both delegates and donors, and there is a huge sigh of relief. I was speaking to some just this morning who said they saw no path forward for President Biden to win, and they said action needed to be taken as soon as possible. So they did get that action. And one donor telling me that they're already seeing the money starting to flow back in, to trickle back in. Vice President Kamala Harris already campaigning off of her announcement. I'm also told that more donors are now asking how they can continue to donate more to Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign. campaign, but I'm also hearing from other donors that they were hoping there would not be a coronation of Vice President Harris and that they want to see more of an open process. Some donors were hoping to see somebody else, but that now you've seen so many powerful Democrats backing Vice President Harris, I'm told that donors are very quickly coalescing around her.
And in terms of other powerful Democrats, we were already hearing from former President Barack Obama, former President Bill Clinton. What is that like here as you start to see this machine at work?
Yeah, I mean, you are seeing a flood of endorsements for the vice president. You had mentioned Clinton. There's a Congressional Black Caucus. There's a whole series of lawmakers. I was just messaging with Senator Amy Klobuchar. She told me she is fully behind Vice President Harris. So this is a very powerful movement that is behind Vice President Harris. And the really big question moving forward is also who would she pick as her vice presidential pick? But Kana, what is so clear from all of this is that this is going to re-energize the Democratic base. So many voters I've been speaking to in battleground states, while they may not have had their first choice as Vice President Harris, what I heard over and over again is that they want to see fresh ideas. That's why they want to see someone younger. They want to see how this country can move forward, what the plan is for the next 4 years. So certainly this is going to electrify this election and the Democratic Party.
All right, Selena Wang there from Rehoboth. Thank you so much for being with us today, Selena. Always, we appreciate you. I now want to check with our ABC News White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks, and she has some reaction that is pouring in from the White House at this point. We know that staffers there have really been on edge here since that disastrous debate. So what are you hearing right now from the White House?
Yeah, it's interesting. On a more personal level, Kana, I'm getting reaction from some White House staff who are telling me that they are feeling really proud in this moment. But yes, shocked, stunned. One said that he was feeling a little bit numb. To Selena's point, we do know that even staff were given just absolutely no heads up, no notice. They were told to be full steam ahead as recently as this morning. One White House staff member told me that he was actually riding a bike. He joked he almost fell off. But he said as the news sunk in, him and his colleagues have had a lot of emotions. One told me that some of his fellow staff members cried, but that they are feeling an immense sense of pride. I mean, this is a team that feels like Biden did what he came into office to do. Proud of the work that they've done expanding NATO, proud of the work they've done defending democracy, proud of the work they've done on gun safety and the environment and student loans. But another message I've heard from White House staff is that sense of relief. It's not just members of the campaign, not just staff on other campaigns, but even staff inside the White House. I think coming to terms in the last few days that this is where the party was headed, that this is where the party was pushing him, Kana, and a sense of relief now that potentially the party can come together and have a better shot to win.
And better shot to win here. I mean, there's a lot of talk about the president, that is top of mind, but so is the Senate. When you look at Capitol Hill and you look at the White House, how are the Democrats that you're speaking with right now looking at this in terms of their chances of winning the Senate?
Yeah, I talked to one member whose sole job is to get Democrats elected to the Senate and re-elected to the Senate. And he texted me after the news and said that this announcement actually puts them in the best position to try to keep that Senate majority. Remember, Democratic senators went into this election as the underdogs. I mean, it was going to be incredibly hard regardless for the Senate, for Democrats to keep control of the Senate. And that's because more of them are up for re-election, let alone the fact that it is always hard for the party in power to keep the Senate, to keep the House, and we know that so many of these Democratic Senate candidates felt like, or at least starting to feel after that debate, like President Biden was a real drag on their ticket. You know, I talked to a number of those Democratic Senate campaigns, whether in Arizona or Ohio, around the country, who started to worry that their Democratic candidates were running really far ahead of President Biden, and that's really tough. And it started to become universal across the country. Too many Democratic candidates worried about their own chances because of the president's debate performance. And I do think, Kana, that started to become part of the calculus for the president. He was from the Senate, a creature of the Senate. Those are not only his colleagues here in Washington, but his personal friends. And he did not want to feel like he was putting their races in jeopardy as well, and especially didn't want to feel, I can only imagine, did not want to feel like he was risking the potential of a Trump presidency by staying in, or risking the potential of a Republican-held Senate or a Republican-held House. I mean, this is a man who desperately wants to see to keep Trump from coming back to the White House, and I think that the realities of his polling and the realities of the impact on the party were starting to sink in.
Oh, that is really interesting. And as you're talking there, Mary Alice Parks, we're showing some pictures of President Joe Biden, as you mentioned here, creature of the Senate. Before he was 30 years old, he really had his eyes there on the Senate. And you also heard from Nancy Pelosi, who told some of these senators that might be in a tough race in November, keep quiet, let's not be vocal about our concerns until after that NATO press conference. And then really it almost appeared as if the sky was falling there. Mary Alice Parks, thank you as always. I want to check in now with our ABC News contributor, Barbara Comstock, former Republican Congresswoman, who's joining us now. Barbara, I'm so happy to have you here with us. So first of all, I'm sure that you are having a lot of reaction pouring in from your colleagues on the Republican side. I'm wondering if there's any of that you can just share with us initially.
Well, sure. Coming out of the Republican convention, this has totally flipped the script. Be careful what you wish for. On the Republican side, they've been saying that Joe Biden wouldn't make it to November, but now Republicans are upset, saying, wait, you can't take him out. This is who they planned on running against. This is who they spent the whole convention running against. So this is now very much, I think the Democrats are back in play. This has gone already very well for the Vice President Harris, getting very big endorsements, obviously, from Vice President Biden as well as from the Clintons, but a lot of senior Democrat senators like Senator Klobuchar, but also Mark Kelly, my home state of Virginia, both Senator Warner and Senator Kaine have already endorsed her, who of course ran for vice president himself. And, Patty Murray, and then the Congressional Black Caucus already coming out for her. And I guess Governor Wes Moore is reported to come out tomorrow. So I think this is lining up very much like she will be inevitable. People really haven't talked about the obvious, need for her to be the nominee because the money is already, the FEC has already filed Harris for president, transferred it over to her. The money will stay in place if she's the nominee instead of somebody else will have to start from scratch. So I think that's why you'll see more and more endorsements. And then obviously, I think a swing state governor like Governor Shapiro sort of would be my pick. Take Pennsylvania out of play, and you will have a full Republican meltdown.
I have heard his name floated a number of times, as well as Mark Kelly out of Arizona, another crucial state.
Well, that would put a Republican Senate seat in play, so that to me would not be very good because if you win, then you have to worry about a 50-50 Senate losing a Senate seat. So governor is a little easier to play with.
Yeah, that's a really important point there as they're trying to figure out all of this. And we are hearing really, Barbara, right now from Democratic leadership that the indication is that the party really will coalesce and they will back Harris. But of course, this is playing out in real time. I am curious, though, as to your thoughts on some of the financial issues and the legal issues that does come with changing the top of the ticket. We know that Republican leadership was looking into this and has been for some time, including the Heritage Foundation, that conservative think tank. How do you see some of that playing out? Because it's pretty crucial, right, in some of these swing states that is already solidified who's at the top of the ticket. How do they change that? How does that go forward?
Well, my understanding is that the vice president is the nominee. There aren't legal issues. So I guess Republicans can waste money on that. But my understanding is there won't be legal issues with her because it's been a Biden-Harris campaign. So that is why it makes the most sense for her to be the nominee. So, they're talking about that a lot, but I don't think that is a real issue. And I think when you hear, I defer to more senior, FEC experts, but that is what I have heard already from them, that's why it's not a problem. Because obviously, if you have something could have, I'm glad President Biden is getting better in health, but if something happened to him, you need to still have a presidential campaign. You don't forfeit.
And how do you see Republicans sort of taking advantage of Democrats in this moment? I mean, we have heard so much of the conversation here about this fractured Democratic Party, and we saw extreme unity from the GOP, especially the far right and the MAGA wing of the GOP just coming off this convention. Do you see any advantages here for the Republican Party? And if so, how do they pounce on that now?
Well, I think, listen, for 4 years, everyone has said they didn't want to have a replay of the 2020 election. They didn't want these two old guys. So now the Democrat Party doesn't have one of the old guys. Republicans now have the oldest candidate ever. He also happens to be a felon who's going to be facing up against a prosecutor who used to prosecute, people who were, she used to prosecute sexual predators. Donald Trump has been adjudicated, with sexual assault. So I think that lines up, sort of advantage Democrats. Now, if she picks one of these very, experienced swing state governors, whether it's Governor Shapiro or the governor of North Carolina, or Governor Shapiro, for example, was attorney general before he was governor. So you have somebody who's a good law and order person. And I think that, and now a governor, that's someone with a lot of experience up against a very green freshman senator who's only been in office for less than 2 years. So I think this is really flipping the script and putting the energy on the Democrat side while also re-energizing the money. Now, you do have the Republicans feel like they came out very energized, very much together, but Republicans have always, after January 6th, because Trump has divided our party, had a group of Republicans and independents who wanted to support somebody else. This gives those of us who wanted somebody else now a place to go. And I think you will see that sort of, Republicans, who want to have a new home, independents, I think they'll wait and see what the ticket is too, but I think you will see more opportunities there to have a new generation of leadership and have sort of the anti-Trump coalition that allowed 2020 for Biden to win. That anti-Trump coalition can come together once again.
All right, Barbara Comstock, thank you so much for your insight as we all are here witnessing this historic day, again, in American politics and American history together. Barbara Comstock, we always appreciate your time. I want to now bring in Democratic Congressman Mike Quigley. He's joining us now for more on this out of Illinois. Thank you so much for being here with us, Congressman. I appreciate your time. And I'd love for you just to start talking to us about what this is like for you on a personal level. You were early on in asking him to step down and to pass this torch. Tell us what that was like for you personally at that moment and now where we are today.
Well, first, I think the breaking news is that somebody in D.C. can keep a secret for more than 24 hours, because obviously he knew this was coming. Oh, look, for me, it wasn't about myself. The pressure I felt was I wanted to do it in a, I hoped, respectful and thoughtful way, and I didn't want to do harm to the campaign. But what matters is pragmatic politics, making sure Donald Trump doesn't have a second term in office. So that's the pressure I felt, that whatever I did it in a way that the president knew that we are very grateful for his service, and that others would join soon, hopefully.
And so in gratitude for his service, but also looking forward to the future of the party, you just endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris, saying in part in a tweet here that the party has always been united in defeating Donald Trump and looking forward to the party united to get her elected and prevent this second Trump term. Are other Democrats that you're speaking with planning to rally around her as well and publicly support her as you have?
No, I believe they will. I believe that she'll reach consensus very quickly. Obviously, the fact that she's vice president, she's done a great job. She's a great candidate. But I think there's a tremendous amount of respect and support and appreciation for the selfless act of Joe Biden, the president. And the fact that his second statement today was such a strong endorsement, I think that'll move it along. Second, the person has to be nominated. There's a process, and you need, 10% or more of the signatures of the delegates out there. It's not a small task. I don't think anybody can put together what they need to do to be competition for her. So I think that groundswell support is building. I don't think anyone else feels like they can do it, can accomplish the task at hand. And I believe a virtual vote can take place about the same time it was going to take place for President Biden. And we entered the DNC in Chicago about where we were, with the only change being a different nominee.
I mean, and it is really a significant change there. As we march there towards August, we will all be there in Chicago. But I'm curious, we're hearing right now from sources that are saying just in the last few hours that Vice President Harris is starting to make calls to several Democratic officials, lawmakers, congressional Democrats, governors as well, party officials, even civil rights leaders, really trying to rally support here. Have you received a call yet?
No, but look, I'm farther down the list. My ego doesn't take me that high, but it's music to my ears because I think that we're going to see a candidate who's a buzzsaw ready to roll. And when I looked at the polls before, as bad news they were, unfortunately for the president, I think we're in a horse race. The first day will be margin of error within a week, and I think now the focus is entirely where President Biden wanted it, on Trump, on his cognitive issues, on his literal crimes and misdemeanors, and the fact that we ended the Trump presidency, and I was in the room on January 6th, with a violent insurrection. The American people need to put that in focus, and now there is a clean break and an opportunity to do what Democrats have wanted to do all along, and that's the focus on what a good candidate she is and what problems exist with the second Trump presidency.
Well, and at this point, we know she does not have a single delegate at this point. And then to your note that we are marching towards the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. And there's this virtual vote that in all likelihood could take place before that. But we are hearing over and over again that what Democrats don't want here is essentially a coronation, that it's almost as if, and she even said it in her statement herself, that she wants to earn these votes. So how do you see that playing out? And will that go over with not just Democratic voters, but moderate voters and independent voters who felt like they didn't really have a primary? Joe Biden was told to them, this is your nominee. So how does all of that go over for constituents?
Look, I think that's true. There's a legitimacy that has to come with the process. And some of that is simply talking about it and working through it. A couple of things, though. She was elected vice president of the United States. The delegates who will vote for her were largely elected by people of the United States. And the process that puts her in as nomination was approved democratically by the rules and the process of the Democratic Party. So I think she's doing the right thing, reaching out, recognizing this isn't a coronation. It is a process. It's going to move a little quicker, but I think the fact that she has all those other things in her favor will help a great deal.
And how do you imagine the Democratic Party is getting ready for the Republican reaction to all of this? It has been well documented that Republicans were trying to keep Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. Even during the Republican National Convention, Donald Trump took to social media to say Democrats are trying to get him off the ticket, making it very clear he would have rather faced Joe Biden in November. So how does the Democratic Party now get ready for what Republicans will come at them with?
I think you simply tell the voters, this is what you think it is. Why does meat resist the grinder? They didn't want a former prosecutor going after a convicted felon. They can read polls that showed polls weren't trending the wrong way. They were cascading the wrong way. And they know, the numbers are very different with Vice President Harris as the nominee. And I think that's compounded. We've got the DNC coming with a bump that comes with it, vice presidential candidate, which will come forward as well. So there's a reason they were silent about this, and they wanted President Biden to stay the nominee. For pretty much the same reasons I respectfully asked him to step aside as the nominee, because I thought that the vice president would be a much greater chance, not just for making sure we keep the White House, but keeping the Senate and winning back the House. All those down ballot races were outperforming President Biden in the polls, and those numbers were moving very quickly. there weren't just a few swing states, there were a growing number of swing states. I think that stuff all changes in a hurry and moves in the opposite direction. So that's why they were silenced for the most part, and they sure didn't want to switch.
And let me ask you this about the response from the Democratic Party and concerns that we are hearing from the GOP, and that Vice President Kamala Harris really can be representative of the more progressive part of that party. And I was speaking with some at the Republican National Convention who were going to vote Republican for the first time that just said things like, I miss the old Democrats. I miss the Democrats of yesteryear when it wasn't so divided.
Republicans are fairly divided. They're just, unfortunately, try to stay uniform. I don't know that it's a strength that the Republicans stay loyal to someone who was impeached twice, tried to incite a bloody insurrection, who has any number of things that could turn your stomach. We would stick with him with that extraordinary loyalty. I don't even know if you call that. I think it's loyalty to a fault. So, look, the Democrats are a big tent. Sometimes it's a tumultuous tent, but I think in the end we represent more Americans than the Republicans do.
And if I may put you on the spot, who do you think that she might bring to run on this ticket with her? We're hearing several names floated out.
Yeah, sure. I'll let her make that decision. I would say this: it's a deep bench. And, you know, I'm loyal to my own governor who's done a great job, J.B. Pritzker. But I'm sure she will pick the person that she can work with and gives her the best opportunity to win in November. I don't think it'll be a senator. The reasons mentioned before, it's virtually a 50-50 Senate, and you don't want to take anybody off that bench.
So looking at some of these Democratic governors across the state. All right, Mike Quigley, thank you so much for spending our time with us, Representative. We really, really appreciate that, and we'll be seeing you here in August when we all head to Chicago. So we appreciate your time.
Welcome to Chicago. Thank you.
All right. I want to now bring in ABC News' Phil Lippoff. He's joining us there from New York. So, Phil, it sounds like we're just getting some information here about what the DNC's overall efforts that's happening right now to shore up support for Vice President Harris. What are you learning right now?
Well, so what's happened here, Kana, is we've received a letter that is being sent out by members of the Democratic National Committee. Not the Democratic National Committee itself, but members of have put this it's a letter that is going out to people to shore up support for Kamala Harris. So we just got it. Let me read a little bit of it to you. It says, "Dear fellow Democrats, we are current and former members of the Democratic National Committee. We are proud to steadfastly support Joe Biden in his run to defeat Donald Trump in 2020. It goes on to say, we are deeply grateful to President Biden and his family for their decades of service to our nation. But then it says, we strongly and enthusiastically endorse Vice President Kamala Harris, the candidate with the best experience and capacity to unite the party and the United States for the Democratic nomination for President of the United States. We ask that you join us." And then it is signed by dozens of members. I won't go through them, but members from California all the way to Florida and states in between. No doubt the list will grow as this letter circulates around. But Kana, very obvious as we're talking about what happens next, that members of the Democratic National Committee, as they say, both current and former, are looking to shore up support for Vice President Kamala Harris, so that it's more really, President Biden has endorsed her, that it's really more of an anointing instead of having, more infighting that we've seen so far.
Right, which is exactly what we're hearing from some Democratic leadership here, is that they don't want this to be a coronation, especially after the primary that the American people just experienced, in which there wasn't really a choice. Joe Biden was the one on the ticket. But also, Phil, when you look through this letter, right, I mean, it really lists off, not only the Democratic, policies that are crucially important, but it is very critical of Donald Trump. And they even go back to some really specific things, and they write here what Donald Trump's botched and uncaring let them drink bleach approach to Americans suffering and dying from the COVID pandemic. This is pretty ruthless language here.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're going to see moving forward. There was this moment after, it seems like more than a week ago, but it's just now a week after that horrific assassination attempt where people were talking about unity. And you saw at that point, President Biden paused his campaign, pulled down some negative ads. But now, when you read this letter, and you're right, Kana, it reads as a coalescing, but also, you know, their sharp aim at Donald Trump. And I think a lot of people in my conversations, and I was in Rehoboth covering President Biden with COVID just a couple of days ago, in my conversations with members of the Democratic Party, there is a feeling that any more infighting will be detrimental to the fundamental goal of beating Donald Trump at the end and keeping him out of the White House. So this letter circulating around will be one of many to try to put the focus back on former President Trump. You'll remember, Kana, some of the biggest criticism of President Biden from that debate, which is now something like 24 days ago, was that he really couldn't sort of clap back at what Donald Trump was saying. And that's exactly what this letter and what their hope is that Kamala Harris will do now.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point. By the way, you're spot on there on the 24 days, but that was a very, very loud criticism of not only could he not finish sentences and he got lost in some of the things he was saying, but he didn't hold counterpoint to some of the statements that were made by former President Donald Trump, many of which have been proved to be untrue. All right, Phil Lipoff, thank you always. We always love having you with us. I want to bring in our ABC News presidential historian, Mark Updegrove. Mark, just personally, when all this news started breaking today, I have to say, you were one of the first people on my mind. I thought, my goodness, our historian here, he must just be in bewilderment over what we have seen play out, even though there were whispers growing for weeks that this might happen. Here we are today. So walk us through this moment in American policy and American history.
You're so right, Kana. There was a buzz about this possibly happening, and yet here it played out. And it shows that we are truly in at the crossroads of history. We're caught up in the currents of a very historic year with all that has played out so far this year. We saw the debate, which was, I think, determinative for Joe Biden. That was the turning point in his campaign. That was evidence that he was probably not the man to carry the party forward in 2024. We saw the assassination attempt on President Trump's life, how that changed his trajectory, united the Republican Party. And now we see Joe Biden declining to accept his party's nomination, ostensibly handing the torch over to Kamala Harris, and now the party coalescing around her candidacy, despite the fact that she has not yet been crowned as the party's nominee. That looks like where it's going. So all these things are happening with so much more to come before Election Day in November, Kana.
Well, and also Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket is history making just in itself.
Without question, the first African-American woman to head a ticket. Of course, we saw Hillary Clinton's candidacy in 2016, and she got the majority of the vote, but of course didn't get the Electoral College, and the election went to Donald Trump. But you're so right, Kana, this is historic for so many reasons. It harkens back in some ways to 1968, another very divisive, very volatile year in American history, where we also saw political violence, the assassinations of Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy. We saw division in our country and discord, but we also saw an incumbent president who was eligible for re-election decline to seek his party's nomination, decline to accept the nomination if it were given to him, and ultimately his vice president, Hubert Humphrey, became the Democratic nominee and went on to the election against Richard Nixon that year. So many historic parallels, Kana, and at the same time, so much that is truly unprecedented.
And let me ask you about this. So we know that President Biden is going to remain president, and so he's going to step down from the next election bid. In the past, is that how it has played out, that he is not just leaving office, that he is going to continue, he's going to see his presidency through here, and that is going to include some major decisions here? We know he has a call with Benjamin Netanyahu. We have 2 wars overseas here. There's a lot of eyeballs on national security between now and November. So is that the right call for him to continue to be president? And is that historically how this would look?
It seems to me to be the right call for a variety of reasons, Kana, but it's important to note that this has happened a variety of times in history. I mentioned 1968, the last time it happened when Lyndon Johnson opted not to accept his party's nomination for the presidency, but it happened 3 other times in the 20th century. We had Theodore Roosevelt, Calvin Coolidge, Harry Truman, all eligible for another term as president, opting not to accept their party's nomination. I should mention, though, that all of those presidents, Theodore Roosevelt, Calvin Coolidge, Harry Truman, Lyndon Johnson, all took the presidency upon the death of an incumbent, became president in their own right by getting elected to the office, and then declined another term in office. So this is a little different insofar as Joe Biden was the candidate in 2020, became president, and has opted after one term not to go forward. So slight differences, but in answer to your question, Kana, I think it's the right thing for him to continue on in the presidency, and just the right thing as well to decline his party's nomination, to hand the torch off to the next generation of Democrats.
And in terms of American leadership in politics, there's also been a lot of concern and criticism and questions about President Biden's closest advisors. And the concern is really, did they shield him from not only other lawmakers in Washington, but from the American people, so that people were not really aware of his mental acuity or his shortcomings? Is that something that you agree with? Do you think that that's true? And is that something that just sort of plays out in American politics, where the people that are closest to him, these closest advisors, are sometimes the ones calling the shots?
Well, that's something we will probably know in light of history. We probably won't know now what efforts may or may not have taken place to shield the American public from understanding the setbacks that President Biden was facing. But let me just mention, we have not seen any evidence that President Biden's advanced age has in any way affected his decisions as president. We saw his poor performance, without question, in the CNN debate. We saw him sort of feebly exiting Air Force One the other day and getting into the presidential limousine. Those are physical manifestations of the elderly state in which Joe Biden finds himself, but we have not seen any evidence to this point. Okay, and I want to make clear that this has affected his mental acuity such that he could not perform the duties of President of the United States. That may come out in the light of history, but it's important to note at this time that President Biden's performance, from what I can glean, has not been affected in any direct way. Kana.
And perhaps that remains why that was his decision to continue to be president until, the election happens. He is going to stay in that seat. He is not stepping down from that seat. Mark Updegrove, thank you so much. We'll continue to talk with you here throughout the day again, as we are once again together navigating an unprecedented and historic moment in American history. Amanda Renteria popping up there on my screen. I'm so happy to see you, former director for the Hillary Clinton campaign. Look, Amanda, we spoke a lot last week while I was at the Republican National Convention, and you were right there with me when President Biden was diagnosed with COVID, and we thought perhaps this day might come. Here we are. So I actually am curious about some logistical maneuvers here that I'm hoping you can help us understand. So President Biden, we know, has endorsed Kamala Harris, but what do we know about the Democratic Party's nomination process, right? What really needs to happen now in order to make Vice President Harris, or someone else, the party's presidential nominee?
So there's a whole heck of a lot of logistics going into a convention. How do the delegates work? What is happening per state as you go through? And then there's a superdelegate count, which are 700 elected officials who really are now being called. What's going to happen? So there's a logistics behind the scenes. But here's what I'll say is it has been everyone's assumption. Those who have been in the party, those who have been in the ZNC, really this combined team ticket, which makes this process easier. But there are logistics. You are still in a convention. The delegates have to give a vote at the convention. And a lot of the phones right now are really talking about this is a team ticket, the easiest process from a legal, financial, operational.
Oh, it looks like we lost Amanda Renteria there, but we will try to check back in with her because I think that some of those things that she's talking about here, how logistically this will play out, is really important, and it's a question that we don't have a lot of answers to at this moment. So we'll be checking back in with Amanda Renteria here momentarily. I do want to bring in, though, ABC News reporter Zohreen Shah. She's here in Los Angeles with me. And Zohreen, I mean, not only today, for the last few weeks here, you have been talking with donors to the Democratic Party and what a shakeup here might really mean. What are you learning in these recent hours?
Yeah, so Kana, just a few minutes ago, we learned that there was a transfer of those names right there. So there's 4 different committees of money, right? There's the Biden campaign. That is now going to be called the Harris campaign. That has $96 million in it. The DNC, of course, has $78 million in it. The Biden Victory Fund, now called the Harris Victory Fund, that has $40 million. The Biden Action Fund now is going to be called the Harris Action Fund with $23 million. And one of the reasons why this is important, this transfer of the switching of the names essentially, is because it's so seamless. A lot of people were hoping for that seamless transfer of money, that seamless process. It appears that they're certainly getting it right now. I've been speaking to a lot of her donors, actually, the last few days. I went back and spoke to her, almost 20 of her 2019, the original Harris loyalists, the last few days, to also just get a pulse of where they stand in this moment. A lot of them were telling me that if Biden were to drop out, which in fact he has now from the race, that they would see a lot of energy behind her. And of course, no, these were the people who saw her during her 2019 presidential run. They saw that money dry up early, the poll numbers tank, the crowds dwindle, and yet they really feel confident in this moment. They feel like it's a different time, that she's grown quite a bit. In fact, one even telling me that he was 66 years old. He's been to so many conventions. He was not planning on going to the one this year if Biden were to be the nominee. But he says, in fact, he will change his mind if it ends up being Kamala Harris.
Oh, that is really interesting. I mean, really speaking to the coalescing of the party there, and noting here, it does appear that there is a few options on what to do with some of this money and in different places, right? They're saying there's like $100 million in some places. It could be it could go into the Democratic National Party, but if Kamala Harris is the nominee, as Zohreen mentioned, it is a seamless switch. And Zohreen, you talked a little bit about some of the crowds dwindling there in past elections in 2019. You were there. You covered her. You were there every step of the way. In conversations that you're having right now, that she might very well be at the top of this ticket. What are people saying to you about her just perhaps leading this country next?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so interesting right now, right? Because a lot of people are saying it is a different time right now for her to potentially run. I mean, you remember 4 years ago, Kana, when she was running, she seemed way too conservative when it came to issues like criminal justice. That is her big issue. I mean, she was a prosecutor. And now the Democratic Party has shifted a little bit. They are a little more conservative when it comes to issues of criminal justice. But you remember when she first became a DA, in those first few months that she was a DA, in fact, there was an officer who was killed in Northern California, Isaac Espinoza. He died, by the hands of another gunman. And she actually said that she would not pursue the death penalty. At that time, it was seen as a huge political liability for her to say that. And so when she became AG, she actually switched her tone. She became for the death penalty. And so a lot of those issues were coming back to sort of haunt her in that moment 4 years ago. But of course, a lot of people are saying, look, she's been through so much. The country's also shifted in a way. They say that she's grown, she's traveled the world, she's met world leaders. She sat there as Biden has drafted up a lot of these executive orders. She has, fundraised around the country in sort of a different way, in a different capacity as vice president. And they really have a lot of hope for her in this moment, at least the donors that I'm talking to.
All right, that is really fascinating. Zohreen Shah, thank you so much for being here with us today. I want to bring back in here our ABC News contributor and former national political director for the Hillary Clinton campaign, Amanda Renteria. We just lost your shot there a minute ago, Amanda, so I'm glad to have you back here with us. And we're just hearing from Zohreen there, who's talking about her conversations with donors that feel excited about the possibility of her being at the top of the ticket. We're seeing logistical maneuvers now. It's a bit of a swap right now. It says Harris-Biden, although that certainly is subject to change again. And you were sort of trying to break that down for us. What do those changes really have to look like to switch the party's nominee?
Well, you're beginning to see not only the financial aspects of it, there's an operations behind the scenes as well. How do you make sure delegates are ready for that vote count? whether that's before or after the convention. And those calls are happening now. And that's really the operations. The good news is people have been often talking about the Biden-Harris team for a very long time now. And these last several weeks and days, it's really set in what is the easiest path, what is the smoothest path, considering we are 100 days, almost 100 days to the election cycle. And so there is a lot of conversations behind the scenes to make sure not only does she have the support, but that people are ready to go going forward with a message to reintroduce her, not only to the party, but to the country at large. And so a lot of those conversations are happening right now. But I think everyone already saw this coming. That makes it a lot easier. And so today you're seeing a lot of different calls happen. Support letters will continue. And people will start to get the stories out there about not only who she has been dating back to my home state of California, but really what she has done as well in this administration and at the national and global level, which are really important for the country to understand as well.
Well, a couple of things, sir, I do want to share with you. We have some reporting in from Mary Bruce, who's saying that the Biden campaign, the infrastructure there is going to stay the same, right? Everybody's going to stay on. They're going to still have their jobs, and that they have filed with the Federal Election Commission now as Harris for president. So the wheel is already in motion here. And is that sort of what you're talking about? Some of you really right. You have to dot your I's and cross your T's and do some of those things logistically. Now, you've got to get that delegate support.
You're exactly right. And in all fairness, a lot of when you have a president and vice president, a lot of her former team in California moved over to the president's staff and back and forth. And so they have already been working, the staff behind the scenes quite a bit. Now, the close inner circle, of course, changes, right? There has been a lot of very senior advisors who have been with Vice President Harris for a long time, back in her days in California, went with her to D.C., but the good news is they've now had 3 years of working together. And so this isn't that big of a change. She's been very close to the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus on the Hill as well. And so in this sense, this is pretty smooth behind the scenes. The question now, though, is you're reintroducing a new candidate with 100 days to go into the election. And that's the part where the party has to come together, make sure that people are coming out with the same message and beginning to talk about that contrast with Trump. And I have to say, there's a whole lot of excitement behind the scenes because we've spent weeks talking about the Democratic Party in disarray. And it's really great to be coming together and saying, what is our vision? How are we going to put this candidate and this ticket forward? And how are we going to have a convention with the kind of excitement that we can have in a Democratic Party and really show to the world what this new generation of leaders looks like for this country?
Oh, wow. That is really interesting. All right, Amanda Renteria, I'm so glad we had you with us today. We'll be checking in with you as the evening goes on. I want to bring back in our ABC News White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks. And so Mary Alice has not only been talking with staff there at the White House, but we're also starting to learn about these efforts that are underway to try to get the delegate support here that Vice President Kamala Harris needs to be at the top of that ticket and have her party's nomination.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, at this point, this is a delegate game. You know, she said it in her statement. She knows she needs to still secure the nomination. And the functional way that she will do that, of course, is through the delegates at the convention or ahead of the convention in this virtual roll call if they still go ahead with that. We know that that had been their plan. They had not finalized the date of that virtual roll call where the delegates would all formally nominate President Biden. But we haven't also heard that they have plans to scrap that yet. So right now, as far as we know, that we have been asking and asking, as far as we know, the party is still planning to go ahead with that virtual roll call, so a nomination would actually take place and be locked in before the convention in Chicago. Now, Kana, I talked today with a state party chair, a Democratic state party chair, who told me that shortly after the news broke, he got a call from the Biden team, making sure that he saw the news, but also making sure that they were checking in with delegates. He said that in his conversation with delegates from his party, of course, most delegates are locked in for the president, that everyone he was talking to so far were planning to listen to the marching orders from the president and back Harris. Of course, that is easier to do when there is not any real or any challenge at this point, when there is not even any sense of a primary, any sense that someone will be challenging her. Instead, what we have seen is really more and more of those leading figures that we were potentially thinking could challenge her say that they won't. And so at this point, it seems like there is a real effort to see where those Biden delegates are going, seeing if they would flirt with the potential of voting for someone else. And of course, the party is frantically trying to check in and see if any governor, any sitting senator, any other serious Democrat would be willing to launch a bid against her. You know, one thing that is interesting, you've been talking about the money, you've been talking about the campaigning. Another part that I have been hearing from state party officials, also longtime leaders in the Democratic National Committee, is just the fact that the sitting vice president is vetted in a way that no other statewide elected official is. You know, I asked this person, what about a governor? Surely a governor is fully vetted. Surely a senator is fully vetted. And I was told, nope, it is still not the same, not to the same level as a sitting vice president who has had to do a national race, who has had to be vetted to be the vice president, to be on the ticket before. And this DNC leader told me that that alone, in his opinion, meant that he thought the delegates should back her, that Democrats, with all of this last minute sort of change, with all of this sort of historic nature of this candidacy now moving forward, shouldn't also risk, in his opinion, the potential that another person might have still a skeleton in their closet. So look, what we know is that behind the scenes, at every single level, at the White House level, at the campaign level, at the state party level, Democrats are trying to talk to delegates. They're trying to talk to see who else could potentially enter this race, and they're trying to talk to each other about what the best path forward is, Kana.
And that's really interesting, as you point that out, Mary Alice Parks, but also, you know, in terms of her being vetted and well-known on the national stage. Oh, Mary Alice Parks isn't hearing me right now. Okay, thank you for letting me know. She's amazing. We'll check back in with her in a minute when we're able to get her comms back up. So we always appreciate Mary Alice's reporting. I want to check back in now with Phil Lipoff. He's also in New York. And so, Phil, we're starting to hear more and more support for President Biden's decisions to step aside, but we're also hearing, you know, a lot of gratitude sent his way for his life of service to this country, none more than his family. It sounds like while Hunter Biden is under tremendous legal pressure and scrutiny in this moment, he is now speaking out about his father's decision.
Yeah, recently convicted of 3 felony gun charges. He's had his problems well documented. But you're right, Kana, when you talk about the word family, it's one of the words people would use to describe Joe Biden. Family means a lot to him. And of course, right after he was elected to the Senate in 1972, his wife and daughter were killed in a car crash. That's been well documented as well. He speaks to people who have lost loved ones, whether it's, you know, in battle or wherever, where he talks a lot about empathy. And his son, Hunter, with all those problems that you mentioned and we talked about, is his son and loves his father. And there's so much reaction on social media, but this was worth reading to our viewers. Hunter Biden says, for my entire life, I've looked at my dad in awe. How could he suffer so much heartache and yet give so much of whatever remained of his heart to others? I'll skip down toward the end. He talks about his unconditional love and says, I'm so lucky every night I get to tell him that I love him and to thank him. I ask all Americans to join me tonight in doing the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I love you, Dad. And I think that echoes a lot of what we've seen, Kana, in the lead up to and the rumblings that we've heard in the Democratic Party and then the all-out asking for Joe Biden to step aside. Many leaders of the party wouldn't just come out and say it. They would come out and respectfully say it's Joe Biden's decision. I think a lot of people respect this man, and we've heard the word love from some politicians, too. I love Joe Biden. I would never, you know, say he has to step aside. It's his decision. And now we're seeing it from his family as well. Real respect and love.
Yeah, we certainly are. And we also heard a lot from Democratic leadership that this isn't something that they felt comfortable playing out publicly, and they didn't want to air their grievances publicly. However, there was a slow and growing louder leak of source information coming from Capitol Hill as those calls for him to step down grow. Phil, I'm also hoping that we can touch base on something that we talked about just a moment ago about DNC members right now and this letter that's been going around. I want to give you a minute because I know it's a long letter letter that you've been going through here. But this is really interesting here, and it really goes to show the efforts that are being made across the board right now to get any Democrats that might not be fully on board here to really coalesce, to back Kamala Harris as the top of the ticket, and really to do it quickly.
Yeah, and this is going to be really important to use the word quickly.
In his letter announcing this extraordinary.
I'm not sure what we're hearing there, Phil. So, yeah, I heard that as well. I'm not sure exactly
like
what that was. We'll be checking in here with the control room because I think that we're hearing some of our colleagues in their mics as well.
Yeah.
As we're sorting this out with everyone that's watching with us. This is a day for us
I'm on
here
a hard
as well.
line to the desk, so we should be good with my audio.
All right, take it away.
I think what you use the word quickly, and that speed is really important here. And obviously, President Biden was thinking that as he not only stepped aside, but endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, immediately. And there was this letter that is being sent around from former and current members of the Democratic National Committee, and they are talking about shoring up support. So I'll just read you a tiny bit of it because it really reaches out. The letter says, "We strongly and enthusiastically endorse Vice President Kamala Harris, the candidate with the best experience and capacity to unite the party in the United States for the Democratic nomination for President of the United States. We ask that you join us." And this is signed now, Kana, by dozens of members of the Democratic National Committee, both president and former, from California all the way to Florida. It's dozens of members now. They're hoping that will grow. They are circulating it, and obviously they don't want any more infighting as well. I mean, there were a lot of people who would come out during the course of this last 24 days or so since the debate and say, hey, we should be having this conversation. The Democratic Party should be having this conversation behind closed doors, not in public. That was a criticism of a lot of folks who came out and did it in public. And now they certainly don't want to have this fight, not just in public or private. They don't want to have this fight at all. They want to unite, coalesce, and go after Donald Trump.
Well, and to go after Donald Trump for the reasons that the Democratic Party is laying out here, I mean, given the length of this letter and how specific it is, you have to wonder when they started working on it. And some of the things here, the language is extremely harsh in judgment of former President Donald Trump and his now running mate, J.D. Vance. And Phil, I'll let you expand on this, but just sharing with our viewers, one line here says, would-be dictator Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and MAGA Republicans represent an existential threat to the freedom and prosperity of all Americans and the world at large.
Yeah, and I'll follow that up, Kana, with women's health, which has been targeted by a radical and out-of-control Trump Supreme Court. They're pulling no punches, and I think what this letter was doing, and even what Vice President Kamala Harris did the night of that devastating debate for President Trump, she was interviewed right after by another network, and she went point by point attacking former President Trump about things he said during the debate. And that was the biggest criticism from so many Democrats. It's just the President Biden was just simply not capable of going after Donald Trump that night in a way that the Democratic Party really needs to go at him. Everything was focused on his age rather than what was coming out of the former president's mouth. And now this letter, very focused from members of the Democratic National Committee. You're going to hear this kind of stuff from across the Democratic Party because they've been waiting to be able to go after Donald Trump in this campaign rather than talk about who's at the top of their ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right to point that out, that as many of the criticisms that President Biden faced in the wake of that debate, top of mind for a lot of people was that he was unable in those moments to essentially fact check former President Trump on that debate stage. Phil Lipoff, thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate your time as always. And we appreciate that everybody is watching here with us, ABC News Live. I'm Kana Whitworth and we're here in Los Angeles. And if you're just now watching, we want to bring you up to speed here. We resume here with our breaking news coverage and this important, it's an unprecedented day, not just in American politics, but in American history as well. President Joe Biden announcing today at 1:46 Eastern that he is dropping his bid for the White House, saying he will not seek re-election. This, of course, comes after weeks of growing calls from members of his own party to step aside, many very concerned about his mental acuity, and all of this coming after his debate performance. It was June 27th against former President Trump, and that performance, it was 24 days ago. And within the party, it was viewed as disastrous. Biden and his team, however, remained defiant that the president would not leave his race and was, quote, in it to win it. But calls echoed from Capitol Hill to the donor class in Hollywood for Biden to pass that torch to someone else, believing it's the best chance to keep Trump out of the White House and also maintain control of the Senate. So it seemed that Biden's confidence started to crumble, especially after he was diagnosed with COVID. That was on Wednesday while he was on the campaign trail. Since then, he's been at his home in Delaware recovering, and then this afternoon making the announcement. He took to X, posted this: my fellow Democrats, I've decided not to accept the nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision that I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be our nominee of the party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Donald Trump. Let's do this. Well, then, Vice President Harris herself releasing a statement, writing in part, I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. Over the past year, I have traveled across the country talking with Americans about the clear choice in this momentous election, and that is what I will do to continue in the weeks ahead. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda. ABC News White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the latest for us.
Facing unsustainable pressure from his own party, President Joe Biden deciding to exit the race, announcing he will not seek a second term. Calls for him to step aside have been growing since his disastrous debate performance in late June. From the start, the president speaking with a raspy voice, at times stumbling and trailing off, unable to finish his thought.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Even on the issues at the heart of his campaign, like abortion rights.
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state.
The performance sparking panic within the party, raising questions about whether the 81-year-old had the stamina to beat Donald Trump and govern for another 4 years.
There was a big problem with Joe Biden's debate performance.
But the president and his team adamant this was just a one-off. In an interview with George Stephanopoulos a week later, Biden defending his performance.
You and your team have said you had a bad night, but your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It was a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
Many Democrats questioning if Biden had the stamina for a second term.
I have medical doctors traveling everywhere, every president does, as you know. Medical doctors, some of the best in the world, travel me everywhere I go. I have an ongoing assessment of what I'm doing. And they don't hesitate to tell me if they think there's something wrong.
I know you said you have an ongoing assessment. Have you had a full neurological and cognitive evaluation?
I get a full neurological test every day with me. And I've had a full physical. I had, I've been at Walter Reed for my physicals. Yes, the answer is
I know your doctor said he consulted with a neurologist. I guess I'm asking a slightly different question. Have you had the specific cognitive tests, and have you had a neurologist, a specialist, do an examination?
No one said I had to. No one said, they said I'm good.
Biden saying only divine intervention could force him out.
You sure? Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, if the Lord Almighty came down and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'd get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down.
But it wasn't enough to quell concerns. The calls from Democrats for him to step aside growing to a steady stream.
I salute President Biden. I just feel that it's time for him to step aside if we were to be able to protect what he allowed us to gain in 2020, which was a victory for democracy, but he delivered us from Trump then, he could be delivering us to Trump this year.
But the president doubling down.
You made me the nominee, no one else, not the press, not the pundits, not the insiders, not donors. You, the voters, you decided, no one else, and I'm not going anywhere.
Determined to prove his doubters wrong, Biden hitting the trail hard and facing the press.
I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started.
But despite his best efforts, the pressure growing. Soon, top Democrats, even allies and close friends, pushing him to exit the race.
I do not think he is the best person to go into this election. I think if he is our nominee, I think we lose.
One by one, party leaders Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and even the powerful former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, privately and bluntly sharing their concerns directly with the president. If he stayed at the top of the ticket, he could drag down Democrats and hurt their chances come November. The president then forced off the trail by a COVID diagnosis, reckoning with his political reality. It's the job he'd spent a lifetime working toward, more than a half a century in Washington, earning a reputation as a lawmaker with friends on both sides of the aisle, a man who led with empathy after enduring so many personal tragedies, including the loss of his first wife and their young daughter, and later his beloved son, Beau. In 2020, Biden felt an obligation to run, spurred by Trump's response to white supremacists marching through Charlottesville, Virginia.
But if we give Donald Trump 8 years in the White House, he will forever and fundamentally alter the character of this nation, who we are. And I cannot stand by and watch that happen.
Biden running as a transitional president.
Look, I view myself as a bridge, not as anything else. There's an entire generation of leaders you saw stand behind me. They are the future of this country.
After a hard-fought campaign, Biden beating more than 24 Democrats to become his party's nominee and quashing Trump's re-election bid.
The people of this nation have spoken. They've delivered us a clear victory, a convincing victory, a victory for we the people.
Sworn in on that inauguration day, the weight of being commander-in-chief not lost on him.
The one thing that is real, that is different, I feel comfortable with it, but is you're the last guy in the room.
Yeah.
You decide, is the decision I'm about to make, will that cause war? Will that cause conflict? The decision I'm about to make, is that going to hurt people? Is it going to help people? That's the part that is different.
On Election Day, Biden returned to his childhood home in Scranton, Pennsylvania, leaving a note on the wall, "From this house to the White House, with the grace of God." His first term marked by historic challenges, the global pandemic, historic inflation, and the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. But Biden also accomplishing major legislative successes, the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act. Biden achieving record low unemployment while in office, and often touting his efforts to lower prescription drug costs and tackle student debt. In 2023, announcing he would run again, Biden asked voters for more time to get the job done.
We, you and I, together, we're turning things around, and we're doing it in a big way. It's time to finish the job. Finish the job.
But those concerns about his age persisting, the inevitable march of time, a challenge he could not overcome. The senator who came to Washington at just 29 years old, now choosing to walk away after just one term, the oldest president to ever serve, making the difficult decision to pass the torch to the next generation.
And our thanks to Mary Bruce for that report. I also want to pass along to you that we're learning here at ABC News right now that two top congressional Democrats have spoken with President Joe Biden today. That's according to sources. So that includes Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. They spoke along with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. So just want to pass that along. Again, the story is developing. We will bring you up to speed with every nugget of information that we get. But in terms of what this is like, this moment in history in this country and for the American people, I want to bring in ABC News presidential historian Mark Updegrove. And so, Mark, look, you can't understate what is happening in this country right now and in American politics. I mean, we're seeing a change at the top of the ticket here, which then could pave the way for another historic moment in this country for the first black woman to possibly run this country. Donald Trump now on the other side. He's just 4 years younger than President Joe Biden. He's campaigning for his second term, also as a convicted felon. He just survived an assassination attempt, and he is running with a man who is relatively unknown to a lot of American people, J.D. Vance at 39 years old. I'm just putting all of that out there because I want your assessment here of what this is like right now for the American people trying to understand this, digest all of this, and then make the best decision for them come November.
We are caught up in the currents of history in this moment. And as you know, we hear the word unprecedented time and time and time again. This is not unprecedented insofar as we've gone through tempestuous, volatile, divided times in our history before. But you just mentioned a litany of circumstances that make this a truly different time in history, Kana. I think what we have seen in the last month, who could have predicted that? Who could have predicted the poor performance of Joe Biden at the debate, the assassination attempt on former President Trump's life, the circumstances today of Joe Biden after insisting that he would run, that he would be his party's nominee, stepping aside and yielding the torch to his vice president, Kamala Harris. This is stuff that you simply couldn't have predicted a month ago, and we are still several months away from the election. So there's still so much more to play out. The only historical parallel that I can see in recent years goes back more than 50 years, and that is 1968, which was one of the most turbulent, earth-shaking years we've experienced in our history. We came out of that stronger. Hopefully, we will come out of this moment stronger as well, Kana.
Well, and you have to imagine what's happening right now on Capitol Hill and in the halls of Washington, the conversations that are ongoing. We have heard leaks and whispers that something like this could happen. We have heard top Democrats, either publicly or privately, encourage the president to step down. But as he's weighing all of that, while he's, isolating in Rehoboth from a COVID diagnosis, are you able to just sort of take us inside American leadership as to how the wheel was turning and how we finally got to where we are here on this historic Sunday?
Well, it's worth noting, Kana, this is a president who has had more political experience than any other president in the history of our nation. 36 years in the Senate, with 8 years in the vice presidency, 3+ years in the presidency, unbelievably experienced. And he spent almost his whole adult life toward the acquisition and exercise of power. And finally, he achieved the highest level in politics by getting the White House in 2021, becoming our 46th president. So it had to have been enormously difficult for him to decide not to accept his party's nomination. He was compelled to do so, obviously, after saying that he would do otherwise, that he would continue on and continue to seek the presidency against Donald Trump. And I think what is particularly difficult is that this is a man who decided to run in 2020 because he saw an existential threat to our democracy if Donald Trump continued in the presidency. He wrested the White House from Donald Trump, and now he looks at Trump again as a threat against all odds. Here, Donald Trump is once again the nominee of his party for the presidency, and his job in his mind probably was not finished until he saw that the tide turn on his candidacy, and I think did the right thing for the country and for his party by yielding the nomination, stepping aside, and giving the torch to his vice president, Kamala Harris, Kana.
And in terms of this historic moment and how it plays out now on the global stage, Mark, what is your assessment of this shakeup in Washington? There's concern in both parties. They criticize each other for being divisive, right, on both sides. But now that there's a major shakeup here in American politics and in Washington, how is this viewed now around the globe, including our adversaries and allies? Just noting here that President Biden has a conversation planned with Benjamin Netanyahu, and it's our understanding that Kamala Harris will also be a part of that conversation.
Well, now President Biden becomes a lame duck president, obviously not opting for re-election to this point, that his power to some degree wanes. A lot of the attention will shift to Kamala Harris as the possible successor to Joe Biden. I think for leaders across the country, our allies, I think that President Biden has been an enormously important president. In particular, Canada, this is somebody who revived a very weakened NATO, the National Alliance Treaty Organization, our allies toward preserving freedom abroad. And they've come together in a very important way in staving off or trying to stave off the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. So I think there's great concern among our allies about another Trump presidency. So likely attention will shift to Kamala Harris as a possible successor to Joe Biden in the presidency. I think authoritarians are looking very favorably at a Trump presidency. I think we've seen him ease our stance around authoritarian regimes across the country. So I think it'll be split in terms of how the world community looks at these two candidates, as at the presumptive nominee, Kamala Harris, and the Republican nominee, Donald Trump. Kana.
All right, Mark Updegrove, thank you so much. I just so appreciate your time. And again, your voice here is so crucial in this pivotal and historic moment in this country, Mark. Thank you. I want to check back in now with our ABC News reporter, Zohreen Shah, who again is here with me in Los Angeles and had covered Kamala Harris years ago and has stayed quite up to date on what's going on with her donors and with delegates inside the Democratic Party as well. And so, Zohreen, I mean, obviously the big question here right now is, how does this move forward? Where does the Democratic Party go from here? We know that the president has endorsed Kamala Harris. According to sources familiar with this, Vice President Harris has been making calls to a range of Democratic officials, including congressional Democrats, governors, and party officials, civil rights leaders, really trying to rally support behind her. And it sounds like right now, at least the things that we're hearing very publicly, Zohreen, is that this Democratic Party might really coalesce and get behind her and support her, despite from some of these donors that Selena Wang spoke with that said they're glad President Biden stepped down, but they're divided on how to move forward.
I think unity really has to be the way that most Democrats feel like they have to go right now, right? I mean, you heard John Carl say that if someone doesn't endorse her, they really certainly can't be considered as her VP nom even. So it really feels like a lot of those Democrats are going to kind of coalesce around her. I do want to bring up where her campaign, the presidential campaign, though, kind of left off in 2019, because that is where a lot of people right now, a lot of her allies believe it will pick up. There was an ad called Expose that was dropped on December 3rd, 2019, the day that she dropped out of the campaign. It was supposed to air in Iowa. It never did. But the ad showed her grilling Brett Kavanaugh, Jeff Sessions, and it talked about how she would be the best person to take on Donald Trump. That is where a lot of allies say that she should be heading towards. That's where they hope the campaign will pick up, of course, now against a convicted felon.
And Zohreen, you also noted some name changes that we're even seeing right now in some of these campaign efforts that they're veering towards now. Kamala Harris sharing with everybody that the Democratic National Committee has filed an amendment here to revise its joint fundraising efforts. So it's already now named the Harris Victory Fund. It, of course, was named the Biden Victory Fund just as of this morning. So we're already starting to see that wheel turn and that switch flip a little bit, Zohreen.
I think seamless is the first word that comes to mind, Kana, and that is what some folks were really worried about as these rumors started ramping up the last few weeks of Biden potentially stepping down, how that money transfer would happen, how it could, in fact, end up in the hands of another candidate if it wasn't, in fact, Kamala Harris. And of course, just to point out, she's not the nominee, but she's widely speculated as being the nominee in this moment because Biden endorsed her. But right now, there's 4 committees. There's the Biden Campaign Committee, which had $96 million. It has now been renamed to the Harris campaign. The DNC, of course, has $78 million. Then you had the Biden Victory Fund with $40 million, now called the Harris Victory Fund. And then the Biden Action Fund, now called the Harris Action Fund. So really a seamless transfer of that money in this moment.
And so what you're seeing, as you point out, that seamless transfer, these were things that were already in existence. They're essentially just moving them over. But Zohreen, where are some of the places where Kamala Harris, if she is the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party, where are some of the places that she could reach out, start to pick up votes and to gain support where perhaps if Biden was at the top of the ticket, he wouldn't be able to do that?
I mean, certainly one of the reasons why Biden picked her, or a lot of people speculate why he picked her, is because she does incredibly well with women, especially very well with people of color, right? The Democratic base is really, really sort of, I guess, in need of someone like her. That's what a lot of Democrats feel. But if you look at states like Nevada, states like Georgia, states where, you know, the margin of victory could be determined by Asian Americans in this particular race, the fastest growing bloc in this moment, she has that background. She also has, of course, she's half black as well. So she can really galvanize a lot of different groups that perhaps someone else may not be able to galvanize in this moment. I spoke to the head of one of the big Indian American political organizations in this country, and he told me just a few minutes ago that in 2020, they raised $15 million for the ticket. They hope this year to raise $50 million, 50, far more. They feel like that group is far more organized. They're galvanized. They're energized by someone like Harris potentially being at the top of the ticket. You also saw Jay Paul, the representative from Congress, the only female South Asian member in Congress, endorsing Harris. And that also has another angle to it. She's the head of the Progressive Caucus, a very, very consequential caucus, and one that Harris will also need as she is, you know, campaigning out there.
All right, Zohreen Shah, our thanks to you. I want to now bring in our ABC News contributor and former Trump administration official, Sarah Isgur, for more on this. And Sarah, actually, I'd love for you to just jump in here on something that we just heard from Zohreen, noting that Kamala Harris, the Vice President Kamala Harris, could be, of course, at the top of the ticket here, is the head of the Progressive Caucus for her party. That is something that you hear as a negative when you hear from the GOP. They point to that as something that could be very divisive within the party, and that they highlight that as something that is negative if they're going to run against her.
That's right. To the extent this race is going to be won with those independent double hater voters, Harris painting herself as someone on the left side of her party won't necessarily be helpful. But to touch on something else that Zohreen talked about, the money is not seamlessly moved at all. Imagine someone losing a primary, dropping out of the primary. They can't just transfer their money to another candidate. That's against the rules. They can give their money back to the DNC or back to the donors. But there's about to be a huge problem with those tens of millions of dollars in those various accounts that Zohreen was describing, because Harris was not the vice presidential nominee for the Democratic Party for 2024 until they took that vote, which they did not take. In that sense, that money is not hers. It was Joe Biden's, and with him out of the race, it cannot just be transferred to Harris. The question really that'll be interesting is who brings that lawsuit, and can it be resolved before it's moot by the end of the election?
Wait, so are you saying had they done that roll call vote, that virtual roll call, and then solidified the nomination first, that then she possibly could have had that money, as Zohreen said, seamlessly? Then it would have been her money. Of course, there would have been other legal problems if he had been the nominee potentially. But in terms of the money, the FEC rules are actually relatively clear about this. The vice presidential nominee has access to that money, but she's technically nothing right now because he wasn't the nominee for the party. And so in terms of the money, there sounds like there's a lot of different ways it could play out here. And some of it is that, right, it could be the money could be transferred, the money that President Biden had in his campaign efforts. It was quite a large coffer, $96 million for his campaign on hand. Could it be transferred then to the DNC and be used later?
Yes. And so what I would suggest as, a former election attorney is you transfer the money to the DNC and then do something pretty unusual, which is more or less collapse your campaign with the DNC, probably move your campaign manager over there as well, and make that the big lump of money that you're going to spend from. Of course, they're going to raise so much more money after anyone who's the official nominee moves forward. But again, if we're talking $100 million, you're certainly going to want to make sure you have access to that money and that a court case doesn't tie up the money in the meantime.
Right. So it's my understanding here that President Joe Biden's campaign, the DNC, and their joint fundraising committee together had $237 million in cash, but then the Biden campaign alone had that $96 million. And so, again, we're talking about the legal woes here, the financial woes as well. This could certainly get really messy in the weeks ahead, but it's also my understanding that there's some issues with these swing states as well in changing the top of the ticket.
That's right. Now, this was actually something that the Biden campaign was counting on, was saying that they had to delay, or rather move up the vote because of Ohio. Now, Ohio actually had changed their law, but then there was a question of whether the law actually, new law went into effect for 90 days. Mike Johnson was on ABC this morning with Martha Raddatz, the Speaker of the Republican House, saying that they absolutely intended to bring legal challenges across the country to this concept of switching up the candidates. Those cases I don't think go very far. We actually are far enough out from the election. Ballots haven't been printed. Deadlines haven't been reached. I think they are safe on those grounds, but obviously Republicans will try to tie them up in litigation regardless.
Okay, so outside of this, what about this? I mean, could this be a theme here? It feels a little bit trepidatious to go this route, Sarah, but for the Democratic Party to not have a primary, to tell the American voters that he is at the top of the ticket, this is your option to vote for, right? That people didn't really get to voice their opinions in that moment. And then to, as some would say, his top aides have been accused of shielding him and his mental acuity lapses from the American public. And then to see the polls and to watch how the American people reacted to that disastrous debate, and then to make a switch at the top of the ticket. I mean, that's a scary precedent to set.
I think that's right. You know, we kept seeing these headlines, you know, 2/3 of Democratic voters want Biden to step aside. But the flip side of that is 1/3 of Democratic voters still wanted Joe Biden as their nominee, and they're not going to get their wish now. This will all be up to 4,000 or so delegates at the Democratic National Convention now, who were all Biden people who are going to get to pick who the nominee is. I think there's a lot of problems here for Harris as well. On the one hand, her team does not want this to look like a coronation. On the other hand, they very much want the nomination. And so, you know, this is sort of a rigged mini primary that they want. What high-level national Democrat actually wants to be sort of the patsy that goes through the mini primary for the purpose of losing to Harris so that she can look like she actually went through a real primary? That's not going to be attractive to many of these top Democrats, Newsom, Whitmer, Shapiro, that we've been talking about.
Yeah, certainly not. Sarah Isker, please don't go anywhere. We have a lot more to discuss throughout this day. I want to bring some of these same questions, though, and topics to Amanda Renteria as well. She was the former national political director for the Hillary Clinton campaign. And if you could hear Sarah and I's conversation there, I would love to get some of your reaction as well, because while we are, again, in an unprecedented time here in American history where the top of the Democratic ticket has just been changed, there is concern over how that plays out politically and what kind of, is this unprecedented, Amanda, or does this set the precedent?
You know, we're in different times. We've known that. I think we've all experienced that, particularly in the Democratic Party in these various campaigns. Right now, that actually adds to a practical way of thinking. We have 107 days to the election. What does the party need to do to come together? And frankly, the last couple of weeks of the divisive rhetoric, not being able to get our message out there, has really behind the scenes, we all recognize we've got to come together. And those are the conversations that are happening. So how the money moves, maybe if you were in a normal election cycle and there was a year to the election, I think there might be a little bit more of a challenge to how do you smooth this out so that we can have the best 107 days left. But because we're in this very quick timeline, what you are seeing is a party come together, figuring out how do we make sure that we are in compliance and that we're together every single step of the way. And I think every day from here on to the convention.
Amanda, thank you so much. I think we just, again, had a little bit of an audio problem there, so I wasn't able to hear what she said there at the very end. We'll check back in with her. Sarah Isker, I do want to bring you back up here if I can. I want to share with you that we just got word here from Governor Shapiro out of Pennsylvania, who has now fully endorsed Kamala Harris for president. His name is really being thrown out there, as you know, Sarah, because potentially maybe he shares this ticket with her, and that goes into play here, the fact that maybe this ticket doesn't look at any Democratic senators, because there's also this fight for the Senate coming up as well.
That's right. I mean, the one Democratic senator that's going to keep coming up is Mark Kelly from Arizona. In theory, he actually could be replaced by law, he has to be replaced by a Democrat, replaced after the election. So that's still a viable option because of Arizona state law. But the other names that the Harris campaign has sent out, as you mentioned, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, North Carolina Governor Rory Cooper, and Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. Note that, of course, 3 of those candidates we've mentioned are from swing states that really Harris must win if she were the nominee: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona.
Certainly. And something else, Sarah, that you and I have talked about now really here for weeks was the GOP effort to keep President Biden at the top of the ticket, noting that they were very concerned well before the debate about his mental acuity. The Republican Party was concerned after Robert Hur's assessment of a well-meaning elderly man, right? They were concerned then, and the Heritage Foundation, this conservative think tank, started looking into what it would take to get President Biden off the ticket. What are you hearing right now in terms of the Republican Party's reaction to this? Do you anticipate several lawsuits here coming forward in an effort to keep his name on the ticket?
Right. I mean, remember, they wanted very badly to paint Joe Biden as mentally incapable of, becoming serving another term. But they didn't want him actually to drop off the ticket. He was the weakest candidate, they thought. They really wanted to continue running against Joe Biden. So after the debate, you saw a bit of a switch from Republican messaging, saying that if they remove Biden from the ticket, they'd be disenfranchising their voters. They'd be the threat to democracy. In some ways, this is the worst case scenario for the Trump team, to not know who they're running against until the last minute, to know it's not going to be Joe Biden. I will say their second choice is probably Vice President Harris, who certainly has the lead right now, hours into this announcement as we're standing here. They plan to paint her as responsible for all of Joe Biden's policies. Immigration czar, I think, is a title you're going to hear used probably more than vice president when referring to Vice President Harris. And then they're hoping that, yes, you'll see a little bump in the polls here as Democrats get excited about not having Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. But once they see Harris campaigning, as they did in her primary race in 2020, they expect those numbers to fall again.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard there at the Republican National Convention, Republicans laying the crisis at the border squarely at Vice President Kamala Harris's feet and noting that they called her the border czar in that moment. Sarah Isgur, thank you so much for being here with us. Your analysis is crucial. We appreciate you. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be on here for several hours now as we navigate this unprecedented day in American history together. And we're so glad to have you all here with us. I'm Kana Whitworth. I'm in Los Angeles, and this is breaking news coverage right here on ABC News Live. Of course, an important, and as we say it again, unprecedented day in American politics and American history. President Joe Biden announcing at 1:46 Eastern that he is dropping his bid for the White House and will not seek re-election. This comes, of course, after weeks of growing calls from members of his own party to step aside, many concerned about his mental acuity, and all of it coming after his debate performance. It was June 27th. Of course, it was against former President Donald Trump, and that performance now 24 days ago was viewed within the party and by many American people as disastrous. Biden and his team, however, remained defiant that the president would not leave the race and was, quote, in it to win it. But calls echoed from Capitol Hill to the donor class in Hollywood for Biden to pass that torch to someone else, believing that it was the best chance to keep Trump out of the White House and also maintain control of the Senate. It seemed that Biden's confidence to stay in crumbled after he was diagnosed with COVID on Wednesday while on the campaign trail. He has since been at his home in Delaware recovering, and then this afternoon making that announcement. He took to X, writing, "My fellow Democrats, I have decided not to accept the nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision that I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this." And then Vice President Harris herself releasing a statement writing in part, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. Over the past year, I have traveled across the country talking with Americans about the clear choice in this momentous election. And that is what I will continue to do in the days and the weeks ahead. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda." I want to check in now with our ABC News White White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks. And so, Mary Alice, you have just been listening to all of us try to navigate our way through what happens next here. We are seeing the campaign fundraising titles changing, right? It is Kamala Harris's name at the top on many of those, but that doesn't mean it is a done deal here. And we know that there is going to be lawsuits and litigation in the weeks ahead. What can you tell us here as you're speaking with some of these election lawyers?
Election lawyers that I spoke with feel pretty good about Democrats' chance of getting whoever their next nominee is on the ballot. Of course, like Sarah Isker was telling you, Republicans are going to try to slow this process down. They're going to try to tie up Democrats in litigation to fight and argue that the primary has already taken place, that Joe Biden has to stay on the ballot. But there's a lot of precedent for the party picking their own nominee. And fundamentally, during the primary process, voters are really picking delegates that go to a party convention. And so the fact that the delegates have not voted yet, the Democrats have not held their convention yet, kind of really helps Democrats in this moment. Remember, there was some conversation about Democrats potentially moving up their roll call vote, having those Democratic delegates formally vote to nominate Joe Biden earlier. It could have been as soon as next week. We saw House Democrats really push back on that idea, tell the convention, tell the party that this was a bad idea. They really wanted, frankly, to continue a pressure campaign to see if they could, in fact, convince President Biden to step aside. So really the question now becomes, when will Democrats formally nominate someone? We've been asking the party all day. So far, they're telling us that at this point, they still are planning to do that kind of virtual roll call and formally nominate someone that first week in August. I think that if all of a sudden we see someone come forward and challenge Vice President Harris, that could get bumped again. But like I said, most election lawyers I've talked to feel pretty confident that Democrats will be able to put whoever they want on the ballot as long as that decision is made and a nominating process is formally wrapped by the end of the convention. There are state deadlines where the party has to submit a name to states for ballots to be printed the days or immediately after the convention. And it's also interesting, Kana, just getting some of that initial read and reaction on a personal level from the White House staff and campaign staff, who, like we've been talking about today, were really blindsided by this announcement and really learned of it just in the minutes before, or some in real time with that tweet.
Isn't that fascinating, Mary Alice, is of all the leaking that we have been getting from Capitol Hill, from the White House, that this ended up being the best kept secret of all secrets. Is really fascinating. And also noting here that Kamala Harris is starting to get major endorsements here from AAPI, Black, Latino political groups, all coming out right now being very vocal and endorsing her. And again, it's not all set, right? But we're navigating our way through this, and you have to imagine what it is like, not only for her staff at the White House, but for the Democratic National Committee staff as well. It sounds like they just wrapped a call.
Yeah, that's right. We know that they did a call with the Biden-Harris team. And look, the message from the Biden-Harris campaign is that this now needs to be the Harris campaign. We are told that everyone who had been working on the Biden re-elect campaign was told, you still have a job, but your job is changing. And your job now needs to be to help elect the vice president. I think that it's interesting that they were all called together, and also that this happened a few hours after the announcement, because we know the president still needed to call people like governors and members of his cabinet. He was still making calls alongside the vice president to very senior leaders in the Democratic Party to tell them about this news and tell them about what they imagine is a path forward. It'll be interesting, though, to see how those delegates respond, because while the Biden and now Harris campaign is ready to go, and they have this extensive campaign staff, a national campaign with field offices all around the country. I mean, really a national campaign setup that takes months to set up. That doesn't mean that they have every delegate on their side, and there will undoubtedly be some delegates. We're hearing already from some delegates and some voters that they still believe this process cannot just look like a coronation. It cannot look like the Democratic Party willed it, and so it was. That it has to still feel in some ways organic, especially because of how unique it is now, where voters themselves are not weighing in any traditional way. And so I think that that's going to be really tough for the vice president to navigate. She wants to wield the power of this huge campaign and make it look like she is ready to go and hitting the ground running. On the other hand, how does she look like she is organically gaining the support of the party and the delegates still?
Yeah, that is certainly a fine line to walk there because, as you mentioned, it doesn't want to appear as if it was a coronation, that she is just this choice. But when you talk about how voters really haven't had the chance to weigh in here, right, they didn't have a real primary. Democratic voters were told, here's your ticket. And so it'll be really interesting to see how all of this shakes out. Mary Alice Parks, thank you, as always, for being with us. And passing along some information here as well from our political director and Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein, who's saying that as of now, the DNC is already raising money off of President Biden's decision to step down in this historic moment. They're asking for small dollar donations to recognize. And so the DNC is making this vow here, and I'm just reading again, this is from our political director, Rick Klein, that in the coming days, the party will undertake a transparent and orderly process to move forward as a united Democratic Party to defeat Donald Trump in November, again highlighting transparent and orderly process. It does appear that the state of Washington has been anything but here in the last few weeks. I want to bring in ABC's Phil Lipoff now for more on this, because as we're talking about how this is playing out in the United States of America, Phil, we know that the world is watching the chaos in Washington. We know that our allies and adversaries are watching how this plays out. And we know that with 2 wars overseas, American leadership is going to be fascinating to see how American leadership changes the outcome of what happens overseas.
Right. What happens here in America affects people all over the world, Kana. You said it best. And with 2 wars going on right now, we are getting some international reaction. President Vladimir Putin's press secretary, a quick reaction, talking mostly about the special military operation. That was a little odd. Prime Minister Netanyahu has not officially responded. He is coming to America tomorrow to meet with President Biden, but the president of Israel thanked President Biden. And then I want to get to President Zelensky. We know that President Zelensky spoke on the phone with former President Donald Trump the other day, and now we have this. He says, "We will always be thankful for President Biden's leadership. He supported our country during the most dramatic moment in history, assisted us in preventing Putin from occupying our country, and has continued to support us throughout this terrible war. The current situation in Ukraine and all of Europe is no less challenging, and we sincerely hope that America's continued strong leadership will prevent Russian evil from succeeding or making its aggression pay off." There is nothing there, and actually any of those statements about Vice President Harris. World leaders tend to stay away from endorsing candidates, and they're all really just thanking President Biden.
Right, and many just say we will work with whoever remains there, but as we also know that some, including many top-level Republicans, have been very critical of President Biden and how he has handled especially the war in Ukraine. They've criticized him for bending to the progressive wing of his party and for slow-walking some weapons there. And so it is really interesting to watch all of this play out. Again, I'll be very curious to hear how that call with Netanyahu goes, because we know that Kamala Harris will be a part of that call as well. But also, look, the train is on the tracks here, Phil, for the Democratic Party, and now they are marching towards their convention to be held in Chicago in August. And we've now learned again that now another super PAC that supports Biden fundraising off this moment after donors were reportedly withholding funds. This is a dramatic shift here, because we heard while we were at the convention there, Phil, that major donors out of New York and out of California as well said, we're going to hit the pause button right now. That can be devastating for a campaign. And already now, with the word that he has stepped down, we're starting to see that tide change just a little bit.
Yeah, but you could certainly argue it was devastating for his campaign. I mean, when the money stops, that's really, you know, that everything kind of stops. But yeah, we're seeing that money come back into play. It wasn't like these Democratic donors, Kana, were saying, you know, we don't like the Democratic Party anymore. They were saying, we just don't think that Joe Biden has the best chance to win. And so, yeah, this money is freeing up. We're also seeing some major political action committees come out with endorsements, the largest groups representing AAPI, Black and Latino communities. I just want to read you one thing from the chairman and founder and also the CEO of AAPI Victory Fund. And it says, obviously thanking President Biden, as everybody has, but it says, Vice President Kamala Harris is the Democratic Party's best choice to win in November. We will fight with all of our might to make her the first South Asian and Black woman ever to serve as president of the United States. Those are some pretty powerful action committees already getting behind her.
Certainly. And to play on the other side there, I just want to share with you as well that we have a super PAC on the Trump side to say that they're viewing this switch from Biden to Kamala as a simple pivot. So, wow, this is really going to get interesting here in the coming days. Phil Lipoff, thank you so much for being here with us. As we know, the Trump campaign, of course, has been preparing for this day, not knowing when it would come. But now that it's here, the Trump team is wasting no time releasing a campaign ad, attacking the vice president's record on immigration and border security, but also readying opposition materials on other possible nominees. Here's our chief congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott.
Donald Trump's response to Joe Biden's historic decision to bow out of the race tonight: attack, attack, attack. Trump, who just days ago pledged to unify the country, blasting Biden as the worst president by far in the history of our nation, adding whoever the left puts up now will just be more of the same. It was just over a week ago, after the attempt on Trump's life, that Trump and Biden shared what both men described as a good, respectful chat, Biden calling his rival.
I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers.
Tonight, Trump declaring Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve. And now some of the nation's top Republicans following Trump's lead, calling on Biden to resign from office. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying if Joe Biden is not fit to run for president, he is not fit to serve as president. He must resign the office immediately. The Trump campaign now having to shift course, though they've been preparing for weeks. Trump polling the crowd in Michigan yesterday.
So who would you like to most run against if you're us, if we want to win? Ready? Kamala Harris. Crooked Joe Biden. All right. I don't think we have to go too much further.
And tonight, Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, bluntly saying, Joe Biden has been the worst president in my lifetime, and Kamala Harris has been right there with him every step of the way. She owns all of these failures.
All right, and our thanks to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, for that. Of course, she was here guiding us all throughout this breaking news day here at ABC News Live. So again, our thanks to Rachel Scott for that. I want to now bring in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, who's been there in Rehoboth as President Joe Biden is recovering from COVID. And there was so much speculation, Selena, you know better than anyone, about if and when he would make this decision. You were there with him in Las Vegas when he got that COVID diagnosis, and then he went home there to isolate and to recover. And you know, all this way, as he's navigating these decisions, his wife, First Lady Jill Biden, has been there by his side. What more do we know about her role in this final outcome?
Kana, the president's family has been close by his side throughout this process. He had a very, very tight inner circle as he was weighing this incredibly difficult decision. And we do have a statement now from the First Lady's office. This is according to her spokesperson saying, quote, down to the last hours of the decision, only he could make. She was supportive of whatever road he chose. She's his biggest believer, champion, and always on his side. And Kana, this decision, it really came down to the wire. The president making this decision late, I'm told, and also only telling his senior staff and campaign staff about his decision about a minute before it went out to the public.
1 minute. I mean, that's just astonishing because, as we all know, the information that was leaking out of the White House and Capitol Hill over these last few weeks was really astonishing at times. And also, what more do we know about since his decision to step down became public, and now there's a lot of conversation about Vice President Kamala Harris being at the top of the ticket. She is getting endorsements that are coming through. What is she doing in this moment? She clearly wants to have that role there at the top of the ticket to lead the American people. What are her efforts right now in getting that support, first of all, from her party and then the delegates?
Well, Kana, she's already working to shore up that support. She's been working the phones, making calls to governors, Democratic leaders, and members of Congress. Now, remember here that Vice President Kamala Harris, she's already been a leading voice in some issues that are central to this campaign, including abortion and immigration. And if she becomes the nominee, Kana, this would be historic. She would be the first Black woman and the first Asian American. And Kana, throughout her vice president, she has also been with President Biden in some of these very critical meetings. And I'm learning that she is expected to meet with Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu this week. And VP Harris, she has been busy today, as I've been saying. She is already fundraising off of that announcement. She says she's going to do everything in her power to unite the Democratic Party and defeat Donald Trump. Clearly, she's already hitting the ground running.
And Selena, I do want to follow up with you on a couple of things, though, because you, I know, have talked with donors and delegates alike, and it sounds to me like they expressed they were relieved, right, that President Biden decided to step down and that he's not going to run for re-election. But where they go from here seemed to draw a bit of a divide there.
Yeah, Kana, there was a lot of relief from the delegates and donors I was speaking to in the days preceding this. They were expressing a lot of panic and worry and anxiety, feeling like there just was no path forward for President Biden to defeat Donald Trump. Now, among the donor class, though, when this announcement first came out, I was in a flurry of texts from these donors, and they were very much divided. Some of them saying that they wanted no coronation of Vice President Harris, and they would like it to be a more open process. They wanted to see some sort of mini primary. But as you saw so many powerful Democratic leaders and members of Congress start to come out and put their full endorsement behind Vice President Harris, I'm told that these donors very quickly started to coalesce around the vice president. Now, of course, none of this is set in stone, but the momentum certainly moving in Vice President Harris's direction.
All right, Selena Wang there from Rehoboth. Thank you so much for being with us, Selena. Joining us now is Democratic Congressman from Florida, Jared Moskowitz. Congressman, thank you so much for being here with us. And noting to our viewers here, you have already endorsed Kamala Harris to be there at the top of the ticket. What do you think this moment really says about your party overall and its efforts to defeat Donald Trump in November?
Well, thanks for having me. I think what it shows is that the Democratic Party is serious about making sure Donald Trump doesn't get back to the White House, and obviously keeping the Senate and trying to win the House. And so, look, you know, President Biden has an unbelievable record of service, probably that we won't see again. Someone who's dedicated his entire life, decades in the Senate, one of the youngest ever elected vice president for 8 years to the first black president, and then president for the last 4 years. And so, look, this was a patriotic move. Even with all the pressure, he could have decided to stay. And at the end of the day, he chose this path because he, as we've been saying, democracy is on the ballot. And so, you know, hats off to him and his entire family. And then endorsing Kamala Harris, turning the page, passing the torch, showing why he picked her, rather than leaving it open on who President Biden supports and having more chaos. He decided to endorse his vice president. This is what's going to be remembered. The last 2 months of this will not be remembered. What will be remembered is what President Biden did today.
Well, and do you have any regrets at all that it's today that this happened? Would you have liked to have seen this happen a little bit earlier? Because you brought up chaos. That is how a lot of people have viewed the Democratic Party here for the last couple of weeks, and it has put, you know, moderate and independent voters in a position where they really don't know who they should vote for in November because they feel like the Democratic Party is in disarray.
Well, look, I don't know why it was today. I mean, it is International Ice Cream Day or National Ice Cream Day. So, you know, today's as good a day as any day, I guess. But look, it was chaotic. It was messy, right? That's how this has been portrayed in the media. But it is no way in comparison to the 4 years of chaos we had under Donald Trump and the 4 years of chaos we would have if he got reelected and also had the House and the Senate potentially, which was the course we were looking at. Until President Biden made this decision. And so this is a complete reset. I'm sure the Trump campaign is going to try to run the same playbook on Kamala Harris, but she's a different candidate. She's a former prosecutor. She knows how to prosecute the case, and she's going to do that. This debate will be very different than the debate we saw several weeks ago. And so if you look at the Republicans, how they're freaking out, they wanted to run against Biden. They knew that playbook. The race was pretty stable for them. The polling was going in the wrong direction for Biden, in the right direction for Trump. And this is a complete reset. And so anyone saying that they're happy to be running against Kamala, that is not the reverse psychology that they've been running on everybody the last several days.
Well, no, and you are right. And even during the convention, Donald Trump did take to social media and talk about how the Democrats were trying to get Joe Biden off the ticket. And the GOP has been very clear that they would prefer to run against him. And so it will be interesting to see how they change their tactics if they have to go up against an entirely different ticket here. I'm curious, though, in Florida, when you're talking to your constituents, some of the criticisms of Vice President Kamala Harris' leadership is that she has been so aligned with the progressive side of that party. And when you're talking with your constituents, how do they feel about her leadership?
Well, look, in a lot of ways, right? I mean, there are instances in which, you know, I think the past administration didn't let her go out and do enough to get to know people. This is going to provide a completely new opportunity for her to go out and reintroduce herself to the American people on her behalf, not on behalf of President Biden, but on behalf of now Kamala Harris as the potential nominee for the Democratic Party once that happens. And so, look, you know, what they know of Kamala Harris is what the media has portrayed about her, or what the Republicans have tried to portray. What they're going to find is they're going to find someone who was an attorney general, someone who was a prosecutor, a fierce advocate for women's rights, mental health, and she is going to prosecute this case against Donald Trump. There is going to be a stark contrast now between the past and the future, between a woman's right to choose and, you know, the government coming in and telling you what you to do with your body. And she's going to make this stark contrast. This is, like I said, a complete reset. This is not going to be fought on the same issues, I think, that the Trump campaign was prosecuting against President Biden. This is going to be totally different what Kamala Harris tries to do. But look, it's also kitchen table issues, right? The stock market is high. Yes, inflation is coming down, but people in their pockets are not feeling it when they go into the grocery store. I think Kamala Harris is going to provide a vision forward. Now it's the Republicans who have the old person on the ticket, and we have a new generation of leadership, potentially in Kamala Harris, who I expect to get the nomination at the convention.
Well, and there are many Americans, though, when they think about the economy and they think about immigration, and they do point their finger at the Biden administration, at the Biden-Harris administration specifically, for some of the concerns that they are having right now. When Americans think about their bottom line and their pocketbooks, they look at the economy that they've been living in under the Biden-Harris administration. And I'm also curious, I want your response here. J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's vice president nominee here, has put out a statement saying that Harris, quote, lied for nearly 4 years about Biden's mental capacity, saddling the nation with a president who can't do the job. How is she going to react to some of that kind of criticism?
Well, that just proves my point. They're still talking about Joe Biden. They're still talking about Joe Biden, his mental capacity. Boy, you know, it's a new day. They're not going to be able to continue to do that. They want to. They're going to try to do that. Oh, she knew it was all her fault, because that's the campaign that they want to run. And so at the end of the day, you know, that's an argument for today or tomorrow, but that's not something that the American people are going to let them, I think, get away with. They're going to want to hear about policies and vision and what you're going to want to do for the country. She's her own person. She has her own record, her own background, own unique background, potentially the first female, potentially the first Black female president of the United States. Again, a former prosecutor, former attorney general, totally different obviously body of work that she brings to the table, in stark contrast to Donald Trump. And so that's what this is going to be fought on. It's going to be fought on the issues of tomorrow and trying to prevent going back to the chaos of the 4 years under the Trump administration.
All right, Representative Moskowitz, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. I also now want to bring in our ABC News executive editorial producer, John Santucci. And John, I mean, just quickly, he did say we're not hearing a lot of attacks yet at Kamala Harris when Trump is speaking out. They are still pointed at Joe Biden. And when I look through some of the posts here that Donald Trump has put out today, I mean, he's not wrong. There is still a lot of Biden focus here.
Well, he's not wrong, because that's been the playbook for the last 3.5+ years, Kana. And the reality of our sources telling us right now, close to former President Donald Trump, is, look, they've got a playbook, right? They've built a JIC book on Kamala Harris. Now they've got to dust that thing off and get it rocking and rolling. The reality also, one of the things that they were very fast on today, we saw it on social media, the super PAC, MAGA Inc., which supports Donald Trump's campaign, they were already prepared with a 30-second ad. And one of the things they've already done, Kana, they had a $5 million ad buy in 3 battleground states for next week that was running a Joe Biden-focused ad. That team has already switched it out and putting this Kamala Harris ad into effect. So it's a slow transition, but again, as one source said to me, it's been a bunch of years focusing on Biden. Now we have to switch the deck, if you will.
Well, and it sounds like they really were prepared to do that. Also, John, I'd love your take here on J.D. Vance. I mean, he definitely is coming out pretty harsh against Vice President Kamala Harris and her ability to lead.
Well, look, the reality is he got on the ticket because he wasn't going to be soft and gentle. Donald Trump wanted a pit bull, and he got exactly that. Look at everything J.D. Vance has done for the last several months. While Donald Trump was in the courtroom, J.D. Vance is one of his staunchest defenders across TV news. So that is not to be unexpected from him. That, frankly, is the first job. We know Donald Trump falls in love and out of love with somebody if they're out there and defending him or not. J.D. Vance was exactly that guy. Remember, Kana, he was the first one to come out and start attacking Joe Biden after the assassination attempt, believe it or not, a week ago. It feels like we've been in 10 weeks at this rate. But this is where J.D. Vance is going to be of value to Team Trump to be on defense. And then the question becomes for him, who does he debate? Who's his matchup? A lot of questions out there Team Trump has to prepare for.
Certainly, and John, if we quickly can, you know, I know there was a lot of thought here that Donald Trump had the opportunity to shut the door, lock up this election at his speech at the RNC, and in the aftermath of that, there was a lot of concern from the GOP.
Oh, absolutely. People writing me in real time, disaster, who could have thunk it? As one source said to me that used to work for Donald Trump in the White House, Kana, I cried at the beginning, and then shortly thereafter, it was everything I expected it to be, Kana.
Interesting. All right, John Santucci, I'm so happy to have you here with us throughout the day and breaking down all the information that we are getting here into our newsroom on this unprecedented day in American history where President Joe Biden has decided to step off the ticket. He will no longer be running for president, and in that he has endorsed his Vice President, Kamala Harris. So she will be at the top of the ticket if he has it his way. Now she is making her efforts to shore up the Democratic Party and to shore up the delegates as well. And to shore up the American people in support for her. We're so happy to have you all here with us again as we navigate this historic and unprecedented day in American politics and American history. I'm Kana Whitworth. Thank you so much for streaming with us, and make sure to tune in to ABC News 2-hour primetime special, Biden Stands Down, the race for the White House tonight from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern. We have more on this historic day. That special begins right now.
Tonight, an ABC News special edition, President Biden's historic decision to withdraw from the race for the White House, ending his campaign for a second term. The president giving his full endorsement to Vice President Kamala Harris. Tonight, former President Donald Trump and the Republican Party already going after the vice president. Our special edition begins now.
Tonight, President Biden stands down. The race for the White House. The president's historic decision to withdraw from the race against Donald Trump. Pressure mounting for weeks following his poor performance at the debate. The floodgates opening, with more Democrats calling on him to drop out. Vice President Kamala Harris now in the spotlight. What will Democrats do now? Will they rally behind her or take their fight to the Democratic National Convention 29 days away? Donald Trump and the Republican Party already on the attack. How will American voters respond? This is an ABC News special. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening, and we are coming on the air tonight with breaking news in the race for the White House. The Democratic campaign turned upside down. President Biden on this Sunday dropping out of the race for president, ending his campaign, bowing to tremendous pressure growing in recent weeks from members of his own party to pass the torch to a younger generation of leaders. President Biden making his decision in the last 24 hours, releasing a letter earlier today to my fellow Americans. Biden calling being president, quote, the greatest honor of my life. The president goes on to reveal it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down. The president facing growing calls to withdraw following his difficult debate performance against Donald Trump. That was 24 days ago now. The president had called it a bad night. He said he was exhausted. Then we learned in recent days he has COVID. We saw him moving slowly, getting off Air Force One. He went into isolation at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He did hold multiple Zoom calls, we have learned, with members of his family over the weekend, supporting him in whatever decision he came up with, what was best for the country. President Biden immediately endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris late today to be the party's nominee. The vice president tonight now vowing to run, to win, to earn this nomination. The Democratic National Convention just under a month away. Will she get the support she needs, and who will be her pick if she gets the nomination for her running mate? All of this, of course, unfolding just days after Donald Trump and J.D. Vance accepted the Republican nomination. The Trump campaign already responding tonight, saying if President Biden isn't fit to run, he isn't fit to serve. So there is a lot unfolding at this hour. ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce leading us off. Mary?
24 days after his disastrous performance on the debate stage, battling COVID and relentless pressure from members of his own party, President Biden finally giving in, abandoning his bid for a second term with this historic Sunday night announcement. In a letter addressed to my fellow Americans, the president writing, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interests of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." The president adding, "I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision." Then, minutes later, as the news was still setting in, the president endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to take his place atop the Democratic ticket, calling picking her as his number 2 the best decision I ever made. Posting on social media, "Today I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this." The vice president has taken on an outsized role on the campaign trail since the debate.
Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it?
Tonight, in a statement, Harris saying with this selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the American people and our country above everything else. Saying, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. We have 107 days until Election Day. Together, we will fight, and together, we will win." It took Biden more than 3 weeks to get to this point. In the days after the debate, he was defiant.
I am running and going to win again. I am all in. My word, I am all in.
In an interview with George Stephanopoulos, the president insisted nothing short of an act of God would get him out of the race.
And if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, "We're worried that if you stay in the race, we're going to lose the House and the Senate," how will you respond?
I go into detail with them. I've spoken to all of them in detail, including Jim Clyburn. Every one of them. They all said I should stay in the race. Stay in the race. None of the people said I should leave.
But if they do?
Well, it's like, they're not going to do that.
You sure?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, I mean, if the Lord Almighty came down and said, "Joe, get out of the race," I'd get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down.
But the pressure only grew. Actor and Democratic mega donor George Clooney, who had seen Biden just days before the debate, penning an op-ed in the New York Times, urging the president to drop out. Writing, "It's devastating to say it, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate." Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries told Biden to his face they were concerned he would lose the election and take Democrats down with him in November. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi did that and more, though Biden made it clear he was firmly in the race. Pelosi going on TV, calling it still an open question.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
The floodgates had opened. Ultimately, 40 Democrats in Congress called on Biden to drop out of the race, urging him to do it for the party, for his legacy, for the country he loves so much.
Is there a clear path to victory here? Can we honestly say that we're on a path to defeating Donald Trump and holding on to the Senate and holding on to the House of Representatives?
I do not think he is the best person to go into this election. I think if he is our nominee, I think we lose.
Biden fighting on, refusing to give in. But in recent days, sources telling us he was willing to listen to arguments from the other side. And then that new blow, Biden testing positive for COVID, heading home to Delaware to recuperate. And it was there, isolating the First Lady at his side, that sources tell us last night the president finally began to come to his decision. Today, he started making calls to his vice president and his closest aides. At 1:45, telling his senior advisors gathered for a call. And just 1 minute later, Biden releasing his letter to the world. Today, Pelosi calling him a patriotic American who has always put our country first and one of the most consequential presidents in American history. Pelosi sending love and gratitude to President Biden for always believing in the promise of America and giving people the opportunity to reach their fulfillment. Those words echoed tonight by former President Barack Obama, who called Biden one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me, and a patriot of the highest order. Obama saying it's a testament to Joe Biden's love of country and a historic example of a genuine public servant, once again putting the interests of the American people ahead of his own, that future generations of leaders will do well to follow. No mention, though, from Obama on whether Vice President...
Let's bring in Mary Bruce live at the White House. And Mary, an extraordinary 24 hours. With your sources, take us inside the Biden campaign, inside the president's thinking here. This decision was made over the course of the last 24 hours, and you paid very close attention to his language today.
Yeah, and David, this, of course, was a decision that the president was adamant he was not going to make, but the pressure ultimately just too much to bear. He began to make this decision just last night. Then, of course, everything unfolding very quickly over the last 24 hours. The president huddling last night with just that inner circle of aides, of course, his closest family members, the First Lady by his side throughout it all, coming out today, making this historic decision and announcement that he is going to put his personal interests aside, he said, to do what is best for the party and the country he loves so much, deciding to pass the torch to the next generation, David.
Let's take our viewers inside how this unfolded today. It's our understanding that President Biden, Vice President Harris spoke a number of times today. Obviously, she was clued into this announcement that it was coming, at least at some point today. Eventually, his staff was told just minutes before, if not a minute before that message was sent.
David, the president was on the phone with his senior staff just a minute, 1 minute before that announcement went out to the entire world. And yes, we are told he did speak several times throughout the day with Vice President Kamala Harris. What a tremendous whirlwind this must be for her to now not only learn that the president is stepping down, but that we are very much seeing not only the president, but also other party leaders lining up behind her. Tonight, she is now running very much in this race to win it, David.
She says she wants to earn and win this nomination. In the meantime, Mary, one more question for you before we move on. Vice President Harris has faced a unique challenge in these past couple of very difficult weeks politically on the campaign trail for the Biden-Harris campaign, out there defending the president every single day.
There has been no daylight, David, between the vice president and the president as all of this drama has unfolded over the last several weeks, as he has faced this mounting tremendous pressure to drop out of the race. She has been firmly standing by him, and now she will be, she hopes, atop the ticket.
Mary Bruce leading off our special here. Mary, thank you. I want to bring in ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang. She's with the president in Delaware outside his Rehoboth Beach home. And Selena, we know Vice President Kamala Harris is already trying to rally support among Democratic leaders. She's been working the phones all afternoon and evening.
Exactly, David. Vice President Kamala Harris is already full steam ahead. We're learning that in just these last few hours, she's been working to shore up support, making calls to Democratic leaders, party leaders, and members of Congress. Now, Vice President Harris, she's already been this administration's leading voice when it comes to these issues that are central to this election, like immigration and abortion. And David, if she does become the nominee, this would be historic. She would be the first Black woman and the first Asian American. She's also already been in critical meetings with President Biden throughout her vice presidency. And this week, she is expected to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And as you say, David, she is full steam ahead. She is already fundraising off of this announcement. She says she will do everything in her power to unite the Democratic Party and defeat Donald Trump. Harris is clearly already hitting the ground running. David?
And Selena, in the meantime, I know you're there in Rehoboth Beach. Any indication from the White House, from the Biden campaign, what was the Biden campaign, as to when they think the president will make the trip back to Washington, D.C., back to the White House, and when we might perhaps hear him address the nation?
Well, David, I am learning from a senior administration source that the president is expected to address the nation sometime later this week, not in the coming days. I'm told later in the week. And we did hear from the president's doctor today. He said he is still isolating, but his symptoms are improving significantly. So that is a step up from what we heard the day before, when the doctor said he still had some hoarseness and a loose cough. Now, the president, though, he has been here for several days already, and you can just imagine how difficult it was for him to make this decision, one of the hardest political decisions of his very, very long career, while he was isolated all alone and sick with COVID.
Selena Wang with us. She's in Delaware with the president. Selena, thank you. The Trump campaign tonight already responding to President Biden's decision to step aside. The campaign preparing for Vice President Harris to become the Democratic nominee. They've already released a campaign ad tonight going after Harris's record. So here's Rachel Scott on that for us.
Donald Trump's response to Joe Biden's historic decision to bow out of the race tonight: attack, attack, attack. Trump, who just days ago pledged to unify the country, blasting Biden as the worst president by far in the history of our nation, adding whoever the left puts up now will just be more of the same. It was just over a week ago, after the attempt on Trump's life, that Trump and Biden shared what both men described as a good, respectful chat, Biden calling his rival.
I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers.
Tonight, Trump declaring Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve. And now some of the nation's top Republicans following Trump's lead, calling on Biden to resign from office. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying if Joe Biden is not fit to run for president, he is not fit to serve as president. He must resign the office immediately. The Trump campaign now having to shift course, though they've been preparing for weeks. Trump polling the crowd in Michigan yesterday.
So who would you like to most run against if you're us, if we want to win? Ready? Kamala Harris. Crooked Joe Biden. All right. I don't think we have to go too much further.
The Republican National Committee already out with an ad attacking Vice President Harris, though she's not yet the Democratic nominee.
Warning. The following may upset liberals who don't want voters to know the truth about Kamala Harris.
And tonight, Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, bluntly saying, Joe Biden has been the worst president in my lifetime, and Kamala Harris has been right there with him every step of the way. She owns all of these failures.
So let's bring in Rachel Scott for our primetime special tonight. Rachel, you've been covering this race for president. You've been out there at the Trump rallies. You were there for that awful rally in Butler, Pennsylvania that we watched transpire in the last week and a half. Let me ask you, the Trump campaign, former President Trump, were they actually hoping that the candidate they'd be running against would be President Biden?
Absolutely, David. This was a curveball that they were certainly preparing for, but this is not a curveball that they wanted. Given all the questions about President Biden's age, his mental fitness, also that debate performance, they thought that Donald Trump was best suited against President Biden. Now they are sort of scrambling, trying to readjust to it possibly being Vice President Kamala Harris. Big questions ahead on whether or not we see possibly Harris, if she is the Democratic nominee, face off against former President Donald Trump on that debate stage. A reminder here that Harris is a former prosecutor, David.
She is a prosecutor. I know Democrats who have supported her publicly already have pointed to her time as Attorney General in California, her time on the Senate Judiciary Committee, and say she would be a formidable opponent, at least on a debate stage. The former president tonight indicating that perhaps the debate he's not necessarily going to show up for. I don't want to speak for him, but there have been some hints at that tonight. So we'll have to see if there is a debate, if she is the nominee, if the two of them will meet on the debate stage. Of course, there's one planned for ABC. We'd love to see it still play out. We'll wait and see in the coming weeks and months. But in the meantime, what is their playbook if the nominee is Kamala Harris at the end of this convention?
They're going to focus in on really what she concentrated on during this administration. So attacking her specifically on the border. She was sort of in the lead of heading up the situation addressing the migrant crisis at the border. So expect a lot of attacks on immigration, but also on the Democratic side. Remember, Harris is the leading voice on the issue of abortion rights. And that's why Democrats also feel like she'll be very effective on this issue, an issue they hope defines this election in November.
And she sees a stark contrast with the running mate chosen by Donald Trump, particularly when it comes to abortion rights. She's already been out on the campaign trail on that.
Absolutely. And when you look at Senator J.D. Vance, who is obviously serving as former Vice President Donald Trump's running mate, he has been very vague on what he supports in terms of abortion restrictions. We know that he has pushed back against the restrictions in his own state. He's even raised the possibility that he wouldn't support exceptions for rape or incest. Expect Vice President Kamala Harris to continue to hammer him hard on those issues.
One more question before I let you go, Rachel. So inside the Trump campaign tonight, not only are they working with the calculation that they could be up against Vice President Kamala Harris here, given the endorsements, the Democratic Party looking as though it's coalescing behind her. She says she wants to earn this to win this. But if it is her, they obviously are also trying to figure out the second part of that calculation, which would be who is her running mate going to be.
And a lot of Democrats here are saying, look at the battleground states. These are the states that are going to decide the election. So a lot of Democrats already weighing in, talking about Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, for instance, who they believe can be very critical to serving as a possible running mate should Vice President Kamala Harris be the Democratic nominee, David.
Josh Shapiro, obviously a very popular first-term governor in Pennsylvania. Rachel, thank you. That's where we're going to take our viewers next. So if Democratic leaders, they say Biden's decision, many of them say to step aside will help energize the party in this sprint to the finish here in November. If the Vice President Kamala Harris prevails in this nomination process, of course, the question, as Rachel just mentioned, who will be her running mate? The Trump campaign waiting to try to figure out what that will look like. If she doesn't get the nomination, who would try to perhaps challenge her at the nomination as well? All of this is uncharted territory, so we asked our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl, to take a look.
She doesn't have a single pledged delegate yet, but Vice President Kamala Harris is quickly emerging as the presumptive Democratic nominee. Even before Harris made it official that she would be running to replace Biden at the top of the ticket, she had locked up key endorsements, starting with Biden himself and former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Members of Congress quickly endorsing too.
It's in the interest of continuity, stability, and unity for the Democratic Party to clearly coalesce around Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee.
Including key figures in the House, the political arm of the Congressional Black Caucus, and Jim Clyburn, widely seen as the most important endorsement Biden himself received 4 years ago. And more than a dozen senators, some of the party's top donors too, many of them who had cut off support for Biden, have quickly come out to endorse Harris. But again, Kamala Harris doesn't have a single pledged delegate yet. Shortly after Biden bowed out, DNC Chairman Jamie Harrison declared that the party's process for picking his successor, quote, will be governed by established rules and procedures. It's unclear if there will be any major challenge to Harris, but attention is already turning to who she could choose as a running mate. Some of them potential contenders, including Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, Roy Cooper, governor of North Carolina, Phil Murphy, governor of New Jersey, Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky, governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Also potentially on the list, Gretchen Whitmer from the battleground state of Michigan, who told George just days ago,
I think Michigan is always going to be a state that you can't take your eye off of. People in Michigan are good, hardworking people. We expect our leaders to be as good, if not better, and work just as hard, if not harder. And it's always going to be a close race.
Again, you're watching ABC News live coverage tonight of President Biden's decision to step aside in this race for president. John Carl with me now. And of course, John, this assumes that she is able to fight and to win this nomination, this discussion of who she would pick as a running mate. But obviously, a lot of people are going there already. And I was curious, the list that you just presented for our viewers, Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, Roy Cooper from North Carolina, Mark Kelly from Arizona, Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan. No surprise there that we're talking about key battleground states with many of these names you just mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you know, the running mate is not only about trying to win over one of those battleground states, but it certainly doesn't hurt. And it's notable that the Democrats have significant stars in their party in each of those battleground states you mentioned. But look, I think that you see how the entire dynamics of this race, David, have changed with Joe Biden getting out. And I see what you hear now from Democrats across the board is they are breathing a sigh of relief. They get to have a reset for this race. And on the Republican side, you can clearly see some anxiety, clearly in the statements you've heard today from Donald Trump himself. That unity tone, gone.
John, have they sort of flipped the script on the Republicans tonight?
I mean, they have. They were ready to run against Joe Biden, and frankly, you know, with all the attention on Joe Biden's age, now we have a new oldest party nominee in the history of American politics, and it's not Joe Biden, it's Donald Trump.
Yeah, really interesting. So the age question, the fitness question now is squarely focused on the former president, Donald Trump, for those who are moving forward and are looking at age as an issue. And even President Biden had always said it's a perfectly fair question. John, you were on the air with me all throughout the Republican National Convention last week. Donald Trump told you that he had thrown out the script. It was going to be about unity after that horrific event in Pennsylvania that he survived, the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. We took note that he did speak of unity, particularly at the beginning of the speech, but then the speech took a turn, and a very long turn, and it was a reminder for those who might have been looking for a speech solely about unity that many of the other things that Donald Trump talked about during his acceptance speech at the convention were very common sort of arguments he makes on the campaign trail. And Democrats, we had asked that night after the speech while we were doing analysis among us, you included, John, whether or not Democrats would look at that and say, well, wait a minute, that actually is a familiar playbook.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the unity talk, that was Monday that I spoke to former President Trump. He had said he had ripped up the old convention speech, and that when he came out on Thursday that week, that it would be a note of unity. And you saw a degree of unity during the beginning of the convention. I mean, there was no talk of the stolen election. There were no real hard-edged attacks, or very few hard-edged attacks on Joe Biden. That was gone by the time he got halfway through or a third of the way through Donald Trump's speech. It was gone when he was out campaigning in Michigan with J.D. Vance over the weekend, just yesterday. But now I think you really see Donald Trump in the tone of his social media postings. You know, he is fully back to the Donald Trump that we knew well and saw well in both of his previous presidential campaigns and, frankly, as president.
John, let me ask you about the campaign as it moves forward. Obviously, they're assuming on the Trump side that it's going to be Kamala Harris, given members of the Democratic Party who come out tonight to endorse her, former President Clinton, former Secretary of State Clinton, among the many. I did take note here that the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, former President Obama, they have not come out to endorse. They had very warm, supportive words for President Biden and what they say he did for the nation when it mattered most, also talking about his decision to step down and the weight of that decision and what that signals from him. But in the meantime, what do you think that they make as far as moving forward, the calculation on the Trump side as far as going after Kamala Harris and try to figure out who she might select if it is her?
Well, David, first of all, I would not take the lack of an endorsement from Barack Obama or Nancy Pelosi as a real, really about having doubts about Kamala Harris. Look, Pelosi and Obama are really arguably the two most important senior statesmen in the Democratic Party right now. There needs to be a process going forward. Kamala Harris herself has referred to a process going forward of not simply being anointed, but having to be, the delegates have to vote for her. As we pointed out, she doesn't have a single pledged delegate. So I think that Pelosi and Obama are really playing the role as party leaders and ultimately will be entirely and very enthusiastically on board with Kamala Harris, assuming she emerges as the nominee, which it sure seems that she is going to do.
Yeah, that was a two-parter. You addressed part of it. You know, this would seem as though it's part of the strategy that they're fully aware of optics here involving a man who was in public life for decades, served as vice president under President Obama, of course, now deciding to step down, which is an historic decision, of course, in and of itself. They're aware that the vice president has to fight for this. Kamala Harris has signaled that as well. And your suggestion here is that they're fully aware of that. That's why they're waiting here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is also, I think it's very important, as you just pointed out, this is Joe Biden's moment. This was an extraordinary move. It was his decision alone. And he has now just given up something that politicians never give up. I mean, he's president of the United States. He's his party nominee, presumptive nominee. He's got all those delegates, 14 million votes, and he gave it all away. You know, he was pressured, let's face it, he was pressured to do so, but it was his decision. And ultimately, it was a decision of self-sacrifice to pass a baton that he clearly didn't really want to pass.
No question about that. Deeply personal decision, obviously an historic decision. John, one last question before I let you go, because I always pepper you with questions, even if we're not on TV. It was clear that President Biden wanted to see the data. He wanted to see the polling. Do we have any reporting yet on whether or not he was shown polling involving Vice President Kamala Harris, how she would perform up against Trump, not only nationally, but in those key battleground states?
We know that the campaign, the Biden-Harris campaign, had gone into the field to do polling. I haven't seen exactly what that polling show, but I also know that when Chuck Schumer had the meeting you and I spoke about last week, when he went to Rehoboth to meet with President Biden and to urge him to make this decision to get out of the race, that he went armed with polling, showing that by staying in the race, he was doing damage to Democratic Senate candidates in the states that they would need to win to keep control of the Senate. So there was a lot of polling going up to Rehoboth, Delaware, addressed to Joe Biden. I don't know exactly what the polling he saw on Kamala Harris was.
And in some of those key Senate races, the Democrats were actually outperforming President Biden, but in recent weeks, they were starting to see some erosion even in that respect.
You can outperform the top of the ticket a little bit, but you can't, there's only so much. If the president's really going down, that's the top of the ticket. It made it very hard for those Senate candidates, those sitting senators running for re-election to win. And that's why some of the first senators, David, that you saw come out to say Joe Biden, publicly to say Joe Biden needs to get out, were the senators running in tough states. John Tester in Montana, Sherrod Brown in Ohio, chief among them.
John Carl with us here tonight for our special coverage. John, thank you. So what's this going to look like? We are under a month now until the Democratic National Convention. Hard to believe. We've just left Milwaukee and the Republican National Convention. The big story of this weekend, of course, President Biden deciding to step down in this race for president. So let's bring in our senior national correspondent, Terry Moran. And Terry, it's kind of an impossible question to answer, but what will this convention look like? There have been all sorts of ideas floated about whether or not we would see sort of a mini primary, if you will. It would appear, at least so far, that there has been sort of a coalescing around Kamala Harris from several big names within the Democratic Party and also some key Democratic donors.
Absolutely, David. So that means we could get a normal convention on August 19th, but there's a lot of time between now and then. And Joe Biden, President Biden, has endorsed Kamala Harris to be the Democratic Party nominee for president. But that's not the end of the story, because he's not the decision maker. As you and John Carl were just talking about, the Democratic delegates to the Democratic Convention, they are the decision maker. There are more than 4,500 of them. About 3,900 of them are already pledged to vote for Joe Biden, but all of them are now free under Democratic Party rules to vote their conscience. And that means that Vice President Harris or anyone else is going to have to earn a simple majority, 1,895 delegates, to get the nomination. The first test of that is going to come in early August. And that is when the Democratic Party is expected to have a virtual vote, a virtual roll call that was originally planned to deal with an Ohio state ballot deadline that came a little bit early. They may use it this time to test her strength. If she gets that 1,895 delegates, that's it. The convention has its nominee, and that's that. If she doesn't, well, then you have the prospect of an open convention, that no one comes to Chicago with a majority of the delegates. That hasn't happened since 1968 in Chicago. That didn't go too well, because what it means is constant lobbying of each and every delegate. It's going to mean maybe backroom deals. It's going to be Lord knows what. And the Democrats desperately want to avoid that. And it looks like, as you say, the party is going to coalesce around Vice President Harris, but she's got to earn those delegates' votes. They're the decision makers.
Is there any suggestion that this turns into a mini primary at this point?
Well, they do have time. She'd need other candidates. So far, I believe only Marianne Williamson has said that she wants to be represented at the Democratic National Convention. So that mini primary would have to be organized in a hurry. It would consist primarily of a few televised debates, region by region. That was the original design when people were talking about whether or not Joe Biden would drop out. If they have that time, if they have those candidates, that may be one way for Vice President Harris or anyone else to earn the nomination with the delegates who would be the primary audience, but also with the country. One of the things the Democrats lack here is a candidate who was tested in the crucible of those primaries. Look at how the Republicans went about it. Obviously, Donald Trump, the front runner, but you saw all those other Republicans lined up, and at the end of the day, after all those debates, it was Nikki Haley who emerged from that crowd as Trump's main rival. Who would have predicted that at the beginning? Primaries test candidates. They show the country who these people are. Vice President Harris is a known commodity. No one else is.
Terry, stick with us here. I'll get you to react to this because we're just learning here. Rachel Scott is now reporting that Senator Joe Manchin is now considering re-registering as a Democrat to run against Vice President Kamala Harris for the presidential nomination, according to two sources with knowledge of his decision. He had indicated earlier that it was time to unify, has changed sort of his position as the day has gotten further along here on the news that President Biden is sort of stepping aside. So perhaps that would be the first name that people at home might know. Joe Manchin saying he's at least considering challenging Harris. The question, Terry, you know, people have long pointed to Donald Trump and have said the chaos sort of follows Donald Trump. Does any of this sort of messiness or in the moment attention actually help Democrats with voters sort of focus on them for a while?
That's a great point, David. You know, voters really didn't want a repeat of Trump and Biden. After the convention, we hit the road, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, talked to voters. And one of the things we heard from everybody, Democrats, independents, undecided, Republicans, that they weren't happy about the choice before them. The Democrats might now be able to generate some excitement about someone new. Looks like Vice President Harris, could be Joe Manchin, could be someone else. And that could help the party. The problem is, if it goes to the convention and you have that kind of fight, the bad blood between the candidates can really wreck candidates' chances. That's what happened in 1968. That's what happened in 2016. Bernie Sanders, you know, came roaring into that convention. It was really Hillary Clinton and what were called then the superdelegates, the party leaders, that helped clinch the nomination for her. And there was bad blood. They don't want to face Donald Trump divided. They want to face Donald Trump united. But Manchin will be able to make his case if he chooses, as will others. And the voters might like that. They might like to see what Vice President Harris is made of in that situation, what Manchin is made of, and anyone else. And that, as I say, is the traditional way in this country. Other countries don't do it this way. But there is virtue in our long campaign. You get to know them. You get to see what they're made of. And in the end, it might get good ratings and generate a little excitement for the Democrats.
Might generate a little excitement, a little follow-up for you, because we know that Kamala Harris, again, the vice president, has said she wants to get out there and win this nomination, earn the nomination. I mentioned Joe Manchin simply because he's sort of changed his tune late today, suggesting that he might consider that. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, because right now a number of key Democratic leaders have come out and very quickly gotten behind the vice president, Kamala Harris. But even the vice president has signaled that she wants to run and secure secure this nomination, earning it through the delegates, but really in front of the voters. And Terry, it's interesting. Obviously, we follow all of our own reporting within ABC News, but you and I are both voracious readers of everybody else's reporting out there too. And you know, sometimes on these key political stories, you go into the comments, obviously, on this involving President Biden. Should he step down? Should he continue? And it was really interesting in the last few days. I've seen a lot of voters across the country signal that they weren't completely comfortable with what some have said appears to be sort of the power brokers in the Democratic Party putting pressure on President Biden to do this. So perhaps that is what Vice President Kamala Harris is trying to signal here when she has explicitly said, I want to earn this.
That could well be. Look, this is a painful episode in American political history, in the history of the Democratic Party. They had to push. They had to push Joe Biden because the consensus of the party, of the country, was that he was too old to serve or to win, which is what's on Democrats' mind right now. So that could well be. And it's also, I think, you know, Democrats are now going to watch every single step Kamala Harris takes, every syllable that she says, and she's going to have to meet the moment. She's going to have to look like a president. And if not, there will be Democrats who look around. Look, she did not fare well when she ran in 2020. She had a great moment in a debate where she popped Joe Biden, who was holding him accountable for his position on busing in the 1970s. She said, I was on one of those buses. And then everybody turned their attention to her, and she kind of evaporated. If she cannot hold her own, she will invite a challenge. And the delegates, if they get concerned about winning against Donald Trump, if she gets out there, she may be a star, has been in the past. But if she raises concerns about whether she can beat Donald Trump, you may see other people get in before that virtual vote. Time is short, and things are moving at a real fast pace, but, you know, politics is a tough business.
Terry, one more quick follow-up to that, because you talked about her stumbles when she ran for president herself before being selected by Joe Biden to be his running mate. She's faced very stiff scrutiny as vice president. On the flip side of that, just to ask you about this, there are some out there who say the scrutiny that comes along with being sort of the number two, the vice president, is very difficult. It's not always a clearly defined role, and perhaps the bar is a little low here as far as actually hearing from her. Being the top of the ticket is very different from being the supporting character, the supporting cast member who stands back, watches it, and defends the president, which she's done. A real opportunity, much more scrutiny, much more difficult running when you're the top of the ticket, but it comes with greater exposure, greater opportunity to let people see what you can do.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is very different being a vice presidential candidate than being a presidential candidate, as you point out. And there have been plenty of vice presidents who thought they were going to be president and didn't become president. Al Gore and Mike Pence and countless others. Now, Vice President Harris has the blessing of Joe Biden here. She's got the party coalescing around her. But at the end of the day, she really has to demonstrate that whatever happened to her in the primary, she was one of the first to drop out well before Iowa, that was a fluke, and she's a different person. She certainly has been tested as vice president. She's been given some important responsibilities. She's close to power. She gets it now in a way she couldn't have when she was a United States senator. If voters see that confidence, that readiness to have power, then they'll go with her. But if they see her stumble again, look, we're in uncharted waters, obviously, right now. And there are, believe me, sharks in those waters. They are willing to get in and if they can, steal a march on Kamala Harris and get ahead of her, perhaps. But that's a long way off. Right now, the Democratic Party is talking about unity, and you can feel it.
It's so funny you say that. I'm going to wrap this up, Terry, move on. We have a lot of others to get to with some new reporting here. But on your point there, we got a lot of time. It's just funny to hear that, you know, as we're in July. We know there isn't, in a conventional campaign, a lot of time when you're looking at November. It's staring down Election Day. But in this country, and with this 24-hour news cycle that we've had in the year 2024, every day it seems like it's a new episode. So your point on there's a lot of time to sort of change the narrative here, that is certainly true, particularly in these times. It might not have been true 4 years, 8 years, you know, in presidential campaigns past, but that is the that is the country we're living in now. Terry, stick by, and we'll get back to you later in the evening. I do want to get to this news that's crossing moments ago. California's Governor Gavin Newsom has now endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris. He said, tough, fearless, tenacious, with our democracy at stake and our future on the line. No one is better to prosecute the case against Donald Trump's dark vision and guide our country in a healthier direction than America's Vice President Kamala Harris. I was talking about this with Rachel Scott earlier, this notion that Kamala Harris was an attorney general in California. He talks about her role as a prosecutor. She, of course, was on the Senate Judiciary Committee for Supreme Court nominations. The country has seen her in that role. It's been some time, though, seeing her front and center as sort of a prosecutor prosecuting a case. Now, if given this opportunity, if she earns it, in her words, this nomination, that will be her task moving forward. When we come back here, the question many of you might have at home, the state of the race. So if it is Vice President Kamala Harris, how does she do in the polls against Donald Trump, not only nationally, but in some of the key battlegrounds? Rick Klein is standing by with the numbers tonight. Martha Raddatz also has new reporting inside sort of the mindset of President Biden in Delaware this weekend, recovering from COVID, a deeply personal, agonizing decision after decades in public service to step aside. What is his frame of mind tonight? What was the evolution to get here? She has new reporting here in a moment. Our live coverage of President Biden's decision to withdraw from the race for president will continue in a moment.
They call him the beauty queen killer. He's targeting young women in malls.
I am single. I want to enjoy the company of a member of women.
He tortured me.
How did she survive 9 days of terror?
The word accomplice came up. Nobody knows the real story.
The Beauty Queen Killer, only on Hulu. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu.
If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you? I hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense? Andrew?
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Hi, I'm Andy.
And I'm Sabrina.
And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there.
And you know what we love?
Really love
Pop culture.
So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms,
wherever you get your podcasts.
There was a specific moment during our wedding. I looked at Jason and I realized this was real. This was our family.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it, and I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry.
She put her hand to her mouth and, gasped.
Jason would kill me before he would let me tell anyone this part of him. He's in so much freaking trouble.
I remember just feeling like, what the hell? That was my dad. What is going on?
That's when that fire inside of me shifted to like a flame. I was like, it's on.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
He didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, a Father's Secret, the all-new season, only on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America.
morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm, confident.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Welcome back tonight. ABC News Live coverage of President Biden's historic decision to step down in this race for president. I want to bring in former head of the DNC, ABC News contributor Donna Brazil. Donna, always good to have you. I would have reached out to you, but we're on the air, so I'll do it right here on the air for our viewers to listen to as well. This virtual roll call that's coming in the coming weeks, even before the convention begins, that is still on track. And do you believe it'll be the Vice President Kamala Harris who is the eventual nominee here?
Well, first of all, I'm very sad, and like many Democrats, that Joe Biden decided to step back. But I'm also very excited that he has passed the torch on to a proven leader, someone who's battle-tested. She has been vice president for the last 3.5 years. She has met with foreign leaders. She's done the job. And I know that she's ready to take on former President Donald Trump. With regards to our nominating process, David, as you well know, there are several states that have deadlines to get on the ballot before our convention is gavelled in on August 19th. So we're trying to ensure that our nominee will have the ability to get on the ballot in all 50 states in the District of Columbia. As we speak, my friends are sending me notes. So I want to let John Call know that tomorrow the Nebraska delegates will make their consideration. Alabama has made theirs. My beloved home state of Louisiana. I'm going to get on the phone with all of the D.C. delegates to ensure that she's able to get the delegates that she needs to have her name placed in nomination. This process is open. It's open, it's transferable. Look, the president today at 1:45, I may not have the right time, but he decided to drop out of the race. He also decided to endorse Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris' name is not on the ballot with regards to the delegate. So she will have to secure their nomination. She needs 300 delegates to put her name into nomination, and she will need over 1,980 delegates in order to be the next nominee of the Democratic Party. We're going to work very hard. I support Kamala Harris. I know there may be some other candidates that decide to get in the race, but I will support Kamala Harris in an open and transparent process.
So just to explain this to the viewers, Donna, and you did a great job there, but I just want to make sure everybody's clear on this. Even before the nomination, because there are some states and the dates on the calendar, you've got to make sure that their delegates are heard even before the convention so that their numbers count too in coming up with a nominee. So even though that process begins now, some are going to say, well, wait a minute, we just heard the vice president say, I want to earn this, I want to win this nomination. If the process begins so soon, where does the winning and the earning come? Or is that just simply part of this sort of rollout of this process?
Well, as you all know, Joe Biden ran with Kamala Harris as his running mate in 2020. They received over 81 million votes. Joe Biden ran with Kamala Harris this year as his running mate, and they received over 14 million votes. Those votes are now translated into delegates. There are over 4,000 delegates to the 2024 Democratic Convention. But in order to get on the ballot in all 50 states in the District of Columbia, the nominee of the party must be handed this nomination before August 7th. And when I say August 7th, we have to take into consideration the Ohio deadline, also the Washington State deadline, the Oklahoma, Montana, as well as the great state of California, which with 54 electoral votes. Their deadline is actually on the night that the next nominee would be given that title. So we want to get this done. We want to ensure that the nominees on the ballot. But first, the person has to they have to earn the delegate. They have to earn the votes of the delegates. And that is what the vice president is doing now. She's calling up delegations. She's calling up delegate leaders. She's calling up leaders because she wants to secure the nomination. She's working the phone. I suspect that she'll be working it all night until she gets the 1,980 votes.
I know you've been an informal advisor to Kamala Harris along the way in her political career. It's really interesting, Donna, and thanks for the explanation. You mentioned Ohio, Washington, Oklahoma, Montana, among the states that have deadlines even before the Democratic National Convention. So take our viewers inside the convention, if you will. I know you don't have sort of a crystal ball, kind of impossible at this point because we're in uncharted territory here, but it's less than a month away. By night 4 of the convention, which of course is the big night with the nominee, do you believe it's going to be the vice president?
I think she has a head start for 2 reasons. She crisscrossed this country. She was able to connect with voters, and like Joe Biden in 2020, she was able to get so much support out there. There are people who are literally calling me, David, saying, how can I sign on? I said, we need pledged delegates. We need delegates. And we encourage everyone to go out and raise some money and begin to take their assignments in terms of helping to build the kind of momentum. David, we have spent 3 weeks and 3 days, contemplating whether or not the president of the United States would step back. He decided today at about 1:45. I was on a call at 2 o'clock to certify the delegates. We certified the delegates around 2:45 p.m. today, Eastern time. Now that we have an official list of delegates, then it is up to the vice president and anyone else who want to toss their hat of gloves into the ring to go out there and secure the delegates that they need in order to get this nomination. We're encouraging them to do it fast because I don't think we're going to slow down the process. We just got to quicken the pace, so to speak.
Any chance it's going to be a contested convention?
Well, I don't know the candidates. I talked to Joe Manchin a few minutes ago. He wanted to inquire about the process. I had to remind him that in order to put his name in nomination, he has to sign a form that he's a Democrat. He left the party a couple of months ago.
Did he say he's willing to do that?
I want to make sure that well, David, I had to come and talk to you. You're actually my boo tonight.
You put me before Manchin tonight? Is that what you're saying?
Right back with him. Look, I know so many members of this party. It's a great party. It's going to unify around the nominee. But if it's Kamala Harris, the vice president knows she has to earn it. We're Democrats. We make you work for it. We make you tell us what you want to do and how you're going to do it. So she's going to have to step up and run this campaign the way Joe Biden has run his campaign. And I do believe that she will be able to finish the job that Joe Biden started.
Donna, as you know, you were part of the coverage last week. We spent a week on the Republicans last week. Now we have this major story on the Democratic side. You know, you and I have both obviously studied the polling here. We know that the numbers were very high when voters were polled, particularly among the Democrats, about concerns when it comes to President Biden's age, fitness for another 4 years. But you also know, Donna, I always love to flip the coin. I'm mindful that 14 million people did vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in this primary. What do you say to voters out there tonight who are upset, who are saying, well, wait a minute, I voted for Joe Biden and he's now dropped out?
Well, they were aware that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were running together. Before the primary season began, the vice president, along with the president, they were raising money. They were building the infrastructure. They were opening up campaign offices. She has been out of this city practically every week, 2-3 times a week, trying to help the president secure the nomination and raise the money. So I think the voters out there are familiar with Kamala Harris. They're familiar with her record. They're familiar with the knowledge that she has brought to this ticket. And don't forget, in 2020, with Kamala Harris' support, Joe Biden was able to secure 306 electoral votes, 81 million votes. So I am confident that she's going to work very hard to try to pull together the Democratic Party over the next 72 or 96 hours. And she's going to secure that nomination.
We've seen some of the polling, the national polling, and in some of the polling, it shows that she might do a little bit better than President Biden up against Donald Trump. The question, Donna Brazile, is in the key battlegrounds, as you know, and in some of those states, there are a couple where she does a little bit better, but in some of the states in the key battlegrounds, she doesn't do as well as President Biden. Can she pull off these battlegrounds?
I think with the help of President Biden and many, many others, you've seen the the type of support that continues to trickle in from all across the Democratic Party, I do believe that she will be able to close the gap and once again bring the Democratic Party to victory in the fall. But this is also about uniting not just the Democratic Party. We started talking last week about uniting the country. I hope that she will come forward with her message, her vision, because the country really wants change.
All right, Donna Brazil with us for our live coverage here tonight. President Biden's decision to back away in this race for president. Donna, thank you. Stick with us here. We're going to continue with other members of the team. Rick Klein, our political director, Washington bureau chief. And Rick, you heard what I just asked Donna. You know, it all comes down to the polls. We know that President Biden wanted to see some of this data. Kamala Harris performs about the same, maybe a little better nationally up against Donald Trump. There are some bright spots, I think, on the Democratic side for the Democrats in some of the battlegrounds, but make no mistake, the numbers that I've seen show that she has a very stiff challenge ahead if she's the nominee in these key battlegrounds.
That's exactly right, David. This does not solve all of the Democrats' problems. In fact, it could make them worse in some states if you believe the very early battleground state polls. There hasn't been much out there. We have seen a national poll that came out just in the last couple of days that had a dead tie between between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And we also had some new polling out today from ABC News and Ipsos that showed favorability ratings for some of the major candidates. Check that out. Kamala Harris's number a little bit better than Joe Biden, but not as good as Donald Trump. Trump got a significant boost out of his convention and out of the assassination attempt. So these numbers still have to be concerning to Democrats, but they've got a lot of time to try to build up Harris. And it was significant in your interview with Donna right there that they are going to continue to push to have a virtual roll call ahead of the actual convention. The deadline is actually going to be August 7th, according to Donna, who's part of the Democratic National Committee. That pushes things up. And that tells you some of the urgency now among Democrats. They want to get this squared away to stop any challenges that could happen on the convention floor. That remains the plan of the Democratic National Committee at this hour, to try to get this all wrapped up in a bow before they arrive in Chicago. That is going to be a tough task with Senator Manchin and others circling about other opportunities.
We have just a few moments left in this hour. Rick, thank you. We have a whole hour coming up for you, but I want to give Martha Raddatz the last word tonight, because Martha, with just a few moments left, the mindset tonight for President Biden these last 24 hours have been deeply personal and difficult for not only the president, but his family.
For all of them, because we saw how badly Joe Biden wanted to stay in this race. We were reporting last week that he was lashing out at people who would suggest he leave. He truly thought he could get over the hump here, that he could make up for that disastrous debate. So it was a difficult decision. He does not think, according to a senior official, that he is mentally impaired. He thinks this is all about energy, but he wouldn't want to say mentally impaired. He's still the president.
Martha Raddatz with us this hour as well. Martha, thanks so much, and thanks to our entire team. They're all still reporting this story out. We have another hour in prime time. President Biden is stepping down in this race for president. What does it mean moving forward against Donald Trump? And if the vice president becomes the eventual nominee on the Democratic side? I'm David Muir. I'll see you just moments from now for another hour in prime time.
What's this?
That's for Pepper.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, stunning details.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? 2020, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
They call him the Beauty Queen Killer. He's targeting young women in malls.
I am single. I want to enjoy the company of a member of women.
He tortured me.
How did she survive 9 days of terror?
The word accomplice came up. Nobody knows the real story.
The Beauty Queen Killer, only on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carry, innit?
How important it made the USA.
Great work. Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
David. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm, confident.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Tonight, an ABC News primetime special. Live coverage, President Biden bowing to pressure and withdrawing from the race for the White House. The president tonight calling it in the best interest of the party and the country and giving his full endorsement to Vice President Kamala Harris, upending the race for president. Tonight, Donald Trump and the Republican Party launching attacks on the vice president, assuming she's the nominee. A special edition of ABC News and our coverage of the race for president begins right now.
Tonight, President Biden stands down. The race for the White House. The president's historic decision to withdraw from the race against Donald Trump. Pressure mounting for weeks following his poor performance at the debate. The floodgates opening, with more Democrats calling on him to drop out. Vice President Kamala Harris now in the spotlight. What will Democrats do now? Will they rally behind her or take their fight to the Democratic National Convention 29 days away? Donald Trump and the Republican Party already on the attack. How will American voters respond? This is an ABC News special. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening again on this consequential night. We are coming back on the air this evening with the breaking news in the race for the White House. The campaign turned upside down tonight. President Biden on this Sunday dropping out of the race for president, bowing to tremendous pressure that had been growing in recent weeks from people within his own party to pass the torch to a younger generation of leaders. President Biden making his decision in the last 24 hours, releasing a letter earlier today to my fellow Americans. Biden calling being president, quote, the greatest honor of my life. The president goes on to reveal it is in the best interest, in his opinion, of my party and the country for me to stand down. The president facing growing calls to withdraw from the race following his difficult debate performance against Donald Trump. That was 24 days ago. The president had called it a bad night, saying he was exhausted. And then last week, during the Republican National Convention, we learned President Biden had COVID. He came off the campaign trail. We saw him moving slowly there, getting off Air Force One. He went into isolation to get better at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Over the weekend, he held multiple Zoom calls with his family. They were supporting him in whatever he decided would be best for the country. President Biden revealing that decision today and then immediately endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic Party's nominee. The vice president vowing to run, to win, to earn this nomination tonight. The Democratic National Convention, by the way, less than a month away now. So, of course, many questions to get to in this hour. Will she get the support she needs? Will the party unify behind her? And if so, who would her pick be for running mate? All of this unfolding just days after Donald Trump and J.D. Vance accepted the Republican nomination. Tonight, the Trump campaign already responding, saying if President Biden isn't fit to run, they're arguing now he isn't fit to serve in these coming months. So again, a lot unfolding at this hour. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, leading us off. First off, Mary, let's go inside these last 24 hours. What your sources have told you about the evolution of this decision from the president, because we know that he made this decision just over the weekend here. This wasn't something he had in his mind, late last week. There was increasing pressure. He was dealing with COVID. He was on the campaign trail, came off it to recover, but very much indicated he was still in this fight. So take us through the weekend, the evolution, the private meetings, those closest to him. How did this work?
Well, David, this was the decision that the president did not want to make. For weeks, he was adamant that he wasn't going anywhere, that he was all in on fighting for a second term, that he was going to beat Donald Trump. But the political pressure, it was clear it was just going to be too much to bear. And then just over the last 24 hours, the president isolating with COVID, recuperating, huddling at his Delaware beach house with just his closest advisors, those who have been by his side for decades. And of course, his wife and family members. David, the president just alerting his staff of this 1 minute before he made it public to the world. The president ultimately saying that he had to put his personal interests aside to do what he believes is best for the party and the country that he loves so dearly.
Tonight, 24 days after his disastrous performance on the debate stage, battling COVID and relentless pressure from members of his own party, President Biden finally giving in, abandoning his bid for a second term with this historic Sunday night announcement. In a letter addressed to my fellow Americans, the president writing, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interests of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." The president adding, "I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision." Then, minutes later, as the news was still setting in, the president endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to take his place atop the Democratic ticket, calling picking her as his number 2 the best decision I ever made. Posting on social media, "Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this." The vice president has taken on an outsized role on the campaign trail since the debate.
Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it?
Tonight, in a statement, Harris saying, with this selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the American people and our country above everything else. Saying, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. We have 107 days until Election Day. Together, we will fight, and together, we will win." It took Biden more than 3 weeks to get to this point. In the days after the debate, he was defiant.
"I am running and going to win again. I am all in. My word, I am all in."
In an interview with George Stephanopoulos, the president insisted nothing short of an act of God would get him out of the race.
And if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, "We're worried that if you stay in the race, we're going to lose the House and the Senate," how will you respond?
I go into detail with them. I've spoken to all of them in detail, including Jim Clyburn. Every one of them. They all said I should stay in the race. Stay in the race. No one said, none of the people said I should leave.
But if they do?
Well, it's like, they're not going to do that.
You sure?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, I mean, if the Lord Almighty came down and said, "Joe, get out of the race," I'd get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down.
But the pressure only grew. Actor and Democratic mega donor George Clooney, who had seen Biden just days before the debate, penning an op-ed in the New York Times, urging the president to drop out. Writing, "It's devastating to say it, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate." Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries told Biden to his face they were concerned he would lose the election and take Democrats down with him in November. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi did that and more. Though Biden made it clear he was firmly in the race, Pelosi going on TV, calling it still an open question.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
The floodgates had opened. Ultimately, 40 Democrats in Congress called on Biden to drop out of the race, urging him to do it for the party, for his legacy, for the country he loves so much.
What's on everybody's mind, is there a clear path to victory here? And can we honestly say that we're on a path to defeating Donald Trump and holding onto the Senate and holding onto the House of Representatives?
I do not think he is the best person to go into this election. I think if he is our nominee, I think we lose.
Biden fighting on, refusing to give in. But in recent days, sources telling us he was willing to listen to arguments from the other side. And then that new blow, Biden testing positive for COVID, heading home to Delaware to recuperate. And it was there, isolating the First Lady at his side, that sources tell us last night the president finally began to come to his decision. Today, he started making calls to his vice president and his closest aides. At 1:45, telling his senior advisors gathered for a call. And just 1 minute later, Biden releasing his letter to the world. Today, Pelosi calling him a patriotic American who has always put our country first and one of the most consequential presidents in American history. Pelosi sending love and gratitude to President Biden for always believing in the promise of America and giving people the opportunity to reach their fulfillment. Those words echoed tonight by former President Barack Obama, who called Biden one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me, and a patriot of the highest order. Obama saying it's a testament to Joe Biden's love of country and a historic example of a genuine public servant, once again putting the interests of the American people ahead of his own, that future generations of leaders will do well to follow. No mention, though, from Obama on whether Vice President Harris should now become the Democratic nominee. Two people who are getting behind Harris, Bill and Hillary Clinton. In a statement, the former president and Secretary of State calling Biden the country's North Star, saying we are honored to join the president in endorsing Vice President Harris and will do whatever we can to support her. Tonight, First Lady Jill Biden forwarding her husband's announcement with a heart. Her communications director telling us the First Lady was supportive of whatever road he chose. She's his biggest believer, champion, and always on his side. And from the president's son, Hunter, an emotional statement. For my entire life, I've looked at my dad in awe. How could he suffer so much heartache and yet give so much of whatever remained of his heart to others? He is unique in public life today in that there is no distance between Joe Biden the man and Joe Biden the public servant of the last 54 years. I'm so lucky every night I get to tell him I love him and to thank him. I ask all Americans to join me tonight in doing the same.
Deeply personal moment for the Biden family, and we all have to be mindful of that no matter where we are on the political spectrum. For our viewers at home, he's been in the public eye for many decades, Mary Bruce. This must not have been an easy decision for the president and his family, who we know were some of the people he turned to in these last few days. Sources telling you he began to come to this decision last night, and he says he'll serve out the remainder of his term. He's also indicated, Mary, that he's going to come before the American people to share more with them how he came to this decision. Do we know when?
Well, David, we are told that the president in the coming days will be coming before cameras to explain himself this remarkable decision to the American people. And this has been, I think, as you noted, a deeply painful, frustrating experience for many, not just in his family, but those closest to him, that inner circle of his advisors who have been with him throughout all of this. There is a sense tonight coming from those close to Biden, close to his family, close to this campaign, of real relief. I think seeing the pressure build on him politically, seeing him, going through all of this so publicly was really difficult. And you do have to remember that Joe Biden spent a lifetime trying to get right here, trying to get to the White House. He spent more than 50 years in public service and in politics. He was just 29 years old when he was elected to the Senate, and now he's going to leave the White House, the oldest president ever to serve. He is going to explain that decision publicly to the American people in the coming days. For now, David, he remains isolating at his beach house in Delaware. We know he's been working the phones. We know he's reached out several times to Kamala Harris today. What a whirlwind day she must have had, and what a whirlwind this has been for the entire Biden world and the Biden family, David.
Yeah, and on that point, Mary, this was such a closely held personal decision for the president that his closest, administration officials and certainly campaign officials did not know until just before the message went out. And when it comes to the vice president, you and your team now reporting that they did speak multiple times today. Obviously, she had to be prepared for the possibility that this would be coming, but she didn't know, as far as our reporting so far, until today.
Exactly, David. She didn't know either. This difficult decision, the most difficult decision of Joe Biden's life, was made huddled with just a handful of his closest advisors over the last 24 hours. Vice President Kamala Harris learning of this today and then having multiple conversations with the president. Of course, I'm sure she has thought of this, given all of what is going on in the public conversation here. But over the last several weeks, she has been out there hitting the trail hard, showing no kind of daylight, of course, between her and the president. She has been out there championing, pushing the message of this campaign, especially reaching out to critical constituencies who they know they will need come November, especially reaching out to black voters, young black voters who polls show their support may be slipping. She's been out there hitting the top issue of abortion rights, reproductive rights, which they know will be central in this campaign. And now, David, we know she is expected to hit the trail in the coming days. But what a different set of circumstances it will be when she gets out there before voters, David.
Yeah, the scrutiny will be harsh. It's much different to be potentially at the top of the ticket, obviously, than to be the number two. But in these last couple of weeks, Mary, when this campaign was facing some very difficult days, that very tough debate performance from President Biden up against former President Donald Trump, and yet the vice president faced a very unique test in just the last couple of weeks before she faces this even larger test now ahead of her. But these last couple of weeks, knowing that this question was out there, that the polling knowing was out there, that people were saying and asking serious questions about the president's age, about whether he should stay in this race. And she had to go out there, defend him, stand behind him, obviously not knowing if she was going to get that phone call today.
What a tremendous circumstance to be out there on the trail, fiercely defending this candidacy, adamant that the president was not going anywhere, that he was staying at the top of the ticket, all while knowing and perhaps thinking that she might be in this exact scenario, knowing that pollsters were out there asking questions, to see how she would fare at the top of the ticket against Trump. There were some polls that actually showed her faring slightly better than Joe Biden, but the entire time she was a loyal soldier, David. She was out there fighting for what is at the root of this campaign, a message that she is going to continue to make, because, David, tonight, the Biden for President campaign is now officially the Harris for President campaign. Her campaign aides telling me they are now full steam ahead for Vice President Harris.
So Biden campaign now called the Harris campaign from this point forward.
That is the message tonight. They've actually officially filed the paperwork. They are now the Harris for President campaign. And David, just in the last few hours, we are told from small dollar donors, they have raked in over $27.5 million just in the last 5 hours since Joe Biden announced he is dropping out. Kamala Harris is already out there making fundraising appeals. And in fact, Joe Biden has also been making fundraising appeals for her, too.
All right, the breaking news right there from Mary Bruce. It is now officially the Harris campaign moving forward. So let's get the Republican reaction to that. Michael Whatley, of course, co-chair of the Republican National Committee, the RNC. First of all, Mr. Whatley, congratulations on the Republican National Convention. I know you were very happy with those 4 nights in Milwaukee. We were glad to be there reporting on it all. Obviously, a brand new chapter tonight with President Biden deciding to get out of this race. How does it change the strategy moving forward for the RNC? What do you make of Vice President Kamala Harris potentially being at the top of the ticket?
Well, quite a political split screen when you consider that we were coming out of a historically successful convention and the Republican Party is more united than it has been in generations behind Donald Trump. And we have a very strong vice presidential candidate in Senator J.D. Vance. And we are moving forward, playing offense all across the country. The Democrats have been in complete disarray for over a month now. The fact that they now have no candidate, they're going to have to go through this process moving forward with it. What I will say on our side of the fence, President Trump is going to hit his marks, just like he did in the debate. Just like he did during the convention, just like he has done throughout the course of this campaign. He's going to talk directly to the American people about the issues that they care about, and the contrast could not be bigger.
Let me ask you, though, because suddenly he becomes the oldest candidate in this race at 78 years old. Is this sort of flipping the script from the Democrats, that perhaps now that focus that President Biden faced will turn squarely to the former president, particularly if Kamala Harris is the nominee and if she chooses a running mate sort of more youthful, that ticket would be perhaps perceived by sort of people looking for the next generation of leaders in this country, no matter where they are on the political spectrum?
Not at all. I think we saw President Trump get up off the ground after being shot, say that he's going to continue to fight for the American people. We saw him at all 4 nights of the Republican convention, and he gave a very strong speech to accept his nomination, as well as a rally that we held yesterday up in Michigan. He absolutely has the strength and the resilience to continue to lead the Republican Party. But more importantly, he is the candidate that's going to be able to unify the entire country by restoring our southern border, restoring the economy, and restoring our standing in the world.
Michael, I know that you have been part of this behind the scenes. The RNC, the Republicans, the Trump campaign had agreed to do a debate here in September on ABC up against President Biden. Now that it looks like it could potentially be Vice President Kamala Harris, you guys still game for this debate here on ABC, Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris potentially?
Yeah, President Trump has said that he would accept a debate anywhere, anytime, any place. What we want to do is talk directly to the American people and talk about President Biden's failures as a president, but those are now the Biden-Harris campaign failure. So whether it's Kamala Harris or it's anybody else, they have doubled down on every single one of the policies that we've seen the Biden and Harris administration adopt over the last 4 years, that they have dismantled the most secure southern border and invited 10 million illegal immigrants to come across it, that they have put inflationary policies that have driven gasoline prices, grocery prices, and housing prices through the roof, and they've weakened our standing in the world. So Kamala Harris, any other candidate on the Democratic side of the aisle, has adopted those same platforms. They're doubling down on the same issues, and we welcome that debate anywhere, anytime.
So just to laser in on that, if it is Kamala Harris who becomes the nominee here, Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, he will show up in September here on ABC.
You know, obviously, I'll defer to the president in terms of any of the details that they want to have with it, but we've made it very clear that we welcome that debate because we want to talk about the contrast between the Biden-Harris agenda and Donald Trump's agenda, where he is going to unite America and lead us into a bolder future.
Michael Whatley, the chair of the Republican National Committee, giving us a bit of a preview of the playbook ahead against Kamala Harris. Michael, we sure do appreciate it, and we appreciate your words. We look forward to that debate down the road here, not too far away. Thanks so much, Michael. In the meantime, the Trump campaign already responding to President Biden's decision to step aside tonight. You heard a little bit of it from Michael there, what they plan to, the issues that will be front and center in going after Vice President Kamala Harris, should she become the Democratic nominee. In fact, the RNC releasing a campaign ad already tonight going after Harris's record. For more on that, here's Rachel Scott tonight.
Donald Trump's response to Joe Biden's historic decision to bow out of the race tonight: attack, attack, attack. Trump, who just days ago pledged to unify the country, blasting Biden as the worst president by far in the history of our nation, adding whoever the left puts up now will just be more of the same. It was just over a week ago, after the attempt on Trump's life, that Trump and Biden shared what both men described as a good, respectful chat, Biden calling his rival.
I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers.
Tonight, Trump declaring Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve. And now some of the nation's top Republicans following Trump's lead, calling on Biden to resign from office. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying if Joe Biden is not fit to run for president, he is not fit to serve as president. He must resign the office immediately. The Trump campaign now having to shift course, though they've been preparing for weeks. Trump polling the crowd in Michigan yesterday.
So who would you like to most run against if you're us, if we want to win? Ready? Kamala Harris. Crooked Joe Biden. All right. I don't think we have to go too much further.
The Republican National Committee already out with an ad attacking Vice President Harris, though she's not yet the Democratic nominee.
Warning. The following may upset liberals who don't want voters to know the truth about Kamala Harris.
And tonight, Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, bluntly saying, Joe Biden has been the worst president in my lifetime, and Kamala Harris has been right there with him every step of the way. She owns all of these failures.
Rachel Scott back with us tonight. In fact, you broke the news here on ABC today. Excellent coverage this afternoon leading up to this moment. In the meantime, a lot of fast-moving parts here already. Kamala Harris says she will win this nomination. She has less than a month until the Democratic National Convention. You've got the Trump campaign already responding tonight with the assumption that it's going to be Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. What are your sources telling you? We heard from Mr. Whatley there at the RNC, got a hint of what their playbook will be: immigration, inflation, some of the key issues that they were already going after President Biden with. They plan to now pivot, if you will, to Vice President Kamala Harris, assuming she's the nominee. And it appears that they are assuming that is what they're targeting right now, the vice president. It sort of does flip the script for them in a way, does it not? Were they hoping that they would continue running against President Biden?
They were really hoping that it would be President Biden on the Democratic ticket. I mean, look, this is not an ideal scenario even for the Trump campaign. We are 100 days out from the election. So imagine picking your running mate at this point, going through the Republican National Convention, accepting the Republican nomination, and now all of a sudden you're trying to figure out who exactly you're running against. The one benefit they do see is that Harris still has this tie, right, to President Biden. Of course, she served as his vice president, and so they're going to be able to go after her on the same things that they went after President Biden for. But of course, there are so many different dynamics in this race now, with it being Vice President Kamala Harris. And one of the biggest open questions, if she is in fact the nominee, is who her running mate's going to be, David.
Right now, I would assume, though, the Trump campaign is looking at the polling in the battlegrounds and still feel relatively reassured. Of course, on the Democratic side, they'd say, well, wait a minute, she hasn't even had a chance to make the case herself out there yet. But in many of those battlegrounds, she might perform in a couple of them a little stronger than President Biden is at this point. But she does trail Donald Trump in the vast majority of those battlegrounds as well, from the polling that we've seen publicly so far. She's got her work cut out for her. But again, it's the unknown for the Trump campaign.
It's the unknown, and that is what's so dangerous here, that they've been working for months and months to build this whole campaign, this whole operation against President Biden, and now they're trying to have to switch gears at this point. So, yes, they're looking at some of the polling. Either way, David, this is such a close election, and now you have people really tuning in now that you have this major shakeup on the Democratic side.
Really a generational shift on the Democratic side, it would appear tonight. And again, as you heard me ask Mr. Wally there about this sudden shift with all the focus on President Biden's age, with him stepping out of the race. Donald Trump at 78, obviously, is the oldest candidate in this race now, moving forward. Rachel Scott with great reporting all afternoon. Rachel, we do appreciate it. As we have been reporting here, many Democratic leaders say President Biden's decision tonight will help energize the party. Will Vice President Kamala Harris prevail in this nomination process? Will she be challenged? These questions are still outstanding. But if she does get the nomination, with President Biden now fully behind her tonight, the question already, who will be her running mate? Here's our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl, going down the list tonight.
She doesn't have a single pledged delegate yet, but Vice President Kamala Harris is quickly emerging as the presumptive Democratic nominee. Even before Harris made it official that she would be running to replace Biden at the top of the ticket, she had locked up key endorsements, starting with Biden himself and former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Members of Congress quickly endorsing too.
It's in the interest of continuity, stability, and unity for the Democratic Party to clearly coalesce around Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee.
Including key figures in the House, the political arm of the Congressional Black Caucus, and Jim Clyburn, widely seen as the most important endorsement Biden himself received 4 years ago. And more than a dozen senators, some of the party's top donors too, many of them who had cut off support for Biden, have quickly come out to endorse Harris. But again, Kamala Harris doesn't have a single pledged delegate yet. Shortly after Biden bowed out, DNC Chairman Jamie Harrison declared that the party's process for picking his successor, quote, will be governed by established rules and procedures. It's unclear if there will be any major challenge to Harris, but attention is already turning to who she could choose as a running mate. Some of them potential contenders, including Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, Roy Cooper, governor of North Carolina, Phil Murphy, governor of New Jersey, Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky, governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Also potentially on the list, Gretchen Whitmer from the battleground state of Michigan, who told George just days ago,
I think Michigan is always going to be a state that you can't take your eye off of. People in Michigan are good, hardworking people. We expect our leaders to be as good, if not better, and work just as hard, if not harder. And it's always going to be a close race.
John Karl back with me here tonight. John and I were side by side last week at the Republican convention. He was breaking news all week long, back with us on this major turn in the race for president tonight. And John, you know, you and I were talking when you go down that list of potential running mates. And again, Kamala Harris still has to get the nomination officially. She says she's going to earn that. But if and when that happens, then she has to choose a running mate. There's going to be a lot of sort of calculations as to who might benefit her most. But one of the most telling things, obviously, about that list, Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania, Roy Cooper, North Carolina, Mark Kelly, Arizona, Gretchen Whitmer at the end, and what she said to George in recent days, obviously from the very key battleground of Michigan. But John, I just wanted to read this to you because everyone's going to be reading the tea leaves. Yeah. Every hour, every day now, less than a month until the Democratic National Convention. Tonight, we've learned that Vice President Kamala Harris spoke with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, someone whose name has come up with a possible vice presidential pick this afternoon. According to somebody familiar with the conversation, it's now been confirmed to ABC News. And again, she's also spoken with House Speaker, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, along with so many other Democratic leaders. But every conversation she has with somebody on this list of potential running mates, and of the names I just mentioned, obviously Josh Shapiro, right near the top of that list. First-term governor at the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, a state that either side is going to have to win if they want to win the White House.
Yeah, absolutely. And this shows this was one of the reasons why there was pressure on Biden not to run for re-election in the first place, because the party does have
rising stars that happen to be sprinkled out in those key battleground states. Popular governors, not just governors, members of the president's cabinet, Gina Raimondo, Pete Buttigieg. I mean, there's a lot of talent in the Democratic Party ready to go out there. And I think it was also notable, David, in addition to that phone call you just mentioned with Josh Shapiro. And by the way, I'm going to say we haven't heard yet, but I bet you that we will learn that there were several phone calls today. Kamala Harris, I'm sure her phones were ringing, and she was getting calls from a lot of those people we just mentioned. But look at the people that endorsed her today. Josh Shapiro obviously endorsed her. You mentioned that. Also, Gavin Newsom, another name that had been mentioned. The governor of California endorsed Kamala Harris. Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, also thought as a potential rival to replace Biden, and perhaps a vice presidential contender as well. He endorsed Kamala Harris today. So I think you're going to see much more of this in the coming days. People reaching out to Kamala Harris, endorsing her, and perhaps positioning to remind her that they could be a quality running mate.
But rest assured, on the Democratic side, they are trying to figure out the formula that would give them the best shot, particularly where the numbers are right now in those key battlegrounds.
Yes, and it's not just the geographical balance, David. That's important, but we haven't really seen a running mate critical in winning an election by winning a state, arguably maybe not since John F. Kennedy chose LBJ and won the state of Texas. I mean, Barack Obama didn't win Delaware because Joe Biden was on the ticket. And Donald Trump didn't win the state of Indiana because he had Mike Pence as his running mate. A lot of it is, a balance perhaps ideologically. Kamala Harris is seen as from a little bit more of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, picking a moderate. Josh Shapiro is seen as a moderate. So is Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina. Both Democrats who have proven that they can win in states where Republicans are strong, where you need Republican and independent votes to win. And Lord knows Kamala Harris is going to need some independent votes and perhaps a few of those anti-Trump Republican votes as well if she's going to win in November.
Obviously, a huge focus of Kamala Harris moving forward and who she would choose as a potential running mate, even as she publicly says she's got to win and earn this nomination first. You mentioned all those key endorsements. Many of them come from potential running mates, obviously. Also Democratic leaders, past and present. We've heard from former President Clinton tonight, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton throwing their support behind Kamala Harris. Interesting, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who very publicly put pressure on President Biden in recent weeks with very careful words, but we know how careful she is with them, but determined that they send a message in some way. And also former President Obama tonight, he's out with this statement about President Biden, did not endorse Kamala Harris, and we'll get to that in a moment, but he said, Joe Biden has been one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner. Today, we've also been reminded again that he's a patriot of the highest order. But John, you and I were talking earlier, not terribly surprising that the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and former President Obama have not yet publicly endorsed Kamala Harris, given the fact that the voters and the delegates that they're sending to the convention need to bear witness to the vice president getting out there and fighting for this.
Yeah, they want to protect the process. They don't want to make it look as if Kamala Harris is simply being plucked by party leaders, anointed as the replacement for Joe Biden. But I also think that part of that was, and by the way, I don't think that they're not like they're secretly waiting for somebody else to get into the race. They will be with Kamala Harris. I have no doubt about that. But I think they also recognize this is Joe Biden's moment. He gave up something that you just don't see given up in politics. He was the presumptive Democratic nominee. He won 14 million votes through a series of primaries. This was his. He earned it. And to give that up, something that he had fought and dreamed about having his entire life, is huge. And so I think that both, certainly Nancy Pelosi understands that. She voluntarily gave up her position as the leader of the Democratic Party in the House. And, Barack Obama certainly wants his former vice president and the current president to have his day.
John Carl with us this hour as well. John, thank you. We'll come back to you if you have any new reporting. In the meantime, former governor, former presidential candidate Chris Christie from New Jersey with us tonight. Chris, always appreciate you joining us. First of all, what do you make of President Biden's decision?
Well, I think it was inevitable, David. I think he should have done it a year ago. And as the pressure came on, I think it's unfortunate, because if he had made this decision a year ago, he would have gone out clearly on his own terms. This now looks a little bit less than his own terms, given the pressure campaign that was orchestrated behind the scenes. But in the end, he gets credit for doing the right thing for the country. And I think him not being the candidate is the right thing for his party as well.
Let me ask you, you took on Donald Trump in the primary, 107 days until the election. Is that enough time for the Vice President, Kamala Harris, and whoever she chooses as a running mate, if she's officially the nominee in just a couple of weeks here? Is that enough time to take on Donald Trump?
Look, this absolutely changes the race, David. I think anybody who says this doesn't change the race doesn't understand politics. But here's the big question. How does it change the race? And none of us know that yet. And the reason we don't is because that's going to depend almost exclusively on the performance of these two candidates now. How does Kamala Harris perform in the lead role? It's very different to be the person running for president than the person running for number two. And so she's going to be under a different level of scrutiny, a different level of pressure, and there's a different expectation level for her than there has been before. So how does she perform? And how does Donald Trump change his approach? He's now not running against 81-year-old Joe Biden. He's running against a much younger woman. And that's going to change the dynamic, too. Look, when I ran the first time for governor, David, I ran against an incumbent Democratic male. When I ran for re-election, I ran against a woman. And the pace of that race and the way you conduct yourself as a male candidate running against a female candidate has to have a bit of a different tone to it. The question for me is going to be, can Donald Trump adjust to that? And how will he react to this new dynamic? So we're going to see some very interesting developments over the course of the next number of weeks. But the one thing I know, I believe in my heart we're going to see is that Kamala Harris is going to be the nominee of the Democratic Party. And really the only suspense we're going to have over the next few weeks is going to be who does she pick as a vice presidential candidate. Otherwise, any talk of there being a competition for this is impractical, David. It's just no one else can mount the campaign she can mount. And I think we're seeing that already.
Governor Chris Christie, your point is well made when you say it changes the race. We simply don't know how it changes. Anyone who says they know doesn't know what they're talking about. But let me ask you, you talk about the intense scrutiny that she'll now face. Much different when you're potentially at the top of the ticket, which it looks like she is headed towards, and very, very quickly. Based on her performance as a prosecutor, as Attorney General, what you witnessed from her on the Senate Judiciary Committee with Supreme Court nominees, do you sense, Governor, that she potentially could be a formidable candidate for Donald Trump down the road here?
I really don't know, David, because all those things are so much different. As you know, I was a prosecutor for 7 years. I was the U.S. attorney in New Jersey. When I got onto the stage as a statewide gubernatorial candidate, it was much different than what I had to do as a prosecutor. And while there were some skills that are transferable, there's a lot that are brand new to you. And so it's different. And then go from being a statewide candidate like she was for both Attorney General and United States Senator to being the national candidate for the Democratic Party, it's very unclear. The only indication we have of how she would perform was her primary race for president, which did not go well. Now, she's had 3.5 years since then to learn from that experience. In fact, almost 4 years to learn from that experience. And we'll see whether the things that she's learned she can put into practice and be a better candidate. If she's the candidate, David, that she was in the 2019 to 2020 primary for president, Donald Trump's going to be the next president of the United States. If she becomes a better candidate, then she can make the race much more competitive.
All right, we'll see in the weeks ahead. Governor Chris Christie, always great to have your insights. I appreciate it. When we come back here, more on the breaking news involving what this Democratic convention is going to look like. And one key lawmaker in Washington who's already signaled tonight, perhaps I will challenge Kamala Harris for the nomination. We'll get some reporting on that right after the break here.
The beauty queen killer. He's targeting young women in malls.
I am
I'm single. I want to enjoy the company of a number of women.
He tortured me.
How did she survive 9 days of terror?
The word accomplice came up. Nobody knows the real story.
The Beauty Queen Killer. Only on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Money. Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here.
It's always a good time. That's what the show's about.
That's good.
Really good.
Very good.
Coming in hot. Jimmy coming in hot.
It's far from elementary.
Oh. Good morning, America.
I'm not going to try to strut like Michael or anything.
I have known George a long, long time.
Have you ever gotten him to dance?
Look at that face.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'm in.
That tells you something when Snoop Dogg's in. Michael, George, where?
Ginger.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead. Tag on!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer.
It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
Nightline. The stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline. On right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy.
You can handle it.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm confidence.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
Yeah.
We are so grateful and impressed. I feel like crying. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Welcome back. ABC News live coverage of this pivotal day in the race for the White House. We have learned, obviously, this Sunday, President Biden's dropping out of the race. He started with a letter on social media saying to my fellow Americans and then described why he is getting out of this race. He did end the letter to American voters by saying, remember, we are the United States of America. I want to bring in former head of the DNC ABC News contributor Donna Brazile back with us this hour. Donna, you broke the news last hour that Democrat turned independent Joe Manchin called you up this evening to ask you sort of what are the rules here to jump in and perhaps challenge Kamala Harris. Do you think he's going to move forward with that?
I don't know, David, but I am going to ensure that everyone who wants to jump in have a copy of Appendix E. This is the form that says that you are a Democrat. It is a form that you have to sign, and it has to be, of course, it has to be signed and notarized. So everyone, I mean, remember, the race to the nomination is open right now. Kamala Harris has been endorsed by President Joe Biden. She's working the phone. And I know because I just heard from a couple of my colleagues who are state party chairs, state delegation chairs, and they're signing forms to support Kamala Harris. So the clock is ticking. We know that this is going to have to be an expedited process. It's going to be fair and transparent. And of course, the current chair, along with the members of the Rules and Bylaws Committee and the DNC Convention Rules Committee, we issue all of the guidelines, but this process is moving. As they say in my old hometown, the train is leaving the station.
And very quickly, it would seem, have you spoken with Vice President Harris?
No, because I've gotten my assignments, and it's too, I can't talk to her and then get a call from the president of the Service Employees International Union, my union, and get a call from the National Education Association. I'm taking calls from the people who really matter. That's the delegates, the state party leaders, the state delegation leaders But I'm also feeding to the vice president and her team that her support is solid. People are calling in. In fact, there's a huge call taking place, and the Zoom link got, somehow or another it got broken down, maybe like what happened with the airlines, that there's so many people trying to call in right now to announce their support for Kamala Harris.
Donna Brazile, you have worked on presidential campaigns in years past, many of them. I want to ask you about the choice of a running mate. It very much looks like key members of the Democratic Party are coalescing behind Kamala Harris. So let's just go there. She's the top of the ticket. This is called the Harris campaign as of tonight. Mary Bruce reported that earlier. The vice president says, I still need to get out there and earn this nomination. That being said, if she is the nominee, you get on that list you heard from John Carl earlier, Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania, Roy Cooper, North Carolina, Mark Kelly, Arizona, Gretchen Whitmer, Michigan. Would you pick anyone on that list to pair up with Kamala Harris?
Well, David, I have a lot of good names to recommend, but I know the vice president is going to get great advice, starting with advice from President Joe Biden. Joe Biden has led this party. She's able to pick up the phone and make calls tonight because, as you know, she campaigned across the country. She's been hitting the campaign trail hard. She's been raising money. She raised over $2 million yesterday in Massachusetts. So I'm confident that she will have the delegates, she will have the resources, and she will have the volunteers. If my phones, and I don't want to tell you how many phones I have, David, because I don't want you to get all my numbers, but if my phones are any indication, this is going to be a long night, because I do believe tonight the excitement is there. People are so energized. They're praying for her. They know that she's a leader. They know that she's battle-tested. And I just want to say to Governor Christie, you're right. We've never been here before. We've never been in a situation where we have a former president who didn't concede the election, 34 indictments, 34 convictions. We've never been here when the current president, in 68, when Mr. Johnson stepped down. But this is a different situation. So he has endorsed his vice president, and I'm sure that the Democratic Party will come together and unify behind Kamala Harris. But she has to work for it. She has to earn it. She promised she will, and if she's able to keep that commitment, she will earn this endorsement. This nomination.
This nomination. Let me ask you, because you know how this works. People are going to start reading the tea leaves. Every little detail that comes out, every hour, people are going to be hitting refresh on wherever their choice is to go for the latest political news. And of course, we hope it's ABC News. But you saw this readout earlier that reported that Vice President Harris spoke with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who we know is right near the top of the list of potential running mates. Very popular Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, battleground that they would need to win, the Democrats, if they want the White House back. Do you think he's a real contender here?
I hope so. I hope he's on the list. I hope Mark Kelly's on the list. I hope Roy Cooper's on the list. Look, there are so many strong Democratic leaders, and perhaps some others, that the vice president should give every consideration. She needs to have a strong ticket, because the American people are expecting a strong Democratic ticket for proven leaders who can lead this country from day one. She's been on the job for over 3.5 years, and I'm confident that she will make a great historic choice.
Donna Brazile with us. Breaking news here, as always, which is why we appreciate you coming on. Donna Brazile, our ABC News contributor. Thank you. I want to bring in Martha Raddatz, our Chief Global Affairs correspondent. First, Martha, I wanted to get your reaction to Joe Manchin there, calling Donna Brazile and saying, now, how does this work? Can I get in this potentially to challenge Kamala Harris? She told us here on the air that she told Senator Manchin, well, first you got to become a Democrat again, with a little twinkle in her eye there live on the air when she said that. But you had Joe Manchin on this morning. I know you interviewed him. And it was a relatively moving interview about believing that this was the right thing for President Biden to do, to step aside. But was there any inkling during your interview that he might be considering challenging the vice president?
The simple answer is no, and what a difference 12 hours make. I asked him directly if he thought Joe Biden should step aside. He clearly wanted to announce that on television this morning, and he said, I come with a heavy heart to think the time has come for him to pass the torch to a new generation. I'm concerned about the president's health, his well-being. I really am. Again, he said, I think a new generation, it's time for a new generation to try to heal the party and heal the country. Joe Manchin will be 77 years old next month, so I don't know what he's talking about, a new generation, unless it's from 80-year-olds to 77-year-olds. But he gave no indication that he would consider doing that, and it's pretty clear that he is now interested in possibly getting into this nominating process. He did tell me he wanted an open convention. He thought that was the right way to go. But again, he kept saying it was with heavy heart. He thought Joe Biden should step aside. I did ask him about the mental acuity, whether he thought the president was okay to be president, given he didn't think he could be a candidate. He did say quite clearly that he thought Joe Biden was capable of finishing out this term.
Martha, let me ask you another generational question, and that is, it takes it back to President Biden, of course, 81 years old, making this obviously very difficult personal decision to get out of the race, a very rare decision, as we know, as we look back on history. It was just a couple of months back, I was in Normandy interviewing President Biden. As you know, he was there to mark the anniversary of D-Day with our World War II heroes in Normandy, who are, as you know, Martha, 99 years old, 100 years old, 101 years old. And he told me he'd been to the beaches of Normandy before, but that this moment he thought was more profound than his previous trip that he told me about, because of, and we've heard this from President Biden, about the inflection point that he thinks we're in as a country. And regardless of where people at home are on the political spectrum, this is just about President Biden, the human being. Decades of public service and what it must have been like to reach this decision. What reporting, and I know you have some from your sources, can you offer the viewers at home tonight about sort of where he is, what his frame of mind is in reaching this decision just this weekend, in just the last 24 hours?
Well, David, as you know, because we were reporting all week that he truly wanted to stay in this race. He wasn't just saying that. His campaign wasn't just saying that. He was doubling down. He was lashing out at people who would suggest he would get out. But I think probably a key moment came when he came down with COVID and after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Because you think about that split screen with that fist raised in the air by Donald Trump and Joe Biden having a very difficult time walking up those stairs of Air Force One, walking down those stairs. But he also, a senior administration official told me, he does not believe he has any mental issues. He thinks he just doesn't have the energy to run the campaign. David?
And he's home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware tonight, recuperating from COVID and likely watching the coverage, not necessarily here, but the coverage of him in this historic decision tonight. So I appreciate your insight, Martha. I want to bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, because, Pierre, it goes without saying, this vice president made history. President Biden's decision in selecting her made history as a running mate. They were then elected in 2020, and now it looks very much like she will be the top of the ticket. We know it's officially now called the Harris campaign tonight. How does this change the state of play as far as history potentially being made here?
David, when you take a step back, if Kamala Harris becomes the Democratic nominee, she will be the first African-American woman, Indian-American woman to run as a major party nominee. Just think about that. This country has never seen that before. It will raise issues of race and gender in a way that we've never seen before. And quite frankly, with Donald Trump being the candidate she's running against, he said some racially insensitive things at times. Also, she's a former prosecutor. He's been indicted, convicted. This is shaping up to be uncharted waters that we're in many times over, David.
Pierre Thomas with some perspective, some much-needed perspective tonight. Pierre, thank you. I know you're going to be tracking this right along with us in the coming days and weeks. I want to bring in Rick Klein, our political director, Washington bureau chief as well. And Rick, you and I have been talking about the polling. Obviously, Kamala Harris and some of these national polls shows a little more strength than President Biden in recent days nationally. The real test, though, is going to be in those key battlegrounds. One of the other more immediate tests, as you know, Rick, is sort of this endorsement game from key influential Democratic leaders and donors. And it would seem tonight as though, at least so far, many of those dominoes are falling into place.
David, this has been a political clinic by Kamala Harris and her team. They have locked down almost all of the major potential rivals, some of her biggest frenemies, even Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg, real big players in Democratic politics, all moving along, almost all of the members of the so-called squad, including Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So the big left of the party is on board, a big chunk of the center. We've got governors and senators from red states as well. Other than the rumblings out of Joe Manchin, there is no serious threat that has emerged. And I would just say outright that she is even more likely to be the nominee than she was when we came on the air tonight. The train, as Donna Brazile said, has indeed left the station, and it's got Kamala Harris's name on it.
She did say that, and it appears to be the case tonight. Rick Klein, thanks so much. I want to get to presidential historian and ABC News contributor Mark Updegrove tonight, because, Mark, as we know, President Biden has said he will address the nation later this week to discuss in further detail how he came to this decision. And this is another sort of observation I think Americans made. And again, no matter where you are on the political spectrum, I think many Americans felt for him in that moment on that debate stage. Whether you support him or whether you don't, no one wants to see any sort of struggling to that level. Now, it would seem with this speech later this week, there is real opportunity, again, whether you support him or not, for reassurance for the American people, but also sort of a legacy-defining moment potentially for President Biden. How do you think he'll proceed?
Without question, you were right, David. I think Joe Biden saw as his legacy the preservation and the strengthening of democracy, particularly in the face of the challenges that we saw from Donald Trump. He wrested the presidency from Donald Trump in 2020, and he called the strengthening and preservation of democracy the central cause of his presidency. He returned us to democratic norms and traditions. He revived NATO around the liberation of Ukraine from Russian aggression. So much of his legacy is around that. And I think he saw that he wasn't the person to continue that quest, that he had to hand the torch over to the next generation. And the presumptive nominee, the obvious person, is Kamala Harris. This speech, I think, will show the American people that he is still has the mental acuity, still has the stamina to retain the role of president, and will also give him a chance to endorse his political heir, Kamala Harris, David. But we are certainly in very consequential times. We've heard that word consequence several times tonight. We are caught up in the currents of history, and we certainly see how consequential these times are, David.
We heard it almost universally from leaders on the Democratic side when it comes to former presidents, first ladies, secretaries of state. You heard it from former President Clinton, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, former President Obama, from former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the extraordinary role that Joe Biden played in 2020. You think this is an opportunity for him to define that moment in history with just a few seconds left?
I think there's no question. They said that he is a consequential president, David. He has been a consequential president who has enacted a very progressive and important agenda. Absolutely right. This speech is legacy defining in many respects, as was his not to accept his party's nomination.
Historian Mark Updegrove, always great to have you with us, Mark. Again, the big breaking story this Sunday, President Biden bowing out of the race for president. Stay with ABC News for continuing coverage of the race for president, a new chapter tonight. I'm David Muir.
It was the ideal.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, stunning details.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? 2020, Friday at 9, 8 Central on ABC.
Here's to Good Mornings in America.
Can you feel the love?
Oh,
Yeah.
Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's ray of sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
make dreams come true. Wow. I'm just so happy. It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
you know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA.
Great work. Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
David. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead. Tag on!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer.
It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu.
If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you? I hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew?
All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome back to ABC News Live special coverage of the breaking news today. President Biden making a historic and unprecedented decision to drop out of the race for president after he had already earned the Democratic nomination, posting on social media that it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. It is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down. Now, this comes just 24 days after that disastrous debate with Donald Trump, which sparked concerns about President Biden's age and mental sharpness, and the calls for him to step aside started growing. On Wednesday, the White House saying he tested positive for COVID, leaving the campaign trail and returning home to Delaware. And that was him returning home in that moment. After now deciding early this afternoon to drop out, the president quickly endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to be the party's new nominee. Harris vowing to run and win the party's nomination. However, with less than a month until the Democratic National Convention, a number of questions remain here tonight. Will this party unite behind the vice president? And if so, who would she choose to be her running mate? Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce leads us off tonight.
Tonight, 24 days after his disastrous performance on the debate stage and under relentless pressure from leaders in his own party, President Joe Biden making his historic announcement, abandoning his bid for a second term. In a letter addressed to my fellow Americans, the president writing, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interests of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." The president adding, "I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision." Then, minutes later, as the news was still setting in, the president endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to take his place atop the Democratic ticket, calling picking her as his number 2 the best decision I ever made. Posting on social media, "Today I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this." The vice president has taken on an outsized role on the campaign trail since the debate.
Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it?
Tonight, in a statement, Harris saying with this selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the American people and our country above everything else. Saying, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. We have 107 days until Election Day. Together, we will fight, and together, we will win." It took Biden more than 3 weeks to get to this point. In the days after the debate, he was defiant.
"I am running and going to win again. I
am all in. My word, I am all in.
In an interview with George Stephanopoulos, the president insisted nothing short of an act of God would get him out of the race.
And if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, we're worried that if you stay in the race, we're going to lose the House and the Senate, how will you respond?
I go into detail with them. I've spoken to all of them in detail, including Jim Clyburn. Every one of them. They all said I should stay in the race. Stay in the race. No one said, none of the people said I should leave.
But if they do?
Well, it's like, they're not going to do that.
You sure?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, I mean, if the Lord Almighty came down and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'd get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down.
But the pressure only grew. Actor and Democratic mega donor George Clooney, who had seen Biden just days before the debate, penning an op-ed in the New York Times, urging the president to drop out. Writing, it's devastating to say it, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries told Biden to his face they were concerned he would lose the election and take Democrats down with him in November. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi did that and more. Though Biden made it clear he was firmly in the race, Pelosi going on TV, calling it still an open question.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
The floodgates had opened. Ultimately, 40 Democrats in Congress called on Biden to drop out of the race, urging him to do it for the party, for his legacy, for the country he loves so much. Biden fighting on, refusing to give in. But in recent days, sources telling us he was willing to listen to arguments from the other side. And then that new blow, Biden testing positive for COVID, heading home to Delaware to recuperate. And it was there, isolating the First Lady at his side, that sources tell us last night the president finally began to come to his decision. Today, he started making calls to his vice president and his closest aides. At 1:45, telling his senior advisors gathered for a call. And just 1 minute later, Biden releasing his letter to the world. Today, Pelosi calling him a patriotic American who has always put our country first and one of the most consequential presidents in American history. Pelosi sending love and gratitude to President Biden for always believing in the promise of America and giving people the opportunity to reach their fulfillment. Those words echoed tonight by former President Barack Obama, who called Biden one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me, and a patriot of the highest order. Obama saying it's a testament to Joe Biden's love of country and a historic example of a genuine public servant, once again putting the interests of the American people ahead of his own, that future generations of leaders will do well to follow. No mention, though, from Obama on whether Vice President Harris should now become the Democratic nominee. Two people who are getting behind Harris, Bill and Hillary Clinton. In a statement, the former president and Secretary of State calling Biden the country's North Star, saying we are honored to join the president in endorsing Vice President Harris and will do whatever we can to support her.
And Mary Bruce is joining us now from the White House. Mary, thank you for being here with us. And we know that President Biden says he will address the nation and fully explain his decision in the coming days. What more do we expect there?
Kana, the president is going to come before cameras and explain for himself this decision, this remarkable, historic decision to the American people. Now, tonight he remains isolated still at his Delaware beach house. We know he has been working the phones. He has reached out and talked to the top Democrats in Congress, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. The president really capping this remarkable 24 hours as he has been huddling with just his closest advisors, making this most difficult decision. But the president ultimately deciding that he had to put his own personal interests aside to do what he says is best for the country and best for the party, Kana.
And when do you think we might hear from Vice President Harris herself, and how is she shoring up support there at the White House?
Well, she, too, is working the phones. We know she has also been reaching out to Democratic lawmakers, party leaders, heavy hitters in the party, governors. She has been, you can only imagine the whirlwind she has been experiencing. But we are told that she does plan to keep up and forge ahead with her schedule, which includes a political event, a campaign stop Tuesday in Milwaukee. Wednesday, she's supposed to be heading to Indianapolis. We shall see.
All right, Mary Bruce there from the White House. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. I also want to now bring in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, who's been traveling with the president in Delaware. So, Selena, thank you for being here with us. And we know that Vice President Kamala Harris has already trying to rally support there from Democrats, as you heard from Mary Bruce. But the other concern here is that this doesn't look like some coronation, right? And we know that the DNC is promising a transparent and orderly process here. How are they going to accomplish that?
Well, Kana, as you say, the vice president has already been hitting the ground running, and the DNC is saying that they want to ensure that this is a transparent process. And Vice President Harris also saying that she is going to do everything she can to earn the vote. She doesn't want this to look like a coronation. And even though the vice president learned from the president himself only today or late last night that he was going to drop out of the race, she has been very well prepared for this moment. In fact, she's already going to be hitting the campaign trail this week. I'm told that she'll be going to battleground Wisconsin as well as Indiana. I'm also told that she is still expected to meet with Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this week as well. All of this, Kana, are very critical moments for Vice President Harris to appear presidential. Although, of course, the scrutiny on her is going to be much greater now that she's going for the top of that Democratic ticket. So she's got a lot to prove. But, Kana, she's already off to a very strong head start. I'm told that donors and delegates are already very quickly coalescing around her. She's already raised more than $27 million from these small dollar donors just in the last few hours. In fact, Kana, and in fundraising messages she's already sending out, she's saying that she's going to be laying out this stark difference between her vision for the future of America versus Donald Trump's. She also says she's going to do everything in her power to unite the Democratic Party and to defeat Donald Trump.
And as she moves forward with her message, we know there behind you that the president is currently recovering from COVID. We learned last week that he started to become more and more open to advisors that were seeking him to step down. He was listening to what they had to say. Do we know anything about how First Lady Jill Biden and her role played into that?
Yeah, Kana, it's been such a dramatic turn of events. And as we've been talking about all day, the president had this very, very tight inner circle throughout this process as the pressure was mounting, as the walls were closing in around him. His wife, of course, a very trusted partner and advisor in all of this. And we learned from a spokesperson that the president, she was very supportive of whatever the president was going to decide, and she wasn't going to sway him one way or another. We're also learning from a source close to the family that it's been a very painful experience for them, and that it was hard for them to watch all of the pressure building on the president, and that the president did in fact tell his siblings, James and Valerie, about his decision this morning to bow out of this race and to endorse Vice President Kamala Harris. We're learning that the siblings did not try to change his mind, and they supported his decision no matter what. His family, Kana, has been by his side for decades as he's been through the political ring, and they are continuing to back his decision to bow out.
All right, Selena Wang there in Rehoboth, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. Also, President Biden just hosted the NATO summit. As many of you know, it was in Washington, meeting with America's allies. I want to check in with ABC's chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz. Martha, we're so happy to have you here with us. And look, what are you hearing from your sources right now? How is the world and both allies and adversaries digesting all of this chaos in the United States?
Well, of course, they've been watching this chaos for quite some time, and we're frankly worried about President Biden. And then obviously we had the assassination attempt on former President Trump. But tonight there are lots of things coming in. President Vladimir Zelensky from Ukraine, who just had a phone call a few days ago with former President Trump, which Zelensky's people told me was a very good call. They liked what President Trump said, even though he's been very wary about Ukrainian aid. Tonight, Zelensky said Ukraine is grateful to President Biden for his unwavering support for Ukraine's fight for freedom. But the current situation in Ukraine and all of Europe is no less challenging, and we sincerely hope that America's continued strong leadership will prevent Russian evil from succeeding or making its aggression paid off. The new UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, I respect President Biden's decision. Look forward to us working together. We haven't heard a lot about Kamala Harris. They are basically just sending good wishes to President Biden. The president of Israel saying, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to President Joe Biden for his friendship and steadfast support. And on that note, Kamala Harris has traveled overseas nearly 20 times as vice president. She has been basically in lockstep with President Biden on foreign policy, Ukraine, and the fight against Russia. She stood firmly with Israel after the horrific attack on October 7th. But then in December, she said too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. I should add to that that her husband, the second gentleman, is already the first Jewish spouse at the White House, but Harris has called out the Israeli government for their war in Gaza. She has also been, after former President Trump saying no previous U.S. president, regardless of their party, has bowed down to a Russian dictator before, an example of something I just believe that the American people would never support. She is certainly going to be asked about foreign policy, but I think the focus of this campaign will be, from Donald Trump's end of things, if she is the nominee, will be about immigration. That's a major, major issue with voters right now, and she was ostensibly in charge of that for the administration.
It certainly is, and we both heard there at the Republican National Convention that it came up time and time again on that convention floor, and they referred to her oftentimes as the border czar, certainly an issue that is top of mind for voters on both sides of the aisle. Martha Raddatz, thank you so much for being with us tonight. You bet. All right, I want to bring in our ABC News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas for more on this. Pierre, also, look, we can't at this moment overlook the attempted assassination attempt against former President Trump. It was just 8 days ago, and this week we know there's going to be a congressional hearing tomorrow, right, where Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle will be testifying. What do you know about what we can expect from that?
Well, it's surely going to be a contentious hearing. You could make the argument that her career is on the line. She has a lot of questions to answer about what went wrong. We still don't know how that young man or why he was able to slip through all that law enforcement and get on that roof and get a direct line of sight to the former president of the United States. This hearing, again, is before the House Oversight Committee tomorrow at 10 a.m. She will face a bevy of questions. We have not yet got an on-the-record detailed timeline about what took place. Perhaps we'll get that tomorrow, but she will face question after question. Republicans are furious over what took place. We saw her surrounded at the Republican National Convention last week by senators who basically ran her down, who were peppering her with questions. So again, when you have an incident that nearly took the life of a former president and took the life of an American citizen and wounded 2 other people, there's a lot of questions to be resolved.
Certainly, and we know that the calls are growing louder as well for her to step down, particularly among concerned Republicans. And also, Pierre, though, I know that you've been working the phones throughout this historic day in American politics. What are you hearing also from your sources right now about the role that black senior political leadership is playing in this moment?
Well, it's clear that we're seeing play out in real time the clout and the importance of the African-American community in the Democratic Party. Many people believe that Joe Biden owes his presidency to African-Americans because he had a flailing campaign in 2020. He went into the South Carolina primary in trouble. Representative Jim Clyburn stood with him, and black voters in that state delivered a victory for him, and he never looked behind again after that. So now you're seeing many of these leaders, according to conversations I've had, very much saying that if Joe Biden were to step aside, that Kamala Harris, it was her turn, that they would not stand idly by and see her shoved aside for anyone. And I think with all these endorsements, you're seeing how important the African-American community and that leadership is to the Democratic Party.
Certainly, and we know that they credit the Biden-Harris ticket with their win largely to some of that black leadership here. Thomas, thank you so much for being here with us today. We appreciate you. For more on that, I want to also bring in ABC News' Zorine Shah. She's here with me in Los Angeles. Zorine, also, I want to mention, covered Kamala Harris quite extensively, but you also are getting a lot of information in right now about some other groups that are heavily supporting Vice President Kamala Harris if, again, she were to be at the top of the ticket. What are you learning?
Yeah, and actually, first I want to tell you about what I just learned, which 3 of the aides who helped Kamala Harris prepare for her debate prep 4 years ago against Mike Pence are going to be on the team preparing her.
All right. Sorry, Zoreen Shah. The microphone, I think, was not working there. We will get our audio figured out there in just a moment, and we'll be checking back in with her. But in the meantime, I want to check in also with our ABC News political contributors, Amanda Renteria and Sarah Isker. Sarah is a former Trump administration official, and Amanda, the former national political director for Hillary Clinton's campaign. We're trying to chat here, both of you, as we're trying to almost predict the future, right? We're in this moment where we had a lot of anticipation that we might be here, and now here we are. Kamala Harris is often considered to be to the left of President Biden. And there has been a lot of concern from Republicans that she does tend to pander to that more progressive wing of her party. So I guess, Amanda, I'm going to start here with you. Do you anticipate her leaning into that? And do you think that that will be good for her and for Democrats? Or do you feel like she might find herself with some explaining to do to some of these more moderate and independent voters?
I think it will be important for her to come out and really speak to all Americans. But there's no doubt that she has had a history of fighting for women's rights. You've seen that on the campaign trail recently, where she has gone out and talked about all the different policies that Trump has put in place by the Supreme Court and Project 2025. She is a studied policy person, so I imagine those policies that she believes in, that one might view as progressive, which I'm not sure most of the country views women's rights as progressive. She will talk about that, but she'll also have to reintroduce herself as a president for all. And that is what you've seen out of her. That is what the Biden campaign's message was. And I think we're going to see more of that because it is a contrast to how Trump has managed his campaign to make sure that she can unify the country. And I think it's going to be a really interesting moment for her, for the campaign, for her supporters, to really talk about a first female president, a first Black woman president, a first South Asian president. That is going to be important, but it'll be even more important to be talking about kitchen table issues, about what's affecting people in the next 107 days.
Right, and to talk about her policy and certainly highlight that and the differences that she sees between her and Donald Trump, who's at the top of the Republican ticket. But Sarah Isker, I'd love to give you a chance to respond to that, noting here that we've also just learned that there's a major Biden donor, John Morgan, who's saying, look, if Kamala Harris is at the top of the ticket, if she's the nominee, he will no longer fundraise for the Democratic ticket. And we're learning that as noting that there has been more than $27 million raised in for the first 5 hours here. But Sarah, I'm just really curious as to how you see her approaching the American people and some of these independent and moderate voters that will likely question her alliance with the far progressive part of her party.
That's right. Look, my expectation is that we will see an immediate bump in Vice President Harris's polling against Donald Trump for the next 1, maybe 2 weeks. And then she will have to get out there and campaign. And I just don't think we've seen a lot of growth since she was a primary candidate in 2020. Her campaign ended incredibly early. It was seen as a pretty abject political failure. You also have moments that Republicans are going to be reminding voters about. For instance, at one debate, when asked whether she would have the government pay for illegal aliens' health care, she raised her hand, yes. There's things like that, as well as simply her inability to really communicate those policies in a meaningful way. You have the TikTok memes about falling out of a coconut tree, the unburdened by what has been line that she's used so many times. And this is a problem for her. She does not have staff that have been with her, a lifetime like our most successful politicians usually do. So I think there's a lot of crossing your fingers and hoping when it comes to Democrats getting behind Vice President Harris.
And Amanda, I also want to check in with you here on what we're hearing from Speaker Johnson, who is also noting that he is calling for President Biden to resign immediately and not finish out his term. And he is also saying here that the Democrat nominee for president, the self-proclaimed party of democracy, has proven to be the exact opposite in this decision here to take him off the ticket. What do you make of all of that?
I think everyone has seen the way that President Biden can govern. And it's been 3 years bringing back the NATO alliance, really bringing confidence in what the strategy is around the world, bringing the coalition together around the world at an incredibly important time for the country. People have seen that, believe in his ability to do that. Even in the most recent NATO summit, folks talked about how he was so easily able to talk about the complexities around the world. I don't think anyone has a question about whether or not he can govern. In terms of what Republicans think now of having to work in a campaign that is quite different. I understand that we're going to hear a lot of different things, and I know the other side is going to put together their plan against Harris, and I suspect we're going to hear more of that. But the Harris campaign, and as vice president on the national stage, they too are prepared for that. So this is going to be an interesting couple of days as people get used to a brand new presidential campaign, and I suspect we're going to see a lot of different things come at the Democratic Party, whether it's legal challenges, whether it's Kamala Harris's ability to be president. But all of those things were seen before the announcement came, and as she's experienced as vice president, or how women elected officials have experienced rising up to that next level as well. And so this is going to be an interesting time, a very fast campaign, and the quicker people can get to their message, the more important it will be for Kamala Harris to be able to combat some of the arrows that are going to be coming at her.
Oh, they certainly will. And so, Sarah Isker, I'd love to get your take on, first of all, how you think that Kamala Harris, if she is in fact at the top of the ticket, will relay her message, but also how is the Republican Party going to react to this? How does the Republican Party now shift and pivot to going up potentially against Vice President Kamala Harris there at the top of the ticket? Because we know, Sarah, that we have heard here time and time from the GOP that really they would have preferred Biden remain the candidate.
I think that's exactly right. I'm surprised to see the Trump campaign seemingly caught a little flat-footed today. You would think that they had been preparing for this since what we've seen for the last 3 weeks is building momentum for President Biden to step aside from the nomination. Instead, we see Trump's campaign spokesperson talking about Harris's support for banning plastic straws. We also see folks outside allies, like at the Heritage Foundation, calling for legal challenges on ballot access that I have to tell you are meritless. I do think there's some real problems on the fundraising side, transferring those dollars that have been raised for President Biden's re-election campaign. You can't just move that over to Vice President Harris, but you can move it to the DNC. I think there could be real legal challenges there. But I think Republicans are going to have to really focus on what they want Americans to think. Their first line after they hear Vice President Kamala Harris. What do Republicans want voters to believe? Because they've got a wide variety of options, but they've got to focus on one or two. You know, we had heard previously border czar. I think that is a policy issue that they can really pin her down on. We'll see if they have the message discipline to do it.
Yeah, we certainly will, and if they will be able to stay on that message. And so in terms of the fundraising concerns that Sarah Isker brought up, Amanda, I would love for you to weigh in on that, because it almost feels like we're seeing two things, right? So we have the campaign dollars that are already in the coffer. How do those get used? Where does that go? And how quickly can that be used? But now then we have the word here that more than $27 million been raised in 5 hours. These were like small donations, right? That's a major groundswell of support. But then we also have other major donors who are flat out saying, if Vice President Kamala Harris is at the top of the ticket, I'm done fundraising, already resigning from that post.
I'm not worried about fundraising in these election cycles these days. There's plenty of really interest, and particularly when you're in headline news, we're changing things up. I think the worry was that donors were backing away as President Biden stayed in the race. Now you will not just bring those donors back, but it's true, there's going to be a whole host of folks who are newly excited. You might lose a couple here and there, as we're already seeing, but that's to be expected. Frankly, I don't think this race is going to be about who raises more money than the other, and it hasn't been for some time. It's going to be who has the right message that speaks to people. And with this kind of time, it really is dependent on how quickly people can hone around that message. And as Sarah says, that's really true on both sides. What is Vice President Harris going to say now that she is president? And how is Trump going to react to that? And that really is what we're all going to be watching for the next 100 days. To get to that message and unity within the party and the country is going to be the most important part of these next several days ahead.
Certainly. All right, Amanda Renteria and Sarah Isker, thank you both. I really appreciate it. And let's talk a little bit more here about what Vice President Kamala Harris's message might be if she's at the top of the ticket, and perhaps even more importantly, how would Donald Trump react to some of that? I want to bring back in ABC's Zorine Shah. She's here with me in Los Angeles and has covered Kamala Harris extensively. And so, Zorine, you know, there's been a lot of talk here, and we're not trying to put the cart before the horse here, but there has been a lot of talk about the what ifs, and if there is a debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. How would that look like? What would it play out? And especially because it was really highlighted, Zorine, after the Biden-Trump debate, that Biden wasn't able in those moments to push back on some of Donald Trump's falsehoods. And so what are you hearing from your sources right now in terms of the potential that not only there be a debate here, but Kamala Harris' preparedness to do so?
Well, Kane, I just confirmed a few minutes ago that 3 of the people who actually prepared Harris last time for her VP debate against Mike Pence are with her this time. Now, of course, they've been in place for a few weeks to prepare her for the debate that she thought that she was going to have against J.D. Vance. Of course, all of that may have changed, or it will change if she becomes the nominee. But the 3 people are Karen Dunn, Sean Clegg, and Rohini Kosoglu. Dunn prepared Obama and Clinton as well for presidential debates. Clegg was one of the architects of every campaign that Harris has ever had, and Rohini was with her during the presidential race and also was on her Senate team. And so that's what we're learning at this moment. Loyalists, for sure. I mean, they were with her last time around. And also, speaking of loyalists, I reached out to about 20, almost 20 of her original loyalists who had been with her during that same 2019 race. I called a bunch of them the last few days and spoke to them about who they would want if, in fact, Joe Biden were to make the decision to step down. Almost all of them told me Kamala Harris. A couple did not. And I called one of them right now and I said, how do you feel? And she said, I feel really great. She said the enthusiasm is off the charts. She says there's no word from the campaign yet. And another donor told me that they are expecting to raise 8 to 9 figures this first week. We know they've already raised a lot. It's going to be interesting to see what comes.
I think it will be as well, Zorine. I'd love to stay on that topic here of fundraising here if we can. First of all, noting that the DNC is making the vow here, saying that in the coming days, the party will undertake transparent and orderly process to move forward as a united Democratic Party to defeat Donald Trump in November. So as you mentioned here, some of those fundraising numbers are going up, but we also hear from Selena Wang, from donors and delegates alike, who say, number one, they're glad that Biden decided to step down. But on the second question of would you want her at the top of the ticket, that's where they sort of remain divided. So how do delegates and donors navigate all of that?
I mean, we'll just have to see how the next few days play out, right? I mean, we've seen a lot of endorsements today. We know in just the last few hours, she's raised $27.5 million, or the campaign has at least. It's a lot of money, and certainly far more than has been raised in the last several days, last few weeks. And so we'll have to see what happens with that. I spoke to another major Democratic donor, though, and I'll tell you about his level of enthusiasm. He said it's going to be all hands on deck. He wasn't planning on going to the convention this time around, but he says if Harris is the nominee, he would absolutely go. He said the team would be starting from scratch, essentially, in his words. But of course, look, there are a lot of people who are frustrated. They feel like this is a coronation. That is not what they wanted. And we'll have to see in the coming days exactly what they say, what plan they propose and put forward. And we'll have to see if the Democratic Party actually, takes a listen to any of them.
Absolutely, and it's interesting that you bring up that word enthusiasm, noting here we've also heard from another major Biden donor, John Morgan, who's saying it's one thing to vote for someone, it's another thing to raise millions of dollars for somebody you have to really be in. He has already informed the Biden National Finance Committee that he is resigning from his fundraising efforts after Biden endorsed Harris. So really a lot to navigate here in the coming days. Zorine Shah, thank you so much for being here with us, as always. All right, thank you as well for streaming with us. This is, of course, ABC News Live special coverage of our breaking news today. President Biden making this historic and unprecedented decision to drop out of the race for president after he had already earned the Democratic nomination. He posted a letter on social media saying, although it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president, it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down. This comes 24 days after that difficult and disastrous debate with Donald Trump, which sparked concerns about Biden's age and his mental acuity, and the calls for him to step aside started growing. On Wednesday, then, the White House told us that he tested positive for COVID, leaving the campaign trail and returning home to Delaware. You see him doing so in that moment. Well, after deciding early this afternoon to drop out, the president quickly endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to be the party's new nominee. Harris vowing to run and win the party's nomination. However, with less than a month until the Democratic National Convention, there's a number of questions right now. First of all, will this party unite behind the vice president? So I want to bring in ABC News White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks for more on this. Mary Alice, glad to have you with us. You've been reporting all day. And first, what are you hearing right now, about the mood for the White House staff? There has been so many questions swirling around them as well. What can you tell us about how they're moving forward, how they're reacting, and when they learned about this news?
Yeah, Kana, so many of them learned just minutes before. Others told me they only learned when that tweet was posted. I mean, so many said that they were absolutely blindsided. Look, the reaction was sort of ran the gamut. A lot of White House staff telling me that they were numb, that they were shocked, but also many saying that they were relieved. I heard this from many who felt like at the end of the day, the president was backed into a corner. And so even though they were proud, so many proud of the work that they've done, they feel like he came and delivered on what he was elected to do. They're proud of how he expanded NATO. They're proud of the work he's done on climate and gun safety and student loans. But they know that in the last few days, especially in the last 48 hours, the dam seems to have broken and the party was moving away from him and really pushing him to this decision. No one in the White House working for a Democratic president wants to be fighting with the Democratic Party. And so multiple White House staff telling me that they felt a sense of relief, but also a great sense of pride in this man and in their first administration, Kana.
And while they celebrate what this historic service from President Biden, he has really dedicated his entire life to service in this country, no matter where you fall on the political spectrum. That is something that he has done for this country. And now for him to endorse Vice President Kamala Harris, for him to pass the torch to her, and things are moving very quickly. I mean, we're seeing name changes on major campaigns. What is her sense and her reaction here as she's now getting her own campaign team?
Yeah, we are told that the campaign held an all-staff call today, and they were basically told, we know that you signed up to work for a Biden re-election campaign. You still have a job, but you're working to get the vice president elected instead. That was the sort of prevailing message, and it was from senior staff that had worked for the re-elect campaign. What's going to be very interesting is if they all keep their jobs, or if in the next few days and weeks we see the vice president move senior members from her White House team, perhaps, some of those California staff members you were just talking about with Doreen. Does she move some of her own people into management of the campaign? I think that wouldn't surprise anyone. It wouldn't be crazy if she would put people that she trusts or has a closer relationship with at the top. But so far, that doesn't seem to be the move. So far, the move is to keep the team. And largely that's because this is a huge team. I mean, part of what we've been talking about all day is the fact that Harris is basically inheriting the only national Democratic campaign set up at this point with staff and field offices all across the country. So you can imagine that Harris's team in that way is sort of grateful she gets to walk into this huge apparatus. But what's also going to be interesting in the next few days is how much, if any, she changes her message from that of President Biden. I mean, there's been so much talk, of course, in the last 2 weeks since that debate about whether he'll stay in, about his health, about his stamina. But now is an interesting moment where we're also going to look again at his policies and what exactly he was pitching for a second term. And it'll be very interesting while she continues to stay on as his vice president. He's not resigning. He continues to be the president, her boss. Is there any daylight? Is there any separation between what she is pitching and what she is running on now at this point compared to Biden and his campaign?
Right, and again, as you mentioned, they're not resigning despite Speaker Johnson calling for him to do so. But you also mentioned something earlier, and I don't want to skip this, the importance of the Senate. You said, President Biden is a student of the Senate. This is a place where he really started his political career before he was 30 years old. And there was a lot of concern about top-level Democrats that might be losing if he stays at the top of the ticket. And we know that he was open to advice, right? Was that part of the advice that he was given, that if you don't step down, we're at risk of losing the Senate?
Absolutely. We know that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had a very blunt conversation with him last weekend and basically delivered exactly that news. And I talked to Senate Democrat campaigns all across the country. Democrats were already feeling like they had this uphill battle, to keep their majority in the Senate. More sitting Democrats are up for re-election than Republicans this year. It was going to be a really tough year, a lot of headwinds. And they were feeling, especially in the last few weeks, like Biden was starting to become a real drag. Especially in some key battleground states, I think Ohio and Arizona. I mean, the reality is, like you said, these are not just other Democrats to the president. Those senators are his personal friends and colleagues. And of course, it would matter to him if he felt like and was being told that staying in the race was not only potentially going to risk the White House or his election, but bring down the whole party. And that started to be more of the message, and the very public message from Senate leaders, House leaders, Democratic leaders, a real concern that he could drag the whole party down. And we do know that former Speaker Nancy Pelosi was telling people she believed he was open to this. And I think that in some ways she kind of encouraged her colleagues to come forward because she said that if they came forward, it might actually push him to step aside. So yes, I think that all of that was a big part of his calculus over the last few days, as well as, of course, just his health. I mean, we've all talked about that COVID diagnosis. It clearly seemed to from what we saw, the pictures of him, the images of him that day, really take a toll on him. Only he knows exactly why he made this choice, but I think no doubt all of this sort of serious factors. Kana.
Right, the culmination of all of those concerns playing out today with this historic decision to step down. Mary Alice Parks, thank you so much for being with us. I also now want to bring in our ABC News senior national correspondent, Terry Moran. Terry, look, we know that Republicans are already threatening to sue here now that there's been a change at the top of the ticket. So do we know here who would do that, on what grounds, in particular, also what states, right? There's different rules in different states, in particular, some of those swing states.
That's right. So what the Republicans are trying to do is basically just throw sand in the gears of the Democratic Party at a time when, look, this is a difficult moment for the party. They've lost the person who actually won the nomination, trying to decide on someone else quickly, and the Republicans aren't going to help them. And so the Heritage Foundation, which is that very conservative group, which also sponsored Project 2025 as a blueprint for a second Trump term, although he now disavows it, well, they have said that they intend to file lawsuits in Wisconsin, in Georgia, and in Nevada, all three swing states, because they look at their state laws and they see, for example, in Wisconsin, you aren't allowed to change out the nominee of a party unless the nominee dies under state law. Those other two states, Georgia and Nevada, have similar kinds of restrictions on changing the name of the ballot. Here's the problem. Joe Biden's not the nominee. Every election lawyer out there will tell you that those laws are designed to deal with nominees. And Joe Biden is the guy who's won the most votes, but the nominee only happens when the delegates at the convention award the nomination by their votes. And so should be no problem, since the ballots aren't printed yet, because there is no nominee, to get Kamala Harris or whomever might win on the ballot. But there's no, but this is just an effort to make a little mischief and to call into question. There is a substantive argument that the Republicans are making that this is an installation, a coronation. It's undemocratic. 14 million people voted for Joe Biden, as he himself said while he was trying to hang on to the nomination. And so they're going to try and portray this in as many negative ways as possible. And one of the ways to do that is through lawsuits. They almost certainly won't go anywhere.
And that's interesting because we know also, Terry, that as you pointed out, the Heritage Foundation, I mean, it's not like they started looking into this today. They started looking into this after Robert Hur's report came out during that classified documents investigation. And he called President Joe Biden, right, a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. And it was at that moment that that think tank started looking into what it would take to change the top of the ticket, which I think is really fascinating and telling. And also, though, let's talk about this roll call, Terry, if we can. You know, you and I were both at the convention last week, and we started to get words in that top leadership for Democrats were saying, let's delay this roll call, right? But now we're hearing what this could happen in early August. Would that help the Harris campaign if that were to happen?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? That will be the test. This virtual roll call that Democrats originally agreed upon. It'll be remote. No one will be in the hall at this point. It'll happen a couple of weeks probably before the convention. Sometime in the first week of August is what the chairman of the party says. And what that was originally designed to do was to handle a little problem in Ohio with the ballot law there, which had a deadline for submitting the name of the major parties' nominees, that because the Democratic convention is a little late this year, August 19th, the Democratic nominee would have missed. And so they've changed that law in Ohio, but they may go forward anyway with this virtual roll call, this virtual vote, in order to test Kamala Harris's strength. Right? Looks like the party's coalescing around her, but are there any other candidates? Is there dissatisfaction with that? So all 4,500 plus delegates will be called on in that virtual roll call through their state delegations. And Kamala Harris needs about 1,900 plus of them to get the nomination. If she gets that number, well, it's over. The convention has its nominee, and that's that. If she doesn't, we're off to the races, because that will mean an open convention, and it will mean that Democrats haven't coalesced around her. The only way that I could see that happening, however, given the Democrats' desperation not to have a chaotic process here, but to get somebody in straight to go after President Trump in a unified manner, is if she gets out there over the next couple of weeks and does poorly. You know, she didn't fare well when she ran for president back in 2020. She was among the first to drop out, well before the Iowa caucuses even though there had been a debate and she had really starred in that debate, you know, by giving it to Joe Biden on Biden's record on school busing. He was opposed to it to integrate schools in Delaware in the 1970s, and she talked about how she was one of the girls on one of those buses. And it seemed she had the attention of the country for a moment. She just evaporated. Within a few weeks, she was gone. And that was partly because people couldn't quite latch on to who she was. Now, she's had several years' experience as vice president. She's obviously a skilled politician. She won a Senate seat in California, the attorney generalship there as well. But if she didn't perform, if polls show that she wouldn't be a strong candidate against Donald Trump, you may see others take that opportunity. And the roll call that you're talking about, that would be the first test. If all goes as most Democrats hope, she'll secure the nomination really through that virtual roll call, and they'll turn their attention to Trump. If not, Chicago's going to be really interesting, Kana.
It certainly will be interesting. You know, we thought that the RNC would be the most interesting convention we ever attended, and here we go. I have to ask you, though, you mentioned sand in the gears in terms of the Republican Party, but I'm also curious, what kind of sand would be thrown into the gears here for Democrats if another high-ranking Democrat really threw their hat in the ring and says, I'm interested in this nomination, and if they did it quickly?
Well, you'd have a contest. And that is something, as I say, I think the Democratic leadership certainly doesn't want, but Democratic voters might, the country might, altogether, because this, no matter how they cut it, is going to be, if it's Kamala Harris, an anointment of Joe Biden's successor. Americans don't particularly like that. We have this system that other countries don't like, where we have all these primaries and caucuses, and goes on for months. Well, what you get out of that is you get to know the candidates. You get a sense of who they are, what they're made of, right? In debate, think of this year's Republican Party debates. Obviously, Donald Trump didn't attend, and he was the dominant force, but you saw all those candidates lined up there. By the end of it all, it was Nikki Haley who had demonstrated, yeah, she's the strongest candidate among those who were trying to take on Trump. Who would have guessed that in January? Maybe a few people, maybe not. It's that crucible of the contest that proves the mettle of the candidates. The Democrats aren't going to do that. And I think that if somebody were to jump in, they might get really nervous about it, but the country might enjoy the show and get to know whoever would win that candidate a little bit better, and perhaps support them more. It is really the way our system works. This way it doesn't, but I think the Democrats would much prefer unity in going after such a strong candidate as former President Trump.
And it's interesting, and we heard that same criticism here from the Democratic Party, you know, that perhaps they didn't really have a true primary in the beginning anyway, and they sort of told their voters, here's your ticket. And so that left a lot of voters perhaps maybe not feeling like their voices were really heard in that moment. So here we are. Terry Moran, thank you so much for being with us. I appreciate you.
You bet.
All right, I want to now bring in our ABC News executive editorial producer, John Santucci. John, look, we know that the Republicans and Trump himself, they were hoping to face Biden. It was very clear even as last week. How does that change now their strategy as they prepare to perhaps go up against Vice President Kamala Harris here? Do you think that they'll be ready to pivot quickly?
Well, they really don't have an option. They've got to pivot and pivot very quickly. Kana, the reality is, as one source close to Donald Trump said to me, well, we've had 3.5 years with this guy. Now it's somebody new that we need to prepare for. Now, they are prepared in a sense for Kamala Harris. My sources have told me, Kana, that they have been building a JIC book just in case this should happen. And look at one thing. You got to give credit where it's due to Team Trump. They did have an ad ready to go. The Super PAC and the RNC very quickly, within about 2 hours, had an ad out there attacking the vice president. I can tell you, Kana, from my sources, that there was an ad buy by MAGA Inc., that is the Trump-aligned Super PAC that is supporting the former president. They had an ad buy in 3 battleground states, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona, for about $5 million for this coming week, starting tomorrow, that was going to have an ad featuring President Biden. They have since pulled that ad, and they have put in its place an ad attacking Vice President Kamala Harris. The other thing, though, that's a little bit tricky for Team Trump is that, look, as I just said, Joe Biden's a known quantity, right? They've obviously gone against him in a debate, several debates, if you go back to 2020. But with Kamala Harris, it's somebody different, somebody quicker, somebody, as one person pointed out to me, close to Donald Trump, she's a former prosecutor. We know she's a good debater. So not to say that they're, throwing up their hands in defeat, but they are throwing up their hands in the sense that they know they need to start this over and they need to get moving quickly, Kana.
Well, and John, let me ask you this. It's one thing, right, for the Trump campaign to be ready to pivot. Is Donald Trump the man ready to pivot here, John? And I ask that question because in seeing all the things that he has posted on social media today, it really is still focused in on President Biden and sharing with everyone as well. There's been another clip released from his interview on Fox where he's saying at this point he wants, it's back to Biden. He wants his doctors to be investigated. He truly believes that his cognitive ability was shielded from the American people. But again, the focus is still on Biden.
Yeah, listen, I think a great example of where candidate and campaign don't always match up, and Kana, you and I were together. I've lost track of the days. I think you have too. What were we, 72 hours, 96 hours at this rate? Thursday night, we were in Milwaukee together, Kana. I mean, Kana, you were watching me, right? I had the prepared remarks that Donald Trump's campaign had handed out. You saw me, my blue pen, going through, making marks, and by the end of it, I threw the speech in the air because what the campaign had handed out and what the candidate delivered on stage at the RNC did not add up at all. And that, I think, is part of the issue here for Team Trump. They have had a disciplined campaign because their candidate has basically known the song sheet. Now, you've got a campaign, which I've covered, as you know, Kana, Donald Trump's campaigns going back to 2015. Though the campaign team around him, I would argue, is rather disciplined and pretty sophisticated compared to the campaign teams of Donald Trump of yesteryear, the candidate is the candidate. Donald Trump is Donald Trump. He is a man in his late 70s. He is not going to change. So they're going to have to quickly discipline him, if you will. And you mentioned the post that he has made on social media tonight. They're erratic. I mean, let's call it for what it is. They're all over the place. So getting him to focus in quickly on Kamala Harris, I think, is going to be a challenge. As one person said to me, today's sort of let him have his day, if you will, because he's learned the news as the campaign has, all in real time. I think tomorrow there's got to be that conversation of here's how we need to focus, and we need to do that now.
Well, that's really interesting. And what about his running mate, J.D. Vance here? I mean, you have to imagine, right, as they're vetting him, they're considering how he would go up against the Democratic vice president in Kamala Harris. So now that could potentially all be shifted as well. And I will mention here as well that J.D. Vance has taken in some of his statements today, he is taking them directly to Vice President Harris. But he also talks about her really co-signing on all of Biden's policies that he believed were failures. And he feels like she's going to own that too. But I'm curious as to how the Trump campaign now is readying J.D. Vance to go up against we don't know who.
Yeah, I mean, to be determined, right? And let's be clear, it's not like Kamala Harris is locked yet either. It's certainly looking that way, but we got a bunch of weeks until Chicago. Look, as far as J.D. Vance is concerned, he was picked, and Donald Trump said it himself, right, to basically go set up shop in Pennsylvania. So if the Biden campaign picks somebody, and you mentioned a list of names earlier with some of our colleagues, you know, Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, that makes it a little challenging, right? Because that's a guy that's also a known quantity within that Rust Belt region. So it is something that Team Trump will have to pivot to regardless. And I think, you know, look at what J.D. Vance did today. Look at what J.D. Vance did a week ago after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, right? He started attacking Biden and the rest of the Democratic team. That is part of the reason why he was picked by Donald Trump. So whomever it is, whomever the running mate is, whomever the top of the ticket is, J.D. Vance has his marching orders from Donald Trump, and that is to attack.
All right, this is really an interesting time here, John, just when we think it can't get more interesting, right? As you're tearing up that speech there at the RNC. It was something to watch, everybody, I assure you,
I'm here
John.
for the entertainment for you, Kana. Always got you, my friend.
I appreciate that so much, John. Thank you. All right, finally tonight, I want to bring in Christina Ramirez, president of Next Gen America, along with Tricia McLaughlin, who is a senior advisor and communications director for Vivek Ramaswamy's campaign. Tricia, first of all, do you have any critiques here of how the Republican Party is going to now shift and how they will pivot, as you heard John Santucci talk about, to go up against someone that we know the Republicans were very clear they would have rather gone up against Biden?
Go up against Biden, and Kamala Harris would rather go up against anyone but Donald Trump. If I were the Trump campaign, I would focus on two areas. First, Kamala Harris's culpability in covering up the cognitive decline of President Biden. How long did she know that this was going on? This is a national security concern, and the American people should have known about it in the first place. The second thing I would go after her on, of course, is her position as the borders are. More than 10 million to 15 million illegal immigrants have come into this country since the Biden-Harris administration came into office. Kanye, as you know, that's the population of Michigan, Ohio. That is the population of a number of these battleground states. We, as the American people, deserve to know who's in this country. So while she says that, you know, she was really focused on the root cause, well, the root cause is that these people wanted to come into the United States, and we need to know who is in this country. So there's a lot to unpack here, as we've all discussed, but there's just 58 days until early voting is underway. So this is going to be quite a ride, not just from a messaging perspective, but also from a tactical perspective. This is going to be, from a brass tacks, very different campaign running against Biden than it would be running against Kamala Harris. I think no matter what, Republicans are really going to have to run up the score in these Rust Belt states.
Certainly. And Christina, I'd love to let you respond directly to what Tricia said there, because there has been a lot of accusations that have come up in the recent months and weeks, but now specifically pointed here at Vice President Harris in this concern from some Americans and some lawmakers that President Biden was in a way shielded by his top advisors and that people were really not aware of his mental acuity.
Look, Biden is stepping down. Biden has done more to pass legislation, tackle the student debt crisis, tackle the climate crisis, pass legislation that people said was going to be impossible to get done. He is stepping down because it was going to prove difficult for him as a candidate, not for him as a president. And so I think that the path forward, we're seeing Democrats come together. I've gotten so many phone calls and texts, people incredibly excited and momentum building around Kamala Harris if she is to be the candidate. And that this moment is sort of built for someone like her, running against a convicted criminal, a former prosecutor. She is incredibly good at prosecuting the case when it comes to protecting democracy or abortion rights, these two Achilles heels of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
And actually, Christina, I want to stick with you here for a moment because I want to talk about something that you and I have been speaking about for weeks now. And then, Tricia, I want to make sure I give you a chance to respond to it. Christina, we have talked a little bit about how the Democratic Party could possibly be reinvigorated if there was a change at the top of the ticket. You work very closely with young voters who have essentially told you, right, that they're going to vote Democrat no matter what, but because that's the party that they support, no matter who's at the top of the ticket. But now that there is a change, not only will those voters be reinvigorated, but do you see other people people coming to this party as well?
Look, we didn't see the numbers post-debate change as much as people thought they would because people are so dug in anti-Trump or for Trump. But where we are going to see the votes really drive up are from young voters. They are now the largest generational voting bloc. They voted overwhelmingly in favor of Biden. We're also going to see Black voters turn up. She also polls really well with Latino voters. So we're really going to see those core constituencies that might sit out this election start tuning in and really turning out, which could determine the outcome of this election, which is why I think you'll see Trump and Vance really nervous about the potential outcome of the election with Harris as the candidate.
And Tricia, I quickly want to let you respond to that.
There's such a low number of undecided voters in this election. It's all going to be about energizing each party's base. Donald Trump is king at that. I think Kamala Harris is going to be better than Joe Biden at that.
All right, Tricia and Christina, thank you so much for your input. I always appreciate you both. I'm Kana Whitworth here, and thank you so much for streaming with us. This has been our special coverage on this historic and unprecedented day in American politics and in this country. Our ABC News Live special, Biden Stands Down. The race for the White House is next, right here on ABC News Live. Stay with us.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.